17 of the UAPA, that is Raising Funds for Terror Act. These are the two sections in which he has been awarded life imprisonment. Section 121, however, also attracts death penalty, which is why the NEA Council had been demanding the court to award the death sentence. But Legal Aid Council of Malik, Akhil Pratap Singh, he had been arguing since the morning that he must be given the lowest possible punishment, which in this case is life imprisonment, and that has been considered as we saw today in the courtroom. Also, see, if I speak about what in the first half of the argument, the argument that took place in the courtroom when Malik was brought in, he was asked about on the last date, May 19th, he was asked if he would want to reconsider.
Anvit, can you give me a minute here, because we are getting first political reactions. Kavinder Gupta is from the BJP is now reacting to the sentencing. Let's quickly listen in.
की सजा हुई है यासिन मलिक को, क्या कहेंगे?
देखिए, न्यायालय का जो फैसला है वो सर्वमान्य है और मानना भी चाहिए, लेकिन इस प्रकार के जो दरिंदों को जिन्होंने 30 साल में तबाही की है, इससे ज़्यादा सख्त सज़ा की ज़रूरत थी। और ख़ास करके बहुत से ऐसे केस पेंडिंग्स हैं। ये तो टेरर फंडिंग का मामला है, लेकिन जो अपहरण, हत्या, इस प्रकार के जो कई इन पर केस पेंडिंग, उसमें मुझे उम्मीद है कि आने वाले समय में इससे भी सख्त सजा इनको सुनाई जाएगी।
तो लगता है कि ये सही जस्टिस हुआ?
देखिए, न्यायालय पर सवाल खड़ा करना, उन्होंने सबूतों और दूसरे आधार पर ये काम किया है, उसका हिसाब से ही फैसला सुनाया है, तो मुझे लगता है हमें होना चाहिए। इसके साथ ही मैंने पहले कहा कि जो इन पर और केसेस है हत्याओं के या माहौल वहाँ पर ख़राब करने के, पाकिस्तान के इशारों पर काम करने की, ये सब चीज़ें पहले से तय हैं और इसको मद्देनज़र रखते हुए उन परिवारों को कम से कम न्याय मिलेगा जिनको कि आज तक 30 सालों में किसी ने पूछा नहीं, किसी का परिवार का कोई व्यक्ति चला गया, किसी का अपहरण किया, किसी को मारा गया। ये जो अपराध हैं जब साबित होंगे तो निश्चय ही इससे भी सख्त सज़ा होनी ही चाहिए। तो अभी टेरर फंडिंग का और हवाले का मामला है।
Okay, more reactions coming in. We are now hearing from the Gupkar Alliance, as it were. This is the reaction that is coming in. They are saying that the imprisonment given to Yasin Malik is unfortunate and a setback to the efforts for peace. We are afraid that this will further compound the uncertainties in the region and will only fuel more alienation and separatist feelings. The NIA court has delivered its verdict, but not justice, they say. The triumphalism being displayed by the BJP and the corporate media is bound to prove counterproductive. Meanwhile, we suggest that Yasin Malik should avail all legal opportunities to contest this verdict. Let me go straight across to Mufti Islah, who is joining us from Kashmir. We have Tejinder, who is with us from Jammu as well. To this question, Mufti, I'm coming to you. The reaction from the Gupkar Alliance, unfortunate, but on expected lines.
Well, yes, it was quite muted, but now they've come out openly after Mahbooba Mufti had earlier spoken. Kulgam saying that, well, muscular policy is not going to yield anything to Government of India. It is certainly going to worsen the situation in the valley. Now, the Gupkar Alliance has pretty much said the same thing, saying that, well, a verdict was delivered, but justice was not delivered, clearly saying that Yasin Malik must avail all legal opportunities, perhaps hinting that he should go for a re-appeal. That said, we've seen valley really simmering in tension, although the main focus was the Lal Chowk area and Maisuma area, which incidentally is the residential area of Yasin Malik, where women and men had gathered, raised some slogans. They were tear-gassed and splintered out of that area. Police had to be deployed along with the drones who gave them a better idea from where the people were coming in and protesting. And finally, now we're picking up that that area is under control, although it's extremely tense. That said, we also saw Pakistan fishing into the troubled waters. Premier Shahbaz Sharif and former Premier Imran Khan both suggesting that this conviction was fake. and in fact Kashmiris were repressed. The British Parliament in between has also said that they're monitoring the case. But here in the valley, situation extremely tense. Although we have seen protests taking place, but they are minor in nature when you compare it with the protests that took place in Mysoma area, where hundreds of stone pelters would pelt stones on the security forces. This time it seems that the security forces have managed to contain
let's see
them very
how the
quickly.
security situation plays out there. Do stay on with us. I'm going across to my colleague Arunima, who has a copy of the judgment with her. Arunima, do break down the judgment for us, because it's a bit complicated. I understand that this is a case of terror financing that dates back to 2017, but there are multiple layers of punishment that have been meted out. Similarly, fines. Could you break that down for us, please?
Yes, so I'm just reading out to you from the copy of the order, whereby the breakdown of under what section, what fine and what imprisonment has been given. Under 120B, this is the section for criminal conspiracy, and in the Indian Penal Code, there is a punishment given of 10 plus 6 years. So criminal conspiracy is a section which runs with all the other sections. He has conspired to do an act of terrorism. He has conspired to recruit for terrorism. He has conspired to get terror financing done. Hence 10 plus 6, which is 16 years plus a fine of 10,000 rupees. 121 IPC, this is the section which deals with waging war against India. This is the section under which he has been given life imprisonment plus a fine of 10,000 rupees. Also 121 IPC, again a subsection of waging war, for which 10 years plus fine of 10,000 rupees. Under section 13 of UAPA, read with 120B. So I was saying, criminal conspiracy for recruitment, for act of terrorism, etc. Under this, 5 years plus 5,000 rupees fine. Section 15 of the UAPA, 10 years plus 10,000 rupees fine. Section 17 of UAPA, this is the other section for which he has been found, sentenced to life imprisonment plus a fine of 10 lakh rupees. Section 18 of UAPA, 10 years, 10,000 rupees fine. 38 and 39 of UAPA, 5 years each and 5,000 fine. Section 20 of UAPA, 10,000 rupees fine. All these sections related to terror recruitment, terror financing and various aspects of terrorism. Now the last line is what is important. If you see there, the last line says concurrently is correct. What all these punishments will run. So even though separately it seems like he's been given a lot of years behind the bars, life imprisonment itself covers everything, because life imprisonment means now till your life, till the natural course of your life. All these others will be accommodated within that lifespan. Concurrently means they will all run simultaneously, run together.
So Arunima, the next logical question is this. We've heard the statement from the Gupkar Alliance where they are saying that he should avail all legal means to him that are now available. But what happens from here on? Given the fact that he's already pleaded guilty in the case, will he plead his sentencing in a higher court then? How does this work?
See, ordinarily any convict has the chance to go in appeal in High Court and then go in appeal in Supreme Court. But Yasin Malik chose not to even face trial in the lower court. All the other co-accused, be it Zahur Batali, be it Shabir Shah, be it Bitta Karate, be it Asya Andrabi, all the other accused in this case are facing trial. Only in the case of Yasin Malik, the sentencing has happened today because he pleaded guilty. So if he chose not to contest the charges from the NIA in the lower court, why would he then contest the charges in the higher court? And that's what the lawyer also said, that because he pleaded guilty, as far as conviction is good, there is no logic for him to go in appeal challenging the conviction in a higher court. Would he challenge the sentencing? Again, life term is the lesser of the two sentences that was argued in today. So why would he then go and argue against life term in a higher court? So it looks unlikely that Yasin Malik, in the current frame of mind that he is in, would go into appeal against this order in the High Court. But with the NIA go in appeal, NIA which sought the death sentence, will they go in appeal? That remains to be seen.
So will the NIA go and appeal? That is the question that now needs to be answered, because the NIA had sought death for Yasin Malik. Will Yasin Malik go to a higher court? As Arunima is pointing out, he's got the lesser sentence in this case. The NIA had asked for death, he has got life, so no real reason why he should be challenging this in a higher court. But of the details that Arunima has now put out, she's the one who's managed to access the order copy. It seems, and by the looks of it, Yasin Malik is spending the rest of his life in jail. A quick word from our guests as well. I'll try and see if Tejinder is with us as well, because all right, Tejinder, before I go to my guests, a quick word. We are seeing some shots of celebrations that are coming to us from Jammu. This is the Bajrang Dal that is celebrating. But you know, Mrs. Khanna, the wife of squadron leader Ravi Khanna, I heard her soundbite there, I heard her speak to you. There was a slight disappointment. This is a woman who has waited to see Yasin Malik dead for more than 3 decades. It seems she'll have to wait a little longer.
Yes, Shreya, 32 years and 4 months to be precise, she has waited for the day. But she's a bit dejected, as you rightly pointed out, because she's the one who has been saying that khoon ka badla should be khoon. She saw her husband being shot 28 bullets by Yasin Malik. She says she was there. She saw Yasin Malik dancing over the dead body of squadron leader Ravi Khanna along with 3 other Air Force jawans who were gunned down 32 years and 4 months later ago. And she has waited for all these long years for justice. Though that is a different case today, Yasin Malik was given life imprisonment in a different case which pertains to the terror financing. But the case pertaining to the killing of 4 IAF personnel, kidnapping of Rubia Saeed is going on in a special Tada court here in Jammu. And the court is still underway. The case is still underway here. And she hopes that the court here would pronounce capital punishment for Yasin Malik, because for 32 long years she has faced so many hardships, and she's not the only one. There are several people who are witness to the atrocities, witness to the terror crime committed by Yasin Malik. And when I asked her, she said that she feels dejected because Yasin Malik has lived for 32 years and 4 months after killing her husband. She should have been hanged long ago. 32 years is a long period. Yes, Shreya.
Thank you very much for that, and we'll try and play out her soundbite as well. We are also getting a first reaction from the BJP from Jammu itself. This is Ravindra Raina of the BJP now speaking. Let's listen in. This is the first official reaction of the BJP coming in.
टेरर फंडिंग मामले में एनआईए अदालत ने खूंखार आतंकवादी यासीन मलिक के खिलाफ फैसला सुनाया है। यासीन मलिक ने जम्मू कश्मीर के बेगुनाह लोगों की हत्याएं की, पाकिस्तान से पैसा लेकर जम्मू कश्मीर के अंदर बेगुनाह लोगों को, नौजवानों को आतंकवाद की राह पर धकेला और बेगुनाह लोगों की हत्याएं की। कश्मीर
A quick word from our guests as well who are joining us this evening. Farooq Wani is the editor of Brighter Kashmir. He's a senior journalist, a columnist and a political commentator. We have Kamal Haq, who's a Kashmiri Pandit as well. Kamal Haq, we've seen the reaction that is coming in from the Gupkar Alliance, saying that the court has, announced a sentence, but this is not justice. Are you disappointed with the NIA court's ruling today? Because, I think the distinction that many of us are not being able to make is the fact that this was a 2017 terror financing case. This was not the case of, say, Rubia Saeed's kidnapping. This was not the case of the killing of squadron leader Khanna.
No, actually, I'm not really disappointed with the quantum of sentences that has been pronounced today by the Honorable Court. I'm a little disappointed that the more heinous cases, the more heinous the acts of Yasin Malik are still not being given justice. I think that it would have been logically and more emotionally satisfying for us to see him getting convicted and being sentenced in the killings of IF officers, killing of the other Sarla Bhatt, gang raping of the women, and committing mass murders in Kashmir. That we would have thought that would be more satisfying to all the people who have suffered at his hands. But nevertheless, we welcome. I think this sentence should be welcomed, because we believe that this would most probably set into the process. The wheels of justice will now move on, and they should move on very fast. Now, I would also like to advise and little bit suggest to the Gupkar gangs and their sympathizers and supporters in Kashmir that they need to reconcile with the fact that in the changing environment of the country, they are no longer entitled, as they have been finding themselves for the last 70 years in Kashmir. They need to now understand, and they need to be sure about this thing, that this is not that India which will allow a terrorist like Yasin Malik, the company of the Prime Minister of India. It's not that India which will allow a terrorist, a person who has waged war against the country, to travel to Pakistan and conspire with his handlers over there. I think they need to reconcile. There is just whatever they are what they are saying in the Kashmir today is just the sign of their frustration.
He
They
had,
are fast becoming irrelevant in the changing scenario of the country. And I think they better reconcile to that. And we also hope and trust that the other cases are fast-tracked so that the judgment, so that there's a real closure of this Yasin Malik saga as early as in the possible. There are a lot of people who have died in the hope, who have perished in the hope of seeing him getting convicted. But anything, the survivors who are still there are a little bit now satisfied.
Let me get in Farooq Wani Saab here as well. Farooq Wani, look at the statement that has come in from the Gupkar Alliance. NI court has delivered its verdict but not justice. And this is coming from an organization where Mehbooba Mufti is a very strong part of. What is this if not Stockholm Syndrome, where you have had your sister being kidnapped by this guy and yet you are batting for him?
The Gupkar alliances are strongly pleading the case of anybody there is in the Kashmir regarding it's a political worker or it's a separatist or something else. But it is now clear that the court has pronounced the judgment, and we must honor the court's decision. Now, if he is given once Yasin Malik has pleaded his case, so there is no doubt that he was given a chance for the lawyer. But one thing is very certain and clear: now the Kashmir was going in a right direction, and the development has taken place in many sectors now, and the tourist influx is very much high as compared to other years, other previous years. And second, due to the pandemic, it has affected a lot. Now we must take also these lines on the mind and then go according to that. But one thing is that the court has now pronounced the judgment. We must honor that. This is my concern.
Sir, is that your concern as well, Kamal Haq Saab, that we've seen how the Kashmir Valley reacts to things like this. Today there were high tensions in Mysoma. There was an incident of stone pelting as well, stone pelters being financed by this very man Yasin Malik. Schools being burned down, the money that came in was being used to burn down schools as well. Is that your worry that we could see a security situation in the Kashmir Valley? And I want to ask you specifically, Kamal Haq Saab, about that one thing that got said in the court today, where Yasin Malik says, I now walk the path of Gandhi. I mean, ironical, irony actually dug its own grave and decided to lie there. But how do you react to what was said in court?
I think if Yasin Malik, after killing scores of people, after launching a war against the country, after raping innocent girls, after cutting the bodies, cutting the live women on the bandsaws, and him saying that he is of Gandhi and he walks the life of Gandhi is I think it's when irony meets the thousand deaths over there.
Yes.
I think this is something which he has been trying to plead, most probably trying to appeal to those sections and to those elements in the country who see no wrong in his acts. But we firmly believe, and we firmly see that whatever is happening, whatever little reaction in Kashmir is taking place today, I think it's natural, because the basic fact remains that there are certain sections, certain elements of people who are the sympathizers of these terrorists who are still there. The system, that underground system and the underground, that network of the terror in Kashmir is still intact to some extent, if not fully as it was maybe 2 or 3 years back, but then the traces are still there. And those traces will most probably react. But in the long run, though it might be a little bit tense for some more days, it might look a little bit tense, but I don't foresee any mass uprising against, as we have been seeing in the case of Burhan Wani and Behran, this thing. Because let's also see the fact that post abrogation of Article 370, there is definitely a different way the government.
There is, of course, there is some concern regarding security post the judgment, because the judgment was supposed to come out at 3:30 and it only came at around 6:15 or so. So clearly there were some worries and there were security preparations that were being made. We are seeing celebrations that are coming in to us from Jammu, but in Kashmir, as I said, and as Mufti has been reporting since morning, Kashmir continues to be tense. It's the story we continue to track right here on CNN News 18. The big development: Yasin Malik escapes death, gets a life sentence. With that, a quick break. There's more on the other side. Shivani joining you. Do stay with us.
The Assam Chief Minister had earlier said that madrasas should cease to exist and that the Quran should be taught at home.
इनको ये बात समझने की जरूरत है कि मदरसों में साइंस, मैथ्स सब पढ़ाया जाता और मदरसों के जरिए से ही भारत को और खूबसूरत बनाया गया। तो इनको इन सब चीजों से मालूमात नहीं है।
According to a New York Times report, Chinese hackers have attempted stealing Russian defense data. Number one, emails with malware links were sent to Russian scientists. The attempt was to obtain critical data on Russia's security systems. These emails were supposedly sent by Russia's Ministry of Health. It contained a list of persons under US sanctions for invading Ukraine. These emails were actually sent by state-sponsored hackers in China. Former Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah has reignited the beef ban debate, addressing a public rally in Tumkuru. Siddaramaiah said that he was a Hindu who eats beef and that if he wanted to, then no one could stop him from doing so. It's a big setback to B.S. Yediyurappa. The BJP High Command has rejected the Karnataka unit's recommendation to field Mr. Yediyurappa's son, B.Y. Vijendra, for elections to the Karnataka Legislative Council. The central leadership instead chose to field Lakshman Savadi, Keshav Prasad, Chalavadi Narayanaswamy and Hemlata Nayak. The MLC elections will take place on the 3rd of June. A day after the video of a child using provocative slogans at a PFI rally in Alappuzha in Kerala went viral, the Kerala police have now arrested one person. A case has also been registered against PFI Alappuzha district president and secretary for promoting enmity between different religious groups. Staying with Kerala, a court there has sentenced Kiran Kumar, the husband of Vismaya, to 10 years in jail in connection with the dowry death case. A fine of 12.5 lakh rupees has also been imposed on Kumar, 2 lakhs of which will be paid to Vismaya's parents. Vismaya hanged herself in her marital home in June last year, alleging dowry harassment. The Tamil Nadu government is facing fire over an FIR against Tamil magazine Junior Vigadan and 2 YouTubers. The complaint has been filed by a real estate firm G Square Realtors, claiming extortion and intimidation by a close associate of the Vigadan group. The opposition has called the government's move an attempt to muzzle the media. The son of a former Congress minister, Hukum Tarada, was charged for ramming his car of a businessman, in fact, in Sehor in Madhya Pradesh.
Rohit Singh was driving in an inebriated state with a drink by his side. After he rammed into the SUV of a businessman, the occupants got out of the car and confronted him and sought money for the damages. But the former minister's son fought with them and rammed into their car for a second time. The police have registered a case and the vehicle has been impounded.
The United States has confirmed its first case of monkeypox that was detected in a man in Massachusetts. 4 suspected cases have been reported from other parts of the country as well. The monkeypox virus has now spread to several countries. Now, even as the world battles the coronavirus, the monkeypox virus is wreaking havoc across the world. The disease spreads basically from infected wild animals. Human-to-human transmission is also possible via touch as well as via air. Cases have been detected in at least 16 countries. In fact, Belgium has implemented monkeypox quarantines. EU nations are working on a vaccine for the monkeypox. The smallpox vaccine is 85% effective on monkeypox virus. Over 5 crore beneficiaries aged 15 to 18 have received their first dose of the COVID vaccine. That is 80% of the eligible population in that age group. India began inoculating those in the age group of 15 to 18 from the 3rd of January. Over 190 crore doses have been administered so far in that category. Model Kate Moss is expected to be called in as a witness in the Johnny Depp-Amber Heard defamation trial. Moss dated Depp back in the 1990s and the duo are reportedly still close. Earlier in the trial, Amber Heard brought up Depp's relation with Moss during her testimony. Violent crashes broke out today in Andhra Pradesh's Amalapuram over a proposal to rename the Konasima district as the B.R. Ambedkar Konasima district.
Hundreds of protesters took to the streets for a Chalo Konasima march. The protesters tried to march towards the collectorate in Amalapuram but were blocked by the police. So the protesters resorted to stone pelting. They even tried to torch the residence of an Andhra minister, P. Vishwaroop. A private bus was also set on fire by the protesters. Section 144 has been imposed in Konasima in the wake of protests against the proposal to rename the district.
A Jammu and Kashmir policeman was shot dead by terrorists outside his home in Srinagar. His 7-year-old daughter, who was clinging on to her father when the terrorists fired at him, sustained a bullet injury in her hand. This is the third incident of an attack on a policeman in Jammu and Kashmir just this month.
This is the ill-fated area where the cop was shot. In fact, we're picking up from neighbors and witnesses that he was going along with his daughter. Some say that he was to drop her at a tuition center. Others say, well, he had actually gone for a bike ride. When he was shot at this particular place, we'll see blood splattered around at this particular place. Now, the TRF has claimed responsibility.
Well, the second in-person Quad Summit was held in Tokyo today, and these are the highlights.
Prime Minister Modi, US President Joe Biden, Japanese PM Fumio Kishida and Australia's PM-elect Anthony Albanese reiterate their shared commitment to a free, open and inclusive Indo-Pacific.
हमारे आपसी सहयोग से एक फ्री, ओपन और इंक्लूसिव इंडो पैसिफिक क्षेत्र को प्रोत्साहन मिल रहा है, जो हम सभी का साझा उद्देश्य है। क्वाड इंडो पैसिफिक क्षेत्र के लिए एक कंस्ट्रक्टिव
Good evening, everyone. I'm Shivani Gupta and you're watching Plain Speak. Within days of the biggest Congress brainstorming session in many years, as many as 3 big names have left the party. Today, former Union Minister and long-time dissenter Kapil Sibal revealed that he had already quit the party on May 16, nearly 10 days ago. With that, the Congress has lost 3 top names, Hardik Patel, Sunil Jhakar and now Sibal. Their reasons are virtually the same, and the response from the Congress party is also virtually the same. The questions facing the Congress party are also the same since 2014. The fact that all of this is happening within days of the Congress Chintan Shivar is an indictment of how poor and slow the party response has been on systematic issues that have been plaguing it for 8 years now. Kapil Sibal is effectively saying there are no solutions, no real changes coming, it's time to pack up and find other avenues. Let me remind our viewers of some of the sharpest attacks that the lawyer politician has made on the Congress leadership, especially in the last 1 year or so. In March 2020, he had said that the Gandhis should step aside and give some other leader a chance to lead the party. Also, that the leadership is in cuckoo land. He had added, I want a Sabka Congress, some want a Ghar Ka Congress. In September 2021, last year, he had said, in our party, there is no president, so we don't know who's taking these decisions. We know, and yet we do not know. He had said this, of course, talking about the dual leadership nature in the Congress party, where Sonia Gandhi is the official interim president, but Rahul Gandhi is taking a lot of the calls. Also in 2021, earlier in February, he had said, this is when G23 leaders were meeting. He had said, this is an occasion and podium to speak the truth. And the truth is that the Congress is getting weak. So with Sibal also gone, the big question we're asking today, is the Congress disintegrating? Today, of course, Sibal was unwilling to criticize the party as much, but listen into what he said on his differences with the party and his future role.
I still am wedded to the ideology of inclusiveness. and I'll continue to fight for that in this country. But now as an independent in the Rajya Sabha, rather than being bound by the discipline and the whip of a political party. There is no ill will. I have great affection for all the leaders of the Congress party. I have very good relations with them, and that will continue. I want to bring all opposition parties on one platform. We need to be together to be a viable, strong opposition and to fight the 2024 election on a common platform. That's my dream. I hope we can realize it.
Kapil Sibal is a very resourceful and articulate lawyer, and it is not rare for such lawyers to change their clients as and when it suits them. And therefore, best wishes to Mr. Sibal for his new client. But having said that, the Congress party must introspect that why is it that the party which once was a parivar, today the parivar itself has become the party. There is no space for dissenters, only for darbari.
बहुत सारे लोग ऐसे हैं जो विपक्ष में रहना पसंद नहीं करते या विपक्ष की राजनीति उनको सूट नहीं करती है। कपिल सिब्बल जी को भी शायद ऐसा ही लगा हो कि आने वाले दिनों में वो राज्यसभा में शायद उनको मौका नहीं मिलेगा कांग्रेस पार्टी की तरफ से, तो इसलिए उन्होंने अपना रास्ता ढूंढ लिया है। जिनको लगता है कि हम इस घड़ी इस मुसीबत में कांग्रेस के साथ खड़े होने में उनको दिक्कत है, वो हमें छोड़कर जाएगी। जो सुविधा भोगी जिसको हम कह सकते हैं कि जो सुविधा भोगी है वो हमारे साथ नहीं रहेगी।
Let me go across to the guests who are joining us on the situation in the Congress party. Tuhin Sinha is the BJP spokesperson. I'm also joined by Hemant Attri, who's senior journalist who's tracked the Congress party for many, many years. Tushar Gupta, senior editor, Swarajya magazine, is joining us. We're waiting for a few more guests to join us. Hemant Attri, I'm coming to you first up. It's quite astonishing that Kapil Sibal revealed today that he has quit the Congress party 10 days ago. So for 10 days, it seems this news not only was covered up quite well, or hidden by both sides, but it also gives you an indication that there was no attempt to keep him in the party for 10 days.
See, Shivani, it's other way around. As far as Congress leadership is concerned, you will be amazed to know that they are not worried about Mr. Sibal leaving the Congress party. Rather, they are happy with it.
Yes.
You'll ask me how.
Yes.
The way he was embarrassing them day in and day out. How the Congress leadership, particularly the three Gandhis, how could they have afforded him in the first place? Now, they would never want to give him any sort of publicity on this score. Neither Congress party nor Mr. Sibal, who is a seasoned politician otherwise. He is a seasoned liar as well as a seasoned politician also. He was in touch with three parties at one point in time. In this particular saga only. He was in touch with RJD. He was in touch with JMM and of course with Akhilesh Yadav. So the thing is, UP being a bigger state, Samajwadi Party representing a bigger state, that's how he opted for their support. And furthermore, there is something more interesting to it. See, Shivani, what words he used after filing his nomination? He didn't utter a single word about Congress. What he said, I wish them best of luck. For the very simple reason, he wants to remain a neutral player. He wants to remain a person who can really mobilize the opposition against the ruling government at the center. So today, once he spoke to the journalist, what he said, best of luck to Congress, and we would like to remain as a sane voice of opposition. So today he has conducted himself in a very different way, and he refused to utter a single word as far as Congress party is concerned.
But his point is right, isn't it? When he was speaking to News18, he said that, when I was in the Congress party, it was my duty to speak about what was wrong in the party. I'm no longer with the party, and one sees sense in that. But what he said about his role and bringing opposition together, Hemant Attri, just allow me some time. I'm going to address that in just a bit. Rashid Kidwai, also senior journalist who's tracked the Congress party for many, many years. Rashid, unfortunately, the Congress doesn't want to be part of these discussions. We invited them. So I'm going to throw some of the questions I would have thrown to the Congress spokespersons to you. What is the message that Kapil Sibal is sending to the other G23 leaders? That's one big question today. Effectively, he has said कि यहाँ कुछ नहीं होना. अब आप देख लो अपना.
Yes, Shivani, I don't know whether I'm a right person to respond to the questions that you wanted to pose to the Congress spokesperson, but from my experience, I can tell you, Kapil Sibal was always a kind of dissenter, person who had courage of conviction, person who could, call a spade a spade. And therefore, I think this is a more of a reflection. I know everybody is going to say that this is a reflection on Gandhi's. I think it's a more of reflection on the Congress party. The fact that G23, which was formed, and Mr. Sibbal hosted number of, dinners and get-togethers, Mr. Sibbal was equally, if not more, disillusioned with G23 than he was to the Gandhis. Remember, he is a professional. He started with the support. I mean, Rajya Sabha, he came in support of RJD. But his association with Samajwadi Party is not that of a Congress. So you cannot say that he's moving from one parivar to another, because there he is going to be more as an independent person, a person who would act on his own and bring, other political parties, like-minded parties together. In that, there would be some negotiation with the Congress. Remember, he's handled a lot of very sensitive cases, including the national wealth case for the Gandhis and for Congress party. So it is going to be a functional relationship. It is not going.
No, but what does it say? What Kapil Sibal is doing is, as a person, is a separate matter. But Rashid, what does this say about the Congress party? How long are they going to be in denial? Because we cannot look at Kapil Sibal in isolation. You know very well, since the Chintan Shivar itself, 3 people have left. And this has been a saga ongoing for the last 8 years. The reasons are the same.
Shivani, actually, 23 people should have left, because nothing came out from Chintan Shivar. So if the G23 was really serious, the fact was that some of them, I don't want to name them, but you and me and viewers know who these people are. They are negotiating with the Gandhis. Gandhis can, give Rajya Sabha seats to very few. Total 8 seats they can give.
No,
and
but
there are 23
Rashid,
or
is
25
it only
aspirants.
about Rajya Sabha seats?
Unfortunately, it is. Because nobody otherwise...
You're saying that the questions over the leadership are just a fig leaf? People are only negotiating within the Congress party? What kind of a party is this?
Yes, Shivani, you have a point, you have a value judgment, but that's how it is. I've been saying it. Why nobody has, announced a candidature for the Congress president post? We've seen, not in the distant past, Arjun Singh had challenged PV Narasimha Rao. And,
because nobody wants to challenge the Gandhis, no, Rashid Kidwai. That's the point. Nobody wants to, nobody can.
Shivani,
We've seen what challenges to the Gandhi Parivar mean. You can then leave. You will be isolated.
True, Shivani, but that is what I'm saying. Me and you, we are not, or Mr. Attani, we are not stakeholders. The stakeholders are Congress. If congressmen are happy to look, there is a task force for 2024.
Yes.
There is no task force for Gujarat elections. There is no task force for Himachal elections. So these are the questions, you see, me and you cannot respond. It is for the Congress workers, Congress leaders to respond.
Okay, fair enough. But Rashid Kidwai, before I go to our other guests, as someone who has covered the Congress party, you cover politics in India. My question to you is the Congress leadership, especially the Gandhi family, in denial?
But Gandhi family, I do not know, they are in denial. They are in a very comfortable position in the organization. There is no one who can challenge them or question them. People are living in bits and pieces, and whoever is getting a chance to go outside. So there is no pressure on them, and they are enjoying that kind of role that they have, power without responsibility.
Okay. So Tushar, let me take the next question that arises from what Rashid Kidwai is saying, that Gandhis don't care. They are unchallenged supreme leaders, regardless of what the electoral results are, regardless of what people say internally, regardless of who leaves. So the next natural question is, are the Gandhis running the Congress party aground? Are they destroying the Congress party?
Absolutely, Shivani. I think you've summed up the crux of the matter very simply. Yahan kuch nahi hona, sab apna dekho. That's the truth of the Congress. Because I've also been speaking to some people who are not only covering the Congress party, but also inclined towards the party's ideology. And I have learned that the 3 Gandhis somehow believe that they have a moral right to govern this country. And that is why you see this high-headedness when Rahul Gandhi travels abroad, when Priyanka Gandhi is addressing election rallies, when Sonia Gandhi is speaking to the press or some specific journalists, and when Rahul Gandhi addresses events in Cambridge or Harvard or places like that. So there is this high-headedness that prevails amongst the Gandhis that is propagated by the Congress party spokespersons, for which reasons they do not come on such shows, because they would be questioned. So yes, there is a prevailing high-headedness. But look at this, Shivani. If a person like Kapil Sibal, we might disagree with his politics, but a person as loyal to the Congress as Kapil Sibal, if he feels unheard, if he feels unimportant, if his concerns feel unaddressed, what hope lies for any other average worker within the party? And the bigger question is, are people now rejecting the potential leadership of Rahul Gandhi within the party for 2024? Look at what has happened since the championship.
I don't
Hardik
think so.
Patel goes out. Congress's hopes in Gujarat are almost done. They're over. They're not winning that election. In Punjab, Sunil Jhakar, the Hindu stalwart, one of the biggest leaders of the party, walks out of the party. They're pretty much decimated in Punjab.
No, some leaders are doing that. Tushar, there is a distinction. Some leaders have been disillusioned for quite a while, young, old, whatever you may say. Earlier, it was projected as some sort of a battle between the old guard and the new guard. It is quite clear that the disillusionment runs through the ranks in the Congress party. Some people are leaving from time to time, but the Congress as a body insists that Rahul Gandhi is still the man to lead them. I'm going to come to that question in just a bit of Rahul Gandhi's leadership. Professor Bhuvan Joshi Bhaskar of the Samajwadi Party is also joining us. So thank you for joining us. But Tuhin, I'm coming to you first up. You know, usually when Congress leaders join the BJP, they join other parties, the charge that comes from the Congress party is, see, ये अपने ambition के लिए कर रहे हैं, हमने इनको इतना दिया, लेकिन बहुत ज़्यादा over ambitious है लोग, या deal हो गई है, या कोई pressure है agencies का वगैरह वगैरह, ये सारी चीजें BJP के ऊपर इल्जाम लगता है that you try to break away their leaders. That was an allegation during Hardik Patel's exit. But here, a true blue congressman with 30 years of association is not joining the BJP, he's not even joining the Samajwadi Party. This is even a worse indictment of the Congress Party, because he's not even choosing to stay within the Congress Party, even if he doesn't join any other party.
Shivani, the Congress is a sunken ship. No amount of effort can retrieve it. It is incorrigible. Jyotiraditya ji realized it 2 years back. People who are realizing it now are still, late entrants. The fact is, after 2019, the first thing they should have done was this Chintan Shivir. They did it 3 years too late. They don't have a plan to replace the leadership. Now you are saying that Rahul Gandhi and the family will continue to be the undisputed leader. Even Asaduddin Owaisi is the undisputed leader of his party. How many seats does he have? 1 seat? The Congress, mind you, will be reduced to not more than a dozen seats in 2024. Rahul Gandhi so proudly said in the Shivir that no regional party can challenge the BJP, only we can. But fact is, Congress is a regional party today. They have governments in only 2 states, and wherever in Jharkhand or Maharashtra they are ruling only because of the Vasuli culture. So you need to realize there are 2 reasons why Congress has been reduced to this level. One is the ideological corruption. The union of states theory, the new OCD of its leader, I don't know where he derives it from, but can you imagine an Indian leader going to England and brazenly endorsing China's international debt diplomacy? The debt diplomacy which has destroyed Sri Lanka and Pakistan in the Indian subcontinent and many countries in Africa. And he endorses it. He becomes the spokesperson of China. And you still expect, well-meaning people to continue being in Congress. I think anybody who has some self-respect will quit Congress at this point of time. Now, coming to Kapil Sibal, he's also a mercenary. More than a politician, many of his political deals are barter deals. Tomorrow, if he fights a case for Asaduddin, he might take a ticket from him.
Okay, can I take that? I'm going to come back to the Rahul Gandhi politics issue in just a bit. But can I take that to Mr. Bhuvan also, who's joining us? Professor Bhuvan, a lot of people are asking this question कि exactly deal क्या हुआ है समाजवादी पार्टी और कपिल सिब्बल का? Why are you sending him to Rajya Sabha but he's not joining your party?
Okay, I think today is a day to congratulate Mr. Kapil Sibal, क्योंकि आज उनका जो ड्रीम्स है वो ड्रीम्स कम ट्रू हुआ है, जैसा कि उन्होंने खुद कहा है, और उस ड्रीम्स को पूरा करने में हमारे नेता माननीय अखिलेश यादव जी ने सहयोग करने का काम करा है. निश्चित तौर पे हमारे जो नेता है उत्तर प्रदेश में, उत्तर प्रदेश को सौहार्द को, उत्तर प्रदेश के संविधान को, लोकतंत्र बचाने की लड़ाई को लड़ रहे हैं माननीय अखिलेश यादव.
तो वो पार्टी आपकी ज्वाइन क्यों नहीं कर रहे?
देखिए, निश्चित तौर पर मैं आ रहा हूँ उस विषय पे. मैंने आपके क्वेश्चन को अच्छे से समझ लिया. मैं आपको जवाब देना चाहता हूँ इसका. मैं कहना चाहता हूँ वो एक बहुत बड़े प्रतिष्ठित वकील है और निश्चित तौर पे अगर संविधान को बचाना है तो एक ऐसे व्यक्ति के साथ जो लगातार, और भारतीय जनता पार्टी का जैसे आप देख रहे हैं उत्तर प्रदेश में भी शासन है और देश में भी शासन है, निश्चित तौर पे अपने पॉलिटिकल एनिमीज को किस तरह ये लोग निपटा रहे, इसकी लड़ाई को लड़ने के लिए एक ऐसे साथी की आवश्यकता है जो लगातार लड़ेंगे। और अभी बहुत सारे लोगों को जवाब मिल गया होगा जब लोग कहना चाहते हैं कि माननीय आजम साहब की अखिलेश जी ने क्या मदद किया। मैं कहना चाहता हूँ हमारे माननीय नेता अखिलेश यादव जी एकमात्र देश में ऐसा नेता है जो कहते नहीं करते हैं।
नहीं, भुवन जी मेरे पास समय थोड़ा कम है, आप मेरे सवाल का जवाब दीजिए कि ये आप कैसी डील है ये कि आप राज्यसभा भेज रहे हैं, पहली बार नहीं है, ऐसा होता है, लेकिन वो अपनी आपकी पार्टी ज्वाइन क्यों नहीं कर रहे? ज्वाइन करके भी लड़ सकते हैं।
देखिए वो एक मेरे ख्याल से हम स्वाधीनता जिसे कहते हैं, हमारे मत की, हमारे वोट की, जो हमारा संविधान देता है उसके अधिकार के तहत वो है कि वो क्या फैसला लेते हैं। और उन्होंने जो हमारा जो मेन मुद्दा है, हमारा जो मुद्दा है कि सेकुलर कास्ट है, सेकुलर लोगों को अपने साथ जोड़ने का।
Hemant Atri, I'm coming to this question. Kapil Sibal did tell us that he wants to be an independent voice without any burden of any party, but he wants to play a role where he can bring like-minded opposition parties together against the BJP. My question to you is this a new idea? This idea has been tried and it has failed already. So what's so new that Kapil Sibal is hoping to achieve?
See, Shivani, actually what Mr. Kapil Sibal wants to do is he wants to keep a high moral ground as far as Congress party is concerned. If you recollect, he joined Congress party in 1996. And he remained there till 2022 and he left on 16th of this month. Now, the thing is, he could have joined any party. But why he wants to remain aloof is, there are two simple reasons for that. One is political reason and the other one is a professional reason. He is a advocate par excellence. He has friends and foes across the party lines, particularly more foes in BJP and friends all over the party, particularly in opposition. So what Mr. Sibal wants to do is he doesn't want to get stamped with X, Y or Z. Like
okay,
Mr.
fair enough.
If you recollect.
But this whole alliance thing, this whole Modi versus all, I think it has already been tried and it has failed. It helps Narendra Modi.
But democracy, it's a process. It will keep going. If I want to remind you one thing, what Mr. Ram Jethmalani used to do, he was also, see, these are the two similarly placed cases. What Mr. Jethmalani used to do, he was MP Rajya Sabha from 4 different parties on 4 terms. Why? For the very simple reason, except for, he also remained BJP MP in Vajpayee's time. So the thing is, these professional people, they have their own way of functioning and working.
No, okay.
As far as Mr. Sibal is concerned.
But on his larger vision, Tuhin, I want a response from you. You must have heard what Kapil Sibal said, that opposition parties need to come together, like-minded parties need to come together, and he wants to play a role. And in that he can bring them together. Now, recently, you must have seen what happened in Goa, this massive tussle that went on between the Congress and the TMC on just, coming together and fighting an election to keep the BJP out. It has been tried in UP, it has been tried in other states, it has been tried at the national level. Are you worried that this so-called alliance with or without the Congress party can hurt the BJP?
Shivani, Arunji was also a lawyer turned politician, but at some point of time, he allowed the politician in him to keep the lawyer aside. The problem with Kapil Sibal is that he cannot let go of money minting opportunities as a lawyer.
He's not here to defend himself. Please don't make personal allegations. Just talk about what he has said.
What he has said has no credibility. He has done what he has done is basically retain a bungalow in Lutyens, Delhi. It's as simple as that. He does not have the gravitas to organize the opposition together.
Okay.
It may seem very good of him to make these comments, but he just doesn't have that stature or that gravitas.
Okay. I come to the question of Rahul Gandhi. Tuhin Sinha, Rashid Kidwai had made a comment earlier that the kind of politics that Congress is playing under Rahul Gandhi, from a very centrist party to an ultra-left party, where you support those who chant Tukre Tukre allegedly, and you also talk about how India is not a country or a nation at all, that too on foreign soil. I mean, I think that is a bigger problem for the Congress party, not so much that it cannot put up a fight. The Congress party is fighting. But what is it fighting for? The people are not associating themselves with it.
Well, I think that is
absolutely, it is the ideology.
Yes, Rashid Kidwai.
I think that is why I keep saying this is for something for the Congress to respond, because at this point of time the voter cannot come in and decide who should be the leader of the Congress
but
party.
the voter is deciding. Rashid Kidwai, I'm sorry I'm interrupting you. The voter is deciding again and again. The Congress party is refusing to listen. What is the Congress's politics today? Especially what Rahul Gandhi does.
So, Shivani, you look at the history of Indian politics post-independent, several political parties, including the Congress. What happens if the party is not doing well? Then there is an inner kind of revolt. Indira Gandhi faced it, who was a very towering leader. Mr. Lal Krishna Advani also faced it, not in the same manner, but definitely post-2009. Then he was subsequently benched. The fact of the matter is that I keep saying the stakeholders in the Congress are not willing to, for whatever reason, they are not prepared to do so.
Okay.
So this drift will continue.
Okay. Tushar, let me give you a final 30 seconds. Do you think it's the politics, especially helmed by Rahul Gandhi in the Congress, that has hurted the most in recent years, and the Congress is refusing to do any course correction? I'm asking you a larger question, not related to Kapil Sibal alone.
Absolutely. Rahul Gandhi, Priyanka Gandhi, Sonia Gandhi. These are the elephants in the room the Congress is refusing to address. They'll ask their workers to repay the debt. They'll blame people who want to leave the party. They'll question the secular credentials of the BJP. They'll question the policies. But what they don't realize, and I can't put it more brutally, people do not want to vote for Rahul Gandhi. They see him on the election roll. They see him on the ballot paper. They just do not want to vote for him. They're repelled by the idea of voting for him. I cannot put this more brutally. We've seen this on 2 different occasions in the national elections, on countless occasions in state elections. People do not want to vote for Rahul Gandhi in 2014. They did not want to vote him in 2019, and they will not vote him in 2024. That's as brutal as it gets.
All right. I have to leave it at that. The Congress party's issues ultimately, as Rashid Kidwai says, have to be dealt by the Congress party. But it is a matter of national debate, because the Congress is not just the oldest political party in India, but apart from the BJP, the only pan-India party. Is it endangering itself, or has it already happened? This debate is a continuing one, but I want to shift our focus to our next debate. Justice has finally been served, at least part of it. Terrorist Yasin Malik has been given life term in the terror funding case today. Malik has been charged under various sections of the IPC and the UAPA. He's been handed multiple sentences, in fact, by the judge, which will run concurrently. He's also been fined over 10 lakh rupees. Meanwhile, security has been beefed up in Jammu and Kashmir. Before the verdict was announced, minor incidents of stone pelting took place. The Gupkar Alliance has already called the sentence unfortunate.
सर यासिन मलिक को आज लाइफ इम्प्रिजनमेंट की सजा हुई है. आपने कोर्ट में आर्ग्यू किया था कि डेथ सेंटेंस नहीं दी जाए. क्या वजह थी इसके पीछे कि डेथ सेंटेंस की मांग आपने क्यों खारिज की?
मैंने जज साहब से कहा सेक्शन 121A IPC के अंदर उनको उम्र कैद की सजा सुनाई जाए. 121A IPC में जो मैक्सिमम सजा का प्रावधान है वो है मृत्युदंड, जो NIA द्वारा ऑनरेबल कोर्ट को रिक्वेस्ट किया जाए कि यासिन मलिक को दिया जाए. मैं कोर्ट द्वारा अपॉइंटेड अमाइकस क्यूरी यासिन मलिक के लिए उम्र कैद की सजा का कोर्ट से रिक्वेस्ट किया. अल्टीमेटली दोनों लोग की दलीलें को सुनने के बाद कोर्ट ने इस बात का निर्णय दिया कि यासिन मलिक को सेक्शन 121 IPC और सेक्शन 17 UAPA के अंदर उम्र कैद की सजा सुनाई जाए.
2 life imprisonments have been given, and besides that 10 years rigorous imprisonment in 10 offences, besides monetary penalty, and all the punishments will run concurrently.
Here's also what the Gupkar Alliance has said while condemning Malik's imprisonment. Can you believe that in 2022 they're actually defending this man? They've gone on to say that this imprisonment given to Malik is unfortunate. This is a setback to peace efforts. They've also gone on to say that a verdict has been delivered but not justice. They suggest that Malik contest this verdict further. Remember, Yasin Malik had chosen not to undergo trial. He had pleaded guilty to all the charges against him. The terrorist has finally gotten a life sentence in this terror funding case. But the big question we're also asking is, because this is a lot of expectations from the system on Yasin Malik and what he represents, what about the other cases where he's accused, including of other things, of murdering Indian forces in cold blood? First up, I'm also going across to some breaking news coming in. CNN News18 has accessed Malik's sentencing order. The judge has written in the order that the crimes are of a very serious nature. The order goes on to read, and I quote, The crime becomes more serious as it was committed with the assistance of foreign powers and designated terrorists, unquote. Here, of course, the courts are referring to the roles of the LET and the Hizbul chiefs who have given money to Yasin Malik. Remember, that was what the case is, to foment trouble in Jammu and Kashmir. My colleague Arunima is also joining us. She's accessed this order. Arunima, tell us more of what stands out.
You know, in this 20-page order, the judge, Judge Praveen Singh, who is the special judge of the NIA court, has argued what were the arguments made by NIA and by the counsel who was representing Praveen Singh. And then at one point he says the crime for which convict has been convicted are of very serious nature. The crimes are intended to strike at the heart of the idea of India and intended to forcefully secede Jammu and Kashmir from Union of India. The crimes become more serious as it was committed with the assistance of foreign powers and it was behind a smoke screen of an alleged peaceful political movement. Then he goes on to say, in my opinion, even though Yasin Malik claims that he has given up guns in 1994, this is what Judge Praveen Singh says, in my opinion, there was no reformation of this convict. It may be correct that the convict have given up gun in the year 94, but he has never expressed any regret for the violence he had committed prior to year 94. It is to be noticed that when he claimed to have given up the path of violence, Government of India took it on face value and gave him an opportunity to reform and in good faith tried to engage in a meaningful dialogue with him and gave him every platform to express his opinion. However, as discussed in the order of charge, the convict did not desist from violence. Rather, betraying the good intention of the government, he took different paths to orchestrate violence in the guise of political struggle. That is what Judge Praveen Singh has said, and that is why he has gone on to give him life imprisonment. He says that life imprisonment is a good enough punishment for him for this to prove as a deterrent to anybody else who thinks of walking the same path as Yasin Malik.
So Arunima, because this is a life imprisonment, the NIA had wanted a death penalty. Are you hearing anything from the agency or what they might want to do next?
Well, not yet. The National Investigation Agency had sought the death sentence, but I think their immediate focus will be to secure conviction of the others accused in this case. For Yasin Malik's case, they were satisfied with the fact that the evidence that they had accumulated, that they had put together, that has been appreciated in this case, and the first conviction has been secured. They are now waiting to see what happens to the others who are facing trial in this matter.
All right, Arunima, thanks a lot for bringing us that order and its details. I also want to go across to our guest joining us now. Tuhin Sinha of the BJP continues with us. Sushant Sareen is Senior Fellow of the ORF joining us. Sushant, how do you see the life imprisonment today? Do you think this works as a balm? Because this is a very recent case. So in that sense, it's a big success for the NIA to not only crack down on the terror funding, to bring all of these these protagonists of this terror funding case, apart from Yasin Malik, to book and also win a conviction. Do you think this is a big success, first of all, and works as a balm to the wounds in Jammu and Kashmir?
Well, I think it does work as a balm, but not entirely. I think justice still needs to be done in the murders which Yasin Malik and his cronies did way back in the late 80s and early 90s.
Yes.
I think that case still is hanging fire, and hopefully that should be concluded soon. And then whatever the sentence will come in, that will come. But I think in the current case, we need to be mindful of two things. Number one, the charges against him, if you really stressed it, death sentence could be given. But I think the judge did the right thing, because in two of the charges which were imposed on or which were leveled against Yasin Malik, there was either death sentence or life imprisonment. And because in the case of death sentence, there are other complications involved, and there are, it has to be of a nature that it warrants a death sentence. I think the judge did the right thing by giving life imprisonment. Of course, Yasin Malik will deserve a death sentence in the case of the murder of the four IAF officers. The second thing is that in this particular case, I think the charge sheet was very strong. But we also have to admit that Yasin Malik simply confessed all his crimes. In the case of the other, co-accused, the trial still has to carry on. And hopefully, and I think that the evidence which has been gathered by the NIA is compelling enough that the other co-accused will also get a similar sentence. And that will bring the final closure to this particular case.
Yes.
But I think it's kudos to the NIA and the investigating agencies that finally terrorists are being prosecuted and being punished. And I think that is the bottom line.
No, that's the point that I was making, that there is a message that is being sent, because, Yasin Malik had become, the poster boy, if I can use that term, of how terrorism and terrorists used to cock a snook at the Indian state. Tohin Suna, look at the statement even today by the Gupkar Alliance. They're saying that this will foment more trouble, this will derail peace efforts. These people they have been keeping a gun to India's head for 40 years, precisely saying ki ye mat karo, ye ho jayega, ye mat karo, ye ho jayega. You remember what happened when terrorists were neutralized in the valley? So their mentality is shocking. They're saying don't punish him, even if he's guilty, because there will be trouble in Kashmir.
The worst years for India insofar as Kashmir was concerned was between 2004 and 2014, when a very clear-cut message was sent across by the UPA government that the Gupkar Alliance and people like Yasin Malik and the entire Hurriyat were indispensable in the resolution of Kashmir problem.
Yes.
So around 2009, 2010, Yasin Malik became the darling of Lutyens Delhi. Even the Prime Minister would love to have, get himself photographed with him. And it seemed that he is the one who will usher in a solution to the Kashmir problem. So you can imagine the kind of perfidy that the UPA was enacting on the Indian state. Thankfully, the judgment today is only the start of the process of justice. Like Sushantji just mentioned, when we actually come to the killing of the case involving the killing of 4 IAF personnel, it will be very difficult for him to escape death penalty. But today, I think the restoration of justice has begun, and it's a start in the right direction, and there will be no looking back from here. So the Gupkar Alliance anyway is redundant.
The system moves very slowly. We were hearing earlier from the wife of the slain, one of the slain IAS officer, and she was talking about how for 30 plus years she's been waiting. She still has hope. She says that justice delayed is justice denied, but I still want justice, and there should be death penalty for killing my husband. We're also joined by Sushil Pandit, Kashmiri activist, SP Vaid, former DGP of Jammu and Kashmir, Vakar H. Bhatti, he was also a Kashmiri activist. I want to go across to SP Vaid first up. Congratulations, it seems, are in order, Mr. Vaid, would you say, for the Indian state for managing what it has today, symbolically speaking? Everybody knew what Yasin Malik stands for, but symbolically. And secondly, the kind of reactions that are coming in from Pakistan, it just goes on to show how hurt they are today that Yasin Malik is finally, meeting his fate.
Shivani, justice is being done, and I'm glad that law of the land is prevailing. And coming to just Pakistan shortly, briefly, Pakistan is co-collaborator. Yes. So I'm not surprised of their action, their reaction. They were the ones who were using their stooges like Yasin Malik here in Kashmir to foment trouble, to do all hawala transactions, to fund the terrorism and stone felting. I'm not surprised about Pakistan's reaction. In fact, if there is one person who should also be convicted in this judgment is the Director General of Deep State ISI of Pakistan. He should have been the co-accused in this case. Coming to Yasin Malik, yes, I'm glad that judgment about his life sentence has come, but actual justice would be done when his more heinous crimes like murdering of 4 brave Indian Air Force officers and the butchering and rape and murder of genocide of Kashmiri Pandit. I think that day many of those families would feel satisfied. They're all waiting for the justice of Allah 32 years. And we all owe this country's judicial system, criminal justice system owes
a lot to the families of Air Force officers and Kashmiri Pandits.
Absolutely. Vakar Bhatia, I'm coming to you, and Sushil Pandit will respond to you. What kind of politicians are these in Jammu and Kashmir, in Kashmir especially? They're defending Yasin Malik. बिल्कुल शर्म नहीं आती इन लोगों को?
बिल्कुल जी आनी चाहिए. किसको शर्म आनी चाहिए? मुझे तो लगता है कि सबसे पहले तो आज आपको एक केस और बुक कर देना चाहिए, और वो है डॉक्टर मनमोहन सिंह पे, जो उस टाइम के प्रधानमंत्री थे, जो यासिन मलिक से मिलते थे. अगर यासिन मलिक आपकी नजर में आज आपने गिल्टी साबित किया कि वो आतंकवादी है, उसको आपने सजाए आज उम्र कैद दी है, तो फिर उसके साथ में जितने साथी थे उस टाइम के, चाहे फिर वो भारत सरकार के अंदर थे, चाहे वो नेशनल स्टेट लेवल की सरकार में थे,
तो बाद में जाना भाई साहब, मनमोहन सिंह पे तो बाद में जाना. ये जो कश्मीर की पॉलिटिशियंस और पार्टीज हैं, हुर्रियत के लीडर्स हैं, पहले उनकी बात कर लो ना.
नहीं 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 नहीं, मैंने सुना जब 4 साल के पीरियड में जब यासिन मलिक ने गन उठाई थी, हथियार उठाया था, तो उसको वापस बुलाया था, अपने बोला था कि हथियार छोड़ के आ जाओ, हम टेबल पे आते हैं, बातचीत से मसले का हल करते हैं.
और फिर क्या किया उन्होंने? और फिर 2016 में क्या किया उन्होंने?
जेके अलफ एक मूवमेंट थी जो इंडिपेंडेंट जम्मू
कश्मीर का मौका. अरे ये तो केस 2016 का है, उसमें क्या किया इन्होंने?
16 से सुनिए ना मैडम, 16 से अभी तक जो आपने आज उम्र कैद की सजा दी है ना, तो एक बात मुझे सिर्फ आप बता दें और बात की आवाम बता दे, क्या आज के बाद जम्मू कश्मीर में कोई किलिंग्स नहीं होगी?
अरे उससे क्या, ये क्या सवाल होता है? किसी को मर्डर कॉन्विक्ट को सजा मिलती है तो क्या देश में मर्डर खत्म हो जाते हैं, दुनिया में मर्डर खत्म हो जाते हैं? ये क्या बकवास है?
सुनिए ना, बकवास नहीं है,
बकवास है बिल्कुल.
ये बीजेपी को जताने के लिए हुआ है.
ये बीजेपी कहां से आया है इसमें?
के लिए 2024 नजदीक है मैडम जी, यहाँ समझने वाली बात है. 2024 में ज्ञानगावी मस्जिद का मसला भी आया, ये शिवलिंग का मसला भी आया, और साथ में यासिन मलिक का मसला भी आया. ये
यासिन मलिक का मसला कोई अब से थोड़ा चल रहा है भाई साहब,
मैडम जी
1980 से चल रहा है. क्या बोल रहे हैं सुशील पंडित? आई हैव फाइनल few minutes. रुक जाइए 2 सेकंड. सुशील पंडित, I feel a little shocked that even in today's India, in 2022, what happened in 1980s, 1990s, you know, there were certain circumstances, but even today these parties feel brave enough to say ki don't punish Yasin Malik, otherwise there will be less peace in Jammu and Kashmir. Dhamki to de rahe na essentially.
Yes, and we are responsible for their brazenness, because for the last 32 years we have literally paid a ransom to these killers. We have made them icons. We have given them treatment befitting heads of the state. We have literally condoned their massacres and genocide.
Yes.
So today, if they have become brazen and shameless, we should be looking inwards. This man is still not tried for genocide. He's still not tried for the killing of our Air Force officers.
Yes.
I was hearing Mr. Sinha saying that when that case is heard, then he's sure that that sentence will be passed. That case is
1 second. Bhati sahab ruk jaiye.
That case is going on in a Tada court, and the charge sheets are not even filed yet.
Okay, good point.
Can you believe this?
Let me take Tuhin Sinha on that.
After their slaughter, even a charge sheet is not filed.
No, right question to ask. Mr. Tuhin Sinha, please respond. Why are these cases dragging on despite the prominence of these cases and the brutality involved and Indian forces involved?
Well, if you look at this particular case, which was which goes back to 2017, there has been it has been solved rather expeditiously. So I don't exactly know the details regarding that particular case, but I'm sure this is an inflection point. Sooner than later, it is a matter of time before Yasin Malik is awarded a death sentence, and that as well. There are times when cases get delayed for reasons which, sitting over here, I may not be privy to, because the investigating agencies have their own processes which they follow, and sometimes for want of evidence. But I'm not sure what exactly is the case over there. It is a matter of time before that case, bears the same fruition.
Sushil Pandit wants to continue. Yes, Mr. Pandit, quickly.
For your viewers, I must say that in February 2019, when Yasin Malik was arrested and JKLF was banned, The then Home Secretary, Mr. Rajiv Gauba, in a press conference and a written press note said, he is guilty of Kashmiri Hindu genocide. That is why he was arrested in 2019 and JKLF banned in the month of February. Where are the charges of genocide? Where are the charges of manslaughter, rape, abduction? Where are those charges? These have been, some charges which leave him without a death sentence, and I'm sure he's being readied for some hostage swap. We will end up paying through the lives of innocent when people are taking hostage in order to get Yasin Malik freedom.
Okay, Mr. Vaid, is that a real prospect? One second, Mr. Pandit. Mr. Vaid, is that a real prospect that keeping him alive is worse for Indian state than death penalty?
I'll give you examples.
Yes, let Mr. Vaid respond. Yes, sir. Yes, there is a precedent to what you're saying. Yes, there is a precedent to what you're saying. Mr. Vaid, quickly, please.
Shivani, I would not like to jump into the conclusion before court awards a death penalty to him. I don't think I should be saying this because it is the prerogative of the court to award him death sentence or life imprisonment. And the kind of crimes he has committed, I will not be surprised if he is given death penalty.
No, Sushil Pandit is saying that now that he is going to be in jail, in Indian jail for the rest of his life. I mean, of course, I'm not counting what may happen as far as the IF officers' killings case is concerned. But that is a dangerous situation for India because terrorists could want to, kidnap or hijack something in asking in return for Yasin Malik to be freed. Is that a real prospect, you think?
I don't think today's India is India of 1999 when hijacking happened and exchanged of terrorists happened in Afghanistan. Okay. That is not the possibility now.
Okay. So, Shan Sareen, final comments from all of our guests. There is pressure on the Indian state. And I know that political parties will say, but they were in power for so many times. Look what changes have happened. As an observer, would you say that yes, changes in Kashmir have been slow to come about, but they are coming about? In other words, what would you say to assuage what Sushil Pandit feels today? Mr. Sareen? I can't hear him. I don't think he can hear me either. Sushant Sareen, can you hear me? Okay. Mr. Vaid, can you take that question? Because Sushil Pandit is obviously feeling aggrieved. What about those cases? Why has it taken it so long?
See, Sushil Pandit has a point, and I completely agree with him. In fact, the families of those who were slaughtered are waiting for justice for more than 3 decades. It is, I think, a failure of the whole criminal justice system, including investigation part, which is done by police and investigating agencies.
But it's also a failure of the politics of the time, no, sir? Because if I have it correct, he was virtually granted amnesty despite the crimes that he committed. It was a political amnesty of sorts for him.
Absolutely, Shivani. I absolutely agree with you. And since police comes under the political executive, and that is why if there is a political amnesty, I wonder what police could have done.
Yeah.
And similarly, the failure of prosecution and the judicial system. I think the whole criminal justice system owes an explanation to all these families.
Yes. I have only a minute left now. Sushant, I lost you in between. The question I was wanting to ask you was, change in Kashmir has been slow and painful to come for. People like Sushil Pandit still feel aggrieved that this man walks alive. And, as I was mentioning, the wife of the slain IF officer also said so. But do you believe that there have been structural changes of the kind in Jammu and Kashmir today that we cannot go back to what it was? That it is irreversible what has happened in Jammu and Kashmir, and that politics will no longer be able to return regardless of what the Gupkar alliance tries or does?
Shivani, it's a mixed bag. Some things have become irreversible. I don't think you will ever see a situation returning to the dark years of the late 80s and early 90s. I think that has gone. I don't think there will ever be an occasion where the Indian state will, cease to function in large parts of Jammu and Kashmir like happened in the past. So I think that is irreversible. Is the politics irreversible? I am not entirely convinced of that. I think some opportunities have been lost. Some opportunities have still not been grabbed. And don't think there's sufficient attention being paid on getting the politics right. And as you very correctly put it, make it irreversible. And I think one metric to judge that would be that you would hear a completely different statement from the Gupkar gang. They would not have said that Yasin Malik sentencing will create all sorts of problems. They should have welcomed this. They should have come out openly against terrorism, against separatism, against terror financing, against that entire ecosystem. Unfortunately, many of those people who are the entrenched politicians in Jammu and Kashmir also partake from that ecosystem. So they will not come out openly against it.
Obviously, but they have the bravado to do so. That's what I was pointing out. I have run out of time. I do thank all of our guests for joining us. What happens to the other more brutal cases in which Yasin Malik is accused? That is the big question now. We have to slip into a very short break. On the other side, the day's biggest stories.
CNN News 18 races ahead of Times Now and Republic. News over noise. CNN News 18 on your side.
An FIR against Tamil magazine Junior Vigadan and 2 YouTubers. The complaint has been filed by a real estate firm G Square Realtors, claiming extortion and intimidation by a close associate of the Vigadan group. The opposition has called the government's move an attempt to muzzle the media. The son of a former Congress minister, Hukum Tarada, was charged for ramming his car of a businessman, in fact, in Sehor in Madhya Pradesh.
Rohit Singh was driving in an inebriated state with a drink by his side. After he rammed into the SUV of a businessman, the occupants got out of the car and confronted him and sought money for the damages. But the former minister's son fought with them and rammed into their car for a second time. The police have registered a case and the vehicle has been impounded.
The United States has confirmed its first case of monkeypox that was detected in a man in Massachusetts. 4 suspected cases have been reported from other parts of the country as well. The monkeypox virus has now spread to several countries. Now, even as the world battles the coronavirus, the monkeypox virus is wreaking havoc across the world. The disease spreads basically from infected wild animals. Human-to-human transmission is also possible via touch as well as via air. Cases have been detected in at least 16 countries. In fact, Belgium has implemented monkeypox quarantines. EU nations are working on a vaccine for the monkeypox. The smallpox vaccine is 85% effective on monkeypox virus. Over 5 crore beneficiaries aged 15 to 18 have received their first dose of the COVID vaccine. That is 80% of the eligible population in that age group. India began inoculating those in the age group of 15 to 18 from the 3rd of January. Over 190 crore doses have been administered so far in that category. Model Kate Moss is expected to be called in as a witness in the Johnny Depp-Amber Heard defamation trial. Moss dated Depp back in the 1990s and the duo are reportedly still close. Earlier in the trial, Amber Heard brought up Depp's relation with Moss during her testimony. Violent crashes broke out today in Andhra Pradesh's Amalapuram over a proposal to rename the Konaseema district as the B.R. Ambedkar Konaseema district.
Hundreds of protesters took to the streets for a Chalo Konaseema march. The protesters tried to march towards the collectorate in Amalapuram but were blocked by the police. So the protesters resorted to stone pelting. They even tried to torch the residence of an Andhra minister, P. Vishwaroop. A private bus was also set on fire by the protesters. Section 144 has been imposed in Kona Sima in the wake of protests against the proposal to rename the district.
A Jammu and Kashmir policeman was shot.
Let's get you a quick check of the day's biggest stories. We're starting from America. 10 days after the attack in New York, another mass shooting took place in America, this time at a Texas elementary school, the second worst attack ever on record.
A teenage gunman went on a shooting spree at a Texas elementary school, killing 19 children and 2 adults, with 2 others critically injured.
Look for my daughter. I mean, after the shooting, they don't know where she's at.
The gunman, identified as 18-year-old Salvador Ramos, was killed by police on the scene. Hours later, a visibly shaken Joe Biden asked Americans to stand up to the gun lobby.
As a nation, we have to ask, when in God's name are we going to stand up to the gun lobby?
This is the worst attack at the US school in a decade.
After violence over Kona Sima renaming in Andhra Pradesh yesterday, a fresh renaming row has broken out. The BJP today held a protest in Guntur demanding the renaming of Jinnah Tower to Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam Tower. The BJP has slammed the Jagan Mohan Reddy government in the state, accusing them of suppressing voices. A few months ago, this tower was painted in the colours of the Indian national flag. Even as the legal tussle over Gyanvapi mosque rages, another flashpoint has emerged in Bengaluru. The Vishwa Hindu Parishad protested, demanding the survey of the Malali Jumma Masjid. This after a structure resembling a Hindu temple was found as far as this site is concerned. Dakshin Kannada District Collector though has said that this issue will be tackled legally. A fresh plea has been filed by the Hindu side over Gyanvapi issue. Petitioners demanded that Muslims be barred from the complex. The Varanasi court transferred the case to a fast-track court today. The case will now be heard on May 30. The plea was filed despite the Supreme Court's order calling for unhindered access to Muslims to offer namaz at the mosque. Meanwhile, the next hearing in the ongoing Gyanvapi tussle will take place tomorrow. A controversy has erupted over a viral video from Jammu in which several students can be seen offering namaz inside the Dhanvantari library of the Jammu University. The Hindu students groups have claimed that this is with an intent of inciting or creating communal tensions in Jammu. The dean of the university has ordered a probe, adding that the library is not a place to offer namaz. Enforcement Directorate, which is probing the money laundering case linked to Dawood Ibrahim, questioned several aides of the absconding terrorist, during which Chota Shakil's relative Salim Fruit revealed that gangster Chota Shakil is in Karachi, Pakistan. This comes after a Mumbai court on Friday sent gangster Chota Shakil's close associates to 14-day judicial custody. Remember, the NIA has conducted several raids in Mumbai over the past few weeks. An eyewitness to the shooting of Al Jazeera journalist Shireen Abu Akleh 2 weeks ago has revealed that Israeli Defense Forces carried out a targeted attack.
A moment of casual chatter. Then the shots start. This is the last moment we see Shireen Abu Akleh walking with colleagues, seemingly at ease. Seconds later, she's lying motionless on the ground. Shada Hanesha has become a key eyewitness to the May 11th shooting of Abu Akleh. She and 8 others present told CNN it was the Israel Defense Forces that shot her and that they thought it was deliberate.
They want to kill us. This is why they shoot.
And while there is yet to be an official determination on who killed Abu Akleh, these testimonies and videos are compelling evidence that the Israeli government must answer to.
Ousted Pakistan Prime Minister Imran Khan is on his way to Islamabad, leading a convoy of supporters demanding fresh elections in the country. Pakistani authorities blocked off all major roads into the capital. Meanwhile, police fired tear gas at PTI workers in Pakistan's Punjab when they tried to remove roadblocks on highways leading to Islamabad. Even as the world is still dealing with the coronavirus, monkeypox virus is wreaking havoc in at least 12 countries. Kurd Zeske survived an outbreak nearly 2 decades ago.
The re-emergence of monkeypox in the U.S. brings back some painful memories for Kurt Zeske. You survived monkeypox.
Yes, yes.
The Lake Geneva man was a veterinarian in 2003 and came in contact with a prairie dog carrying the virus.
Within about 48 hours of my handling that specimen, I became ill. Chicken pox or pox-like lesions, nausea, dizziness, high fever.
There were 71 monkeypox cases reported in the U.S. in 2003, 39, or more than half of them, right here in Wisconsin. There's not been a single Wisconsin case reported in the 19 years since, but health officials say they're ready if monkeypox were to return.
Parts of the Middle East are enveloped in a thick layer of dust as a mega sandstorm blows through the region. The storm caused a building to collapse in Iran, leading to 11 deaths.
Baghdad's skies were painted red as the country faced a massive sandstorm, the 10th one in 2 months. Several people were hospitalized with breathing difficulties. In neighboring Iran, the sandstorm caused the still under construction building in Abadan to collapse. 11 bodies were recovered from the debris, with more fear trapped. Abadan Mayor Hossein Hamidpour and 9 others were arrested. Lawmakers opened a separate parliament inquiry into the case to determine the cause of the collapse.
And finally, in the Peruvian city of San Miguel, locals celebrate a unique environment-friendly car race, which is popularly called the Crazy Car Contest. The participating vehicles are all made of recycled materials. The race was a part of celebrations to mark the district's 102nd anniversary. We leave you with that. Thanks a lot for watching.
Namaste and welcome to this edition of The Right Stand, ladies and gentlemen. Even as a fresh petition demanding handing over of the entire Gyanvapi Parisar to the Hindu Paksh has been sent to a fast-track court by a local court in Varanasi, today I would like to draw your attention to a stunning charge that was made by the counsel for one of the petitioners in the Gyanvapi case on The Right Stand last evening. Vishnu Jain, while speaking with us here on the show last night, claimed that the Shivling, which the Hindu Paksh believes is the Adi Vishweshwar, has been willfully desecrated by the Anjuman Intizamiya and a fountain-like structure on it has been mounted. He then further claimed that a 63-centimeter hole has been drilled into the Shivling and that the Muslim Paksh ahead of the survey attempted to remove the mounted structure from the Gyanvapi premises but were stopped by the CRPF. This stunning claim opens up a totally different dimension to the entire Gyanvapi issue. First, listen in to what Vishnu Jain said last evening on The Right Stand.
आनंद जी, मैं आपको सच्चाई बता रहा हूँ। हुआ ये है, जो शिवलिंग है वो इनके कब्जे में था वजू खाने के, उसके वेद भी करते रहते, तो उसमें इन्होंने तोड़ के कुछ ऊपर से जो आप स्ट्रक्चर देख रहे हैं सीमेंट टाइप का, उसमें इन्होंने कुछ ऐसा एक फव्वारा टाइप का स्ट्रक्चर बनाया था और वो जो इन्होंने स्ट्रक्चर बनाया था वो इस समय इनके स्टोर रूम में पड़ा हुआ है। आनंद जी, अभी कुछ दिन पहले उस चीज को ये ले जा रहे थे, सीआरपीएफ ने इनको रोक ली। तो ये सब जो इन्होंने हमारे भगवान के साथ, हमारे देवता के साथ बेअदबी की है, हमें पता है और उसकी लड़ाई हम लड़ रहे हैं। शिवलिंग हमको मिल गया है। ये जो उन्होंने उसके ऊपर कुछ अजीब सा स्ट्रक्चर रखा था, ये इनके स्टोर रूम में बंद है अभी, और उसको हटा रहे थे ये लोग चुपके से। जब सीआरपीएफ ने रोका तो अभी भी इनके स्टोर रूम में पड़ा हुआ है। पूरे स्टोर रूम की भी वीडियोग्राफी, फोटोग्राफी हुई है, वो भी हम कोर्ट में दिखाएंगे कि उसको शिवलिंग को फव्वारा कैसे बोल रहे हैं, ये कैसे मेरे शिवलिंग के साथ खिलवाड़ किया गया, ये भी हम कोर्ट में प्रूफ करेंगे। कैसे उसमें 63 सेंटीमीटर का छेद हुआ है, ये भी हम प्रूफ करेंगे, और कैसे छेद और नीचे तक नहीं हुआ, ये भी हम प्रूफ करेंगे। और इसीलिए मैं कह रहा हूँ आनंद जी, बहुत संजीदगी से कृपया करके वो दीवार खोलिए।
Stunning charges that have been made. Stunning charges that have been made which point to A, willful desecration, B, the question that the court will hear the issue of maintainability tomorrow, that is the 26th. The district judge will hear this issue because that has been asked as per the advice of the Honorable Supreme Court to be advised to be disposed of on priority. But can that issue of maintainability be looked at or be considered without perusing through the entire details of the survey video? This becomes a critical question amidst this allegation that there is a deliberate, willful desecration of the Shivling. And is this not also in violation of the Places of Worship Act 1991? Because jo jahan tha wo वैसे का वैसा रखना है. That is what the law says. Many are challenging the law. But even as per the law, is the Muslim Paksh guilty of altering the nature and also the status of the structures present in the Gyanvapi Parisar? These questions, along with some very big questions that come to mind, ladies and gentlemen. Will the court take cognizance of the charges that have been made? It's a stunning charge. Is it time to seal the entire complex amid the court hearings? Till the time the court completes hearing, should the entire complex be sealed? Is it time to survey the entire complex? Because unless the entire complex is surveyed, those walls which block access broken down, can we actually get to the Gyanvapi ka Sach? Can maintainability be decided without seeing the survey? That's another big question that remains. Can maintainability be decided without seeing the survey? And thereby the debate question, should the court seal Gyanvapi complex? Anila Singh of the BJP with us. Maulana Masoodul Hasan Kazmi, who was there last evening when this claim was made, is with us. Karthik Chopra, political analyst, with us. And Madan Mohan Yadav, lawyer of the Hindu side, is also with us. My namaste to everybody. Maulana Masoodul Hasan Kazmi, this is a stunning charge that's been made. You were there last evening.
Yes. Anandji, I see the matter is sub judice, but the Mandir side day by day cooking up stories after stories, stories after stories, and people are assuming and have judged that the findings of the controversial survey commission on which the Honorable Lower Court had sacked the ex-advocate commissioner. So on the basis of that, stories are being cooked up. Let us wait for the court after tomorrow. Let us wait for the court hearing in the district court. So why are we vitiating the peaceful atmosphere of the country by inciting communal passion of peaceful Indians?
Oh. Now suddenly peaceful Indians and peaceful commission and peaceful sentiment is coming, sir. Why aren't you enraged that the sentiment and the astha of a fellow Indian may have been desecrated? Seat of astha may have been desecrated by other fellow Indians, sir. Why aren't you asking that question? If somebody has attempted to defile the Shivling, drill a hole into that Shivling, do you not want to know? Because आप तो हिंदू आस्था का एहतराम करते हैं, आपने खुद कहा है. ये सवाल आप क्यों नहीं पूछ रहे हैं?
मैं एहतराम करता हूं और मैं एहतराम करता हूं. I am not advocate of the Aurangzeb, But I am for the supremacy and primacy of the Constitution, primacy of the Constitutional value,
if that is the case, let me ask you.
primacy of the law of the land.
No, if it is one law of the land and if that is what you're looking at primacy, then you think, tell me, sir, should the survey video not be seen? If there is proof of a fountain structure, either prove that Vishnu Jain is a liar or prove that he is a fantastic lawyer.
No, his claims have not been examined in the court.
So should you agree it should be examined in the court?
The court has not.
You agree it should be examined in the court?
His claim has not been examined in the court.
So you are saying it should be examined in the court? Let it be examined in the court. मैं कहता हूँ आप let me agree with you that Vishnu Jain ऐसे ही झूठ फैला रहे हैं. So let the court prove कि वो झूठ बोल रहे हैं. Prove it in court.
Court will decide over it.
So you're saying court should examine? No, if court has to decide whether Vishnu Jain's claim is false or true, then the court has to look at the survey video. Then the court has to look at the survey video because the older videos also show Maulana Masoodul Hasan Kazmi that the Muslim Paksh has deliberately tried to alter the Gyanvapi Parisar. They have tried to put chuna in certain places. They have done brickwork in certain places. What are bamboo sticks doing in the lower floor? These are also questions which need answer. यादव जी बताइए, मैं क्या गलत सवाल पूछ रहा हूँ?
कंट्रोवर्शियल
आप एकदम
and is not reliable fully.
जब भी सांस्कृतिक न्याय की बात सामने आती है, तुरंत गंगा जमुना तहजीब, भाईचारा, सहिष्णुता, ये सारे दुनिया की सारी मर्यादा बुद्धि हम पे ही थोपी जाती है। जबकि कितना बड़ा सांस्कृतिक अन्याय हुआ है। एक महान राष्ट्र, उसके नागरिक यदि चाहते हैं कि उसके साथ न्याय हो, ये प्रलाप किया जाता है, तरह तरह के कुतर्क किए जाते हैं। उपासना पद्धति बदल जाने से पुरखे नहीं बदलते हैं, न संस्कृति बदलती है, न देश बदलता है। आपको तो सोचता है आगे आके ये सांस्कृतिक न्याय के जो स्थान मापदंड है, मुस्लिम आक्रांताओं ने तो वहां पे विजय स्तंभ स्थापित किया है, न कि कोई उपासना स्थल गया है, न तो मस्जिद बनाई है। मस्जिद बनाने के लिए देश में बहुत जगह थी, लेकिन ठीक उसी
खुदा के वास्ते हमें हिंदुओं का दुश्मन मत बताओ, हमें हिंदुओं का दुश्मन मत बताओ, हिंदू हमारे भाई हैं।
अगर हम सांस्कृतिक न्याय की बात करते हैं तो आपको समस्या सहिष्णुता की बात करेंगे, भाईचारा, गंगा जमुना तहजीब, केवल सारी दुनिया की मर्यादा बुद्धि हम पे ही थोपी जाती है। अरे भाई, देश का विभाजन मजहब के नाम पे हुआ है, याद रखिए। आज हम सांस्कृतिक न्याय की बात करते हैं तो इसमें तो आपको आगे आना चाहिए। आपके भी पूर्वज तो उसी परंपरा के अनुयायी रहे हैं, केवल मध्यकाल तक अपने को सीमित मत रखिए।
तो साहब हमें हिंदू भाइयों को दुश्मन क्यों बता रहे हो?
संस्कृति से जोड़िए।
नहीं, मैं
मसूद यही पैदा हुए हैं,
काज़मी साहब, अगर ये बात है, मैं आपसे पूछ रहा हूँ, चलिए ज्ञानवापी का मसला साइड पे रखिए। मैं तो इस मुद्दे पे बात ही नहीं कर रहा हूँ। आप हिंदू भाई, आप हिंदू भाइयों का एहतराम करते हैं, आपने बार बार कहा है, मैं आपका बहुत आदर करता हूँ। मैं आपसे पूछ रहा हूँ, क्या आप किसी शिवलिंग पर ड्रिल करेंगे? मैं आपका व्यक्तिगत आपसे पूछ रहा हूँ, क्या आप ऐसा कदम करेंगे?
विषय पर मैं बता रहा हूँ।
नहीं, एक मिनट, मैं काज़मी साहब से पूछ रहा हूँ, बहुत आदर से मैं पूछ रहा हूँ। काज़मी साहब, क्या एज अ पर्सन, एज एन इंडिविजुअल, क्या आप अगर आपको कुछ दिखता है जो कि शिवलिंग है, आप जानते हैं ये शिवलिंग है, क्या आप उस पर ड्रिल करेंगे? व्यक्ति, एज अ पर्सन, एज एन इंडिविजुअल, मैं आपसे पूछ रहा हूँ।
हाँ, मैं आपसे कह रहा हूँ, आप अच्छी भली भांति जानते हैं, आप देश के बहुत रेस्पेक्टेड टीवी जर्नलिस्ट में से आप एक हैं। आप भी भली भांति जानते हैं, हम मुसलमान अपने हिंदू, कुरान में साफ लिखा है, किसी के धर्म को बुरा मत कहो। किसी को तो हम किसी हिंदी डीटी को किसी का कैसे उसको डिसरेस्पेक्ट कर सकते हैं?
आप नहीं करेंगे
इस इश्यू पर
आप नहीं करेंगे? नहीं, मुझे बस आपसे
साबित नहीं हुई।
अब मेरा अगला प्रश्न इसी पे आ रहा है। काज़मी साहब, मेरा अगला प्रश्न इसी पे है। आपने क्या कहा? आपने कहा कि आप कभी ऐसा काम नहीं करेंगे, ठीक है, और इसलिए मैं आपका आदर करता हूं। मैं आपसे पूछ रहा हूं, अगर आपका कोई हिंदू भाई आपको आकर ये कहे कि देखिए इस शिवलिंग के साथ ऐसा हुआ है, तो आप क्या कहते? कि आइए इस तथ्य को समझते हैं, लेट अस गेट टू द बॉटम ऑफ इट। ये तो नेचुरल रिएक्शन है ना, हिंदू मुस्लिम छोड़िए। अगर कोई आकर आपको ये कहता है कि मेरी एक वस्तु के साथ इस तरह से किया गया है, तो आप कहेंगे चलो इसकी तहकीकात करते हैं, तफ्तीश करते हैं। फिर वो कह रहा है व्यक्ति, फिर वो व्यक्ति कह रहा है, आई एम टेकिंग दिस फॉरवर्ड विद कार्तिक चोपड़ा. काजमी साहब, एक मिनट, आई एम टेकिंग इट विद. Then that person, Kartik Chopra, then that person is saying, right now I would have loved to get Vishnu Jain on the phone, but he's on a flight to Banaras. His flight is just taking off. It's scheduled at 8:10, so he's boarded the flight, and that's why he couldn't join us. He's going to Kashi because of the hearing tomorrow. I'm putting this also to our viewers. Now, Kartik Chopra, मैं आपसे पूछ रहा हूँ, that person is saying that the survey video will back my claim. The survey video will back my claim that the structure that they superimposed over the shivling is lying in their storeroom. Now, if somebody makes such a serious charge, do you or do you not want to see the proof? कि पता लगे कि ये व्यक्ति सच बोल रहा है, अपनी इज्जत, अपना पेशा, अपना रुतबा सब कुछ दांव पर लगाकर ये व्यक्ति सच बोल रहा है या झूठ बोल रहा है ऑन नेशनल टेलीविजन. कार्तिक चोपड़ा. Karthik, you're on mute. Can you just unmute yourself? Yeah, go ahead, please.
We definitely want to see the proof. There are 2 or 3 issues over here. The first being on maintainability, second, blasphemy, third, the Places of Worship Act. Now, maintainability is being evaluated against the Places of Worship Act. The religious character of this site, at least of Ma Shringar Gauri, has not changed at all since all the way up to the 1990s when daily puja was stopped. Therefore, to be able to evaluate the maintainability of the suit, you also have to see the factual site evidence as existing on date in that area, and that's what the videography survey will clearly show. It so happens that this videography also shows the shivling that has been found, to which our god Nandi is looking towards. It's very, very clear that as far as Hindus are concerned, Nandi always looks towards Lord Shiva. Therefore, that being a shivling, if the videography also proves that tampering has been done with what I as a devout Hindu believe is a shivling, for me that is a blasphemous act, and 2, a gross violation of the Places of Worship Act 1991, where the religious character of that site has been completely tampered with. So maintainability and survey report, in my opinion, cannot be looked at separately. They are pretty interlinked with each other.
Now, Kartik Chopra, you're also a lawyer, so that's why I'm asking you. Madan Yadav ji bhi hamare saath hain. I am just asking the two of you. Let's say कि वो शिवलिंग नहीं है. हिंदू पक्ष कह रहा है कि शिवलिंग है. उसको अभी तक उसकी पड़ताल नहीं हुई. But as per the Places of Worship Act 1991. Is the Muslim Paksh allowed to drill a hole into that structure and surmount it with a fountain? Do they have the permission to do that?
Absolutely not.
बताइए मदन जी, क्या उनको ये अनुमति है कि वो अंदर किसी भी वस्तु का आकार बदल सकें?
इस विषय में थोड़ा सा मैं बैकग्राउंड में जाऊंगा. जी, मैं बीएचयू में हिस्ट्री का स्टूडेंट रहा. जब यहाँ पढ़ रहा था उस समय राम जन्मभूमि आंदोलन चरम पे था. तो वहां पे हम लोगों ने जिज्ञासा बस वहां पे एक नारा लगा था, अयोध्या हुई हमारी है, काशी मथुरा की बारी है. तो उसके बिहाफ, उसके परिदृश्य को देखते हुए हम लोग जिज्ञासा पैदा हुई, आके देखे. जो चीजें उस समय देखी आज बहुत सी मिटाई गई हैं, बहुत से समाप्त की गई हैं. एडवोकेट कमीशन हुआ था तो हम लोग गए थे और वो बहुत से आज दिखाई नहीं पड़ते हैं. उसी में ये क्यू लिंक ड्रिलिंग का विषय है. और राम जन्मभूमि आंदोलन के बाद तो यहाँ पे बहुत से साक्ष्य मिटाने का षड्यंत्र किया गया है. वो सब चीजें स्पष्ट हो रही हैं, लेकिन कितना मिटाएंगे फिर भी तो है. और एक बात भले ही आप शरारतपूर्ण कह सकते हैं, हो सकता है इस्लाम में शिवलिंग को फाउंटेन या फव्वारा कहते हो, मैं इस विषय पर नहीं जाना चाहता हूँ. परंतु वहां पे आज बहुत कुछ मिटाया जा चुका है. अरे एकदम
आनंद जी, राम जन्मभूमि पे तो 5/1/1950 को उस पूरी एरिया को सीआरपीसी 145 में कुर्क भी करी गई, सील भी किया गया था
जी.
यहाँ कुछ वहां पे छेड़छाड़ी ना हो.
नहीं, इसके अंदर एक मुअज्जिन वहां पे हमेशा रहता है, केयर टेकर. याद सुनिए, केयर टेकर रहता है. इतनी नमाजी अनवरत जाते रहते हैं. राम जन्मभूमि में कोई मुसलमान नहीं जाता था, वो जाते रहे, हजारों की संख्या में जाते रहे. और अभी 6 तारीख को जिस दिन हमारा प्रथम एडवोकेट कमीशन का विजिट हुआ, उस दिन 2001 व्यक्ति अंदर गए थे. ये शक्ति प्रदर्शन किया जा रहा, तो साक्ष्य मिटाने का अनवरत प्रयास किया जाता रहा है। मोटा सा चूना का लेपन करा के, फिर जहां पे संस्कृत के श्लोक, मूर्तियों का उत्कीर्ण था दीवारों में, उन सबको नष्ट किया गया, उनको डिस्टर्ब किया गया है। वो अपने उस
तो फिर ये
स्वरूप में नहीं है।
तो फिर ये तो प्लेसेस ऑफ वर्शिप एक्ट 1991 का ब्रेजन वायलेशन हो गया।
जी
उल्लंघन है,
पूरी तरह उल्लंघन। और सबसे बड़ी बात
और जहां गंगा जमनी तहजीब की बात भी आती है आनंद जी, जहां पे जिस चीज को हम अपना शिवलिंग मानते हैं उसको ऑनरेबल सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने फिलहाल 8 हफ्ते तक सील कर रखा है। मुसलमान कम्युनिटी के तरफ से किसी भी लीडर का ये नहीं आया कि भैया हमारा ये वजू खाना ही तो है और तो कुछ नहीं, इसको हम हटा देते हैं। हमें कोई आपत्ति नहीं कि जब तक वेरिफिकेशन नहीं होती कोर्ट द्वारा हम यहाँ पे नहीं। उल्टा हमने सुना है कई लोग कहते हैं हम तो यही वजू करेंगे। तो कहाँ से गंगा जमनी तहजीब, कहाँ से भाईचारा? हम लोग
नहीं भाईचारा नहीं, ये माइंडसेट देखिए कल रात को मैं
हमारे देव विग्रह के प्रति इनका दुराग्रह देखिए कि वजू खाना में वहां पे हाथ पैर धोया जाता है, दुनिया जानती। कुल्ला करना यानी कि उसको किसी तरह अपमानित करना आज भी ये मानसिकता से उभरे नहीं है।
तो फिर अगर ये तो फिर ये किस तरह की मानसिक नहीं, यही तो मैं कह रहा हूँ कि बनारस के लोगों के साथ ही उनकी आस्था का अपमान कर रहे हैं, निरादर कर रहे हैं। ठीक है, आपने वहां पर पूजा अर्चना भी रोक दी, जो कि तो क्या आपका राइट टू प्रार्थना, दैट इज राइट टू प्रे अनिला सिंह, of the Muslims, is it higher than the right to worship of the Hindus? क्योंकि माँ श्रृंगार गौरी की पूजा तो उस वक्त भी होती थी 1991, 92, 93 तक हुई है, तो फिर अभी क्यों रोकी जाए? तो फिर इस बात पर कहाँ गई गंगा जमुनी तहजीब? Where is the cooperation? Why does the Hindu have to go to the court to get access to a fundamental right which was perennial?
Why should the Hindu have to be apologetic for being a Hindu?
No,
for following
sir,
his
those are all. I am just saying. I'm coming back to this. Anila Singh, if I stand there and today I am saying it's a shivling, you are saying it's a fountain. We have to get to the bottom of it. But I am making a far greater charge. I am saying that they knew it was a shivling. Despite that, they drilled a hole in it. They converted a shivling into a fountain despite knowing fully well the importance of the shivling. Then what does that imply, sir? What does that imply, ma'am?
Anand, first of all, my Ram to everyone and remembering my Ishth Har Har Mahadev. And just now you said that why such an insult and why Hindus were not able and Hindus are not able to exercise their right to pray. Because we very well know that years together, India was governed by political parties who were deep into appeasement. For them, everything was vote bank. And because of the vote bank, they allowed these all things. And what to say about Samajwadi Party? I mean, everybody knows that what was their behavior in Ayodhya and how Mulayam Singh Yadav stopped Shringar Gauri's puja there.
I have only one question, very respectfully, Anila ji. Last 6 years, it's the BJP which is in power in Uttar Pradesh. Last 6 years, has the Shringar Gauri shrine been open to deities because that was what was prevalent on the 15th of August 1947? So has the Places of Worship Act 1991 been implemented in letter and spirit, or has the Muslim Paksh been allowed to get away with violation? Again, it was the district administration which did not facilitate the survey on the 6th of May. The complainant, the plaintiff went against the district administration. The Varanasi court order has also questioned the district administration and fixed the accountability to the chief secretary's office and the Lucknow police headquarters office.
With all due respect, Anand, I do not agree with you. Just now you mentioned since 6 years, Bharatiya Janata Party's government is there in Uttar Pradesh, and yet that day when survey was to be conducted, the first day, the survey team couldn't enter inside the premises to know the religious character of the place. Yes, you're absolutely correct. But at the same time, we saw that so many people had gathered in front of Gyan Wapi Masjid, and they all were mischievous people. So at times, government or police administration, they have to take certain steps so that no law and order situation arises there. But next time, when the survey team went there, you saw everything happened very smoothly. So many a time, I just want to say one thing.
No, but I am asking you. I am not even. Anila ji.
5 seconds. I just.
Okay, please complete. Please complete.
आनंद जी.
एक मिनट मदन जी. अनिला जी बोल रहे फिर आप बोलिए जी.
काज़मी साहब, मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगा कि आपने कहा कि हमें कोई हिंदुओं से बैर नहीं है. बहुत अच्छी बात है साहब, क्योंकि ये जो इस्लामिक इन्वेडर्स आए थे, ये इस्लामिक रूलर्स आए थे, तब आप लोगों ने इस्लाम नहीं, यानी आपकी पुरखों ने इस्लाम कबूल नहीं किया था. ये आपकी भी जो मंदिर है, ये आपके पुरखों के भी मंदिर थे. आप लोग इन लोगों का मुकदमा क्यों लड़ रहे हैं? क्यों आप लोग मुगलों का मुकदमा लड़ रहे हैं? क्यों आप लोग स्लेव डायनेस्टी का मुकदमा लड़ रहे हैं? क्यों आप लोग बहामनी सुल्तान जिन्होंने टारगेट बना के 1 लाख हिंदुओं का हमेशा वध किया जाए, उसके लिए मुकदमा लड़ रहे हैं? क्या हम लोग नहीं जानते अच्छी तरीके से जो तैमूर था 1399 में एक दिन में उसने 1 लाख लोगों का कत्ल करवा दिया था हिंदुओं का? क्या ये सच्चाई नहीं है कि अगर हम पूरा ये एक पीरियड देखते हैं तो तकरीबन 8 करोड़ हिंदुओं का वध हुआ था पूरे विश्व में. इतना बड़ा जो ब्लडीएस्ट होलोकास्ट कहीं हुआ हो, केवल और केवल हमारे भारत में हुआ. आप लोगों के पुरखे उस वक्त हिंदू थे. क्यों आप लोग इन लोगों का मुकदमा लड़ रहे हैं जिन लोगों ने हिंदुओं का कत्लेआम किया? ये वही अकबर है जिसने अटैक किया तो हिंदुओं को मरवा के उनकी खोपड़ियों का पहाड़ बनवा दिया था. औरंगजेब के विषय में नहीं जानते क्या? शाहजहां ने अपनी बीवी के नाम की कब्र बनाई, उसके ऊपर इमारत खड़ी करी और जितने भी काम करने वाले हिंदू थे या जो भी थे उनके हाथ कटवा दिए गए. क्यों इनका मुकदमा आप लोग लड़ रहे हैं? क्यों नहीं आज आप हिंदुओं के साथ खड़े हुए हैं? आप गंगा जमनी तहजीब की बात करते हैं. गंगा जमनी बीच का जो दोआब एरिया है वहां तो आप लोगों ने, यानी कि जब आप लोगों से मतलब जिनका मुकदमा आप लोग लड़ रहे हैं, उन्होंने एक भी मंदिर नहीं रहने दिया. और वैसे भी गंगा जमनी तहजीब कौन सी, क्या गंगा को पूजते हैं आप लोग? यमुना को पूजते हैं. यमुना तो जो है सूर्य की पुत्री थी. भाईचारा हम लोग बन गए. भाई आप बन गए, कोई दाऊद अब्राहम भाई बन गया, तो कोई अबू सलेम भाई बन गया. तो मुझे ये समझ में नहीं
जवाब देने दीजिए.
आज की तारीख में इस प्रकार का.
बोलिए, जवाब दीजिए.
आनंद जी
जवाब दीजिए. मैं नहीं बोल रहा हूँ, जवाब दीजिए.
अनिला जी बड़ी रेस्पेक्टेड, हाँ अनिला जी बहुत रेस्पेक्टेड लेडी हैं, हम उनका बहुत एहतराम करते हैं. पहली बात तो ये कि आप हमें इन्वेडर के साथ मत खड़ा कीजिए. मैं फिर दोबारा कह रहा हूँ कि वी आर नॉट विद औरंगजेब. हम तो सिर्फ इस देश में कानून की सुपरमेसी, कानून की प्राइमेसी, लैंड ऑफ द लॉ. आप उस कानून को बदल दीजिए. वर्शिप प्लेसेस
नहीं, अगर कानून की नहीं कानून की सुप्रीमेसी जब आपके लिए नहीं, ये कानून की दुहाई तब आप देते हैं जब आपको लगता है कि इस कानून की आड़ में आप छुप जाएंगे और अपनी बात नहीं कहेंगे. कानून की सुप्रीमेसी आपने हिजाब में मानी. कानून की सुप्रीमेसी आपने 3 तलाक के एबॉलिशन पे मानी. कानून की सुप्रीमेसी आप कॉमन सिविल कोड, यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड पे मानने को तैयार है. तब तो आपके लिए शरिया बड़ा हो गया. सर ये जो है ना, ये दोगुलापन ही तो दिक्कत देता है. इन्होंने क्या पूछा? इन्होंने ये पूछा कि ये लोग कौन है जो जानते थे कि वो शिवलिंग है लेकिन उस पर ड्रिल किया. आप तो नहीं करते, तो आपको तो उन लोगों के साथ खड़ा होना चाहिए जो ये पूछ रहे हैं कि आपने क्यों किया. आपको तो बोलना चाहिए कि कोर्ट इससे पहले कि कोई और फैसला ले, पहले ये फैसला पहले डिसाइड करे कि उस वीडियोग्राफी में, उस वीडियो में क्या क्या कैद है, उसको देखे और फिर डिसाइड करे कि ये सूट मेंटेनेबल है कि नहीं. आपको तो खुल के बोलना चाहिए. आप बोलिए ना कि कोर्ट पहले सारे सर्वे की रिपोर्ट को देखे, वीडियो को देखे, फिर मेंटेनेबिलिटी डिसाइड कीजिए. चलिए
मौलाना साहब, मैं आपने
जज बन के ये फैसला भी कर दिया, पूरे देश को सुना दिया कि शिवलिंग है.
We will track this very closely. I have to wind up for the moment. Madan Mohan ji, Karthik ji, I request you to join us tomorrow evening when we talk about this once the maintainability issue is heard by the district judge in Varanasi. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, we are on the cusp of 8 years of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Is his Vikas push women-centric? We come back with an all-women panel and listen to their views. Stay with us.
मानसिकता को खत्म करना अपने आप में एक बड़ा कदम है.
The Kedarnath Yatra was temporarily halted at Sonprayag because of heavy rains. Helicopter services from Hata and Gaurikand were temporarily suspended as well. Devotees have been advised not to hike to the temple and return back to their hotels. The Yatra began on the 3rd of May this year after a 2-year hiatus because of the pandemic. AIMIM Chief Asduddin Owaisi has hit out at Assam Chief Minister Hemanta Biswa Sarma for his remark on madrasas. Owaisi asked the Chief Minister to concentrate on flood-affected people instead of targeting madrasas. The Assam Chief Minister had earlier said that madrasas should cease to exist and that the Quran should be taught at home.
इनको ये बात समझने की ज़रूरत है कि मदरसों में साइंस, मैथ्स सब पढ़ाया जाता और मदरसों के ज़रिए से ही भारत को और खूबसूरत बनाया गया। तो इनको इन सब चीज़ों से मालूमात नहीं है।
According to a New York Times report, Chinese hackers have attempted stealing Russian defense data. Number one, emails with malware links were sent to Russian scientists. The attempt was to obtain critical data on Russia's security systems. These emails were supposedly sent by Russia's Ministry of Health. It contained a list of persons under US sanctions for invading Ukraine. These emails were actually sent by state-sponsored hackers in China. Former Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah has reignited the beef ban debate, addressing a public rally in Tumkuru. Siddaramaiah said that he was a Hindu who eats beef and that if he wanted to, then no one could stop him from doing so. It's a big setback to B.S. Yediyurappa. The BJP High Command has rejected the Karnataka unit's recommendation to field Mr. Yediyurappa's son, B.Y. Vijendra, for elections to the Karnataka Legislative Council. The central leadership instead chose to field Lakshman Savadi, Keshav Prasad, Chalavadi Narayanaswamy and Hemlata Nayak. The MLC elections will take place on the 3rd of June. A day after the video of a child using provocative slogans at a PFI rally in Alappuzha in Kerala went viral, the Kerala police have now arrested one person. A case has also been registered against PFI Alappuzha district president and secretary for promoting enmity between different religious groups. Staying with Kerala, a court there has sentenced Kiran Kumar, the husband of Vismaya, to 10 years in jail in connection with the dowry death case. A fine of 12.5 lakh rupees has also been imposed on Kumar, 2 lakhs of which will be paid to Vismaya's parents. Vismaya hanged herself in her marital home in June last year, alleging dowry harassment. The Tamil Nadu government is facing fire over an FIR against Tamil magazine Junior Vigadan and 2 YouTubers. The complaint has been filed by a real estate firm G Square Realtors, claiming extortion and intimidation by a close associate of the Vigadan group. The opposition has called the government's move an attempt to muzzle the media. The son of a former Congress minister, Hukum Tarada, was charged for ramming his car of a businessman, in fact, in Sehor in Madhya Pradesh.
Rohit Singh was driving in an inebriated.
महिलाओं को शिक्षित इसलिए होना है ताकि वो अपने अधिकारों का सही इस्तेमाल कर सके, अपना भविष्य खुद तय कर सके।
We believe women empowerment is vital to our development.
बेटियों की भूमिका को विस्तार दिया जा रहा है। हमारे सुरक्षा तंत्र में भी विमेन पावर की भूमिका को और व्यापक किया जा रहा है।
मेरी बहनों को जो 3 तलाक के खिलाफ लड़ाई लड़ रही है, मैं हृदय से उनका अभिनंदन करता हूं। शॉर्ट सर्विस कमीशन के माध्यम से महिला अधिकारियों को पुरुष समकक्ष अधिकारियों की तरह पारदर्शी चयन प्रक्रिया द्वारा स्थायी कमीशन का मैं आज घोषणा करता हूं।
गर्भवती महिलाओं को अस्पताल में पंजीकरण और डिलीवरी, टीकाकरण और पौष्टिक आहार के लिए 6,000 रुपये की आर्थिक मदद करेगी।
It's 8 years of Prime Minister Narendra Modi in power as the head or as the Pradhan Sevak of this country. So he's gone back with a phenomenal mandate. And I was asking somebody what is central and what is unique to Prime Minister Narendra Modi's Vikas Mantra. So the response that I got is very, very interesting, ladies and gentlemen. He said when the Prime Minister stands up and he starts with Bharat Mata Ki Jai, so he says the first two words are his primary focus, Bharat and Mata. So the country and of course who he believes, the person or people who power this country, 50% of this population, country's population, who don't get talked about, the Mata, the Beti, the women. That's where it is. So it is India and the women of India who are central to all his policies because he believes they are going to drive everything. Because if the home, at the nucleus or the heart of the home is the woman. So that's the philosophy. That's what was told to me. It somehow hit home for me. So today we said, all right, let's do one thing. Let's get the women to talk about the 8 years of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Women from various fields, women who are first, some of them who are just joining me for the first time here on this very special endeavor and also here on the right stand. And others who I've sparred with regularly who've been part of my show. So Swasti Rao, Charu Pragya, they are the experienced ones on the show here. But Ananya and Zeba, you're coming in and joining us for the first time. So welcome. Thank you, ladies. Thank you very, very much. Each of them has a different perspective, not just political, but also in terms of policy. And they have also championed and seen a lot of the effort, a lot of the implementation manifest. And has this made a serious change? Let's ask them. So let me start with you, Zeba. You are from the northeast of our country, is it? And you are very, very vocal on social media about a lot of issues. But let me ask you, what do you think is the biggest change in the last 8 years under Prime Minister Narendra Modi's leadership?
See, firstly, I would like to congratulate Prime Minister Modi ji on completing 8 years of his, on the helm of the affairs in India. So, as the saying goes, cometh the hour, cometh the men, and indeed he is a personification of the state statement. And I was really young when the UPA government was in power, and I was not aware of politics that our country is facing, and all I could recall right now are the discussions, TV shows where they used to discuss about scams after scams, and I could say the major reform that was led by the Modi government was to bring in good, efficient and corruption-free governance. That is one aspect. And from being a Muslim, from coming from a Muslim background, fast forward, I would say that the most important and personally for me was the beginning of real reform was the abolition of triple talaq. And the Modi government, and they have a vision which is not myopic, or it's not how would I say focused on smaller myopic political issues, that goes beyond. And it was a very significant step that was taken by Modi ji's government that led to empowering Muslim women all throughout. And yeah, I would consider that as the major
single most let me ask you, is there a significant shift in the way the northeast of our country is now perceived, connected, linked to the rest of Bharat in the last 8 years? Has there been a significant difference that he's made there?
Yes, indeed. It is because of the leadership, right? We need to see, I am very, as a youth myself, I'm very optimistic, and my optimism increases with the leadership. And with the leadership in the center and also at the state, I have complete trust, and I have seen changes in the last 8 years on how our society is developing, and how, we have infra development that took place in our, in our Assam, like whether it's mere road construction or whether it's something relevant to, railways, airports, or, connectivity. There are so many aspects or development schemes and initiatives that are done by the center and the state both that have, complemented to, connect both.
A lot of people didn't even know that taps water at homes that the Northeast, especially states in the Northeast, have the least amount of penetration as far as taps in the homes are concerned. So that is one aspect. Then of course there is Swachh Bharat and so many other aspects. But let me ask everybody one by one. Ananya,
I think
you're involved in Poshan, the immunization part,
Yes.
isn't it? And were you also involved in other activities?
Yes, so I'm my training is in public health and behavior change communication. And I would really start with saying that the biggest focus that you see in terms of Modi government's policies is a very clear targeting of women beneficiaries. Whether you, and you know, when you talk about women empowerment, it's one thing is to, you know, just use this term, but the other one is really unbundling to see what these numbers really are. And if you look at numbers and look at various schemes and the gender aspect of those schemes, whether it's 11 crore toilets built under Swachh Bharat Abhiyan, whether it's Jan Dhan accounts, 40 to 45 crore Jan Dhan accounts, and more than 50% of those are held by women. Go on to Ujjwala Yojana, 9 crore, you know, cylinders, and of course we are talking about women drudgery and we are talking about women's health in this case. Whether you even talk about menstrual health, uptake of sanitary napkins, I mean, this was a taboo topic, and it's been very beautifully clubbed within a larger umbrella of, you know, a sanitation campaign, a Swachh Bharat Abhiyan campaign. And then you move on to other legislative reforms, whether it's increasing the, you know, paid maternity leave to 26 weeks. You know, when we talk about empowering women, it's not enough to give them health and education, but to really enable them to go for work. So I guess 26 weeks of paid maternity leave is really a starting point in terms of enabling women who are in the you know, formal workforce. And then finally, just recently they've also introduced a law to increase the minimum age of marriage to 21 years. And as a public health researcher, we understand that it's not just a political statement to make. Age at marriage has so much to do with the health implications that a young mother would have, and then what is it that they transfer to their child. So it's really a mix of, I mean, I see all of these schemes as a mix of public health, women empowerment, even consolidation, you know, across caste and class lines. When you talk about Swachh Bharat Abhiyan as an example, I think one of the most distinguishing features in Modi era have been that previously most of the government schemes were focused on supply side interventions. What is it that the government can do for you, which is very, very critical. But one major change that Prime Minister Modi has brought about, and all the development partners and NGOs working in this space have brought about, is really looking at bottom-up demand generation for improved services. They use the term Jan Andolan, which literally translates into community mobilization. And now government is talking about Jan Bhagidari.
In terms of percentage base of women voters who've come out to vote, it's been greater, significantly higher than the percentage of men voters as we look at the base. And now there are inputs coming in where the women are telling the household, the entire household, sons, daughters, husbands, father-in-laws, fathers, everybody alike, that this is the person you got to vote, you don't wear. Earlier, the trend used to be the other way around. And I saw this manifest during the recent 5 state elections when we were on ground, and that's what he said, hum to bol diye.
And this dismisses the rhetoric that people vote only on caste lines and religious lines and regional lines. I think, and you know, people typically tend to think that India is poor and underdeveloped and people will just vote on ethnic identities. But this goes on to prove that, you know, a common man or a common woman is as smart as you are, and they will vote.
True. No, and delivery matters. If
Yes.
implementation, if it reaches you, if it changes your life, then you don't forget it, unless something very critical happens. But there are also challenges. So let me ask you, Charu Pragya, today, not as spokesperson of the BJP, as an individual and somebody who's fought cases, who's fought for justice for those who've been violated. You've worked very hard on that. You're looking at implementation on ground. How different is are things under PM Modi?
So I'm going to use 2 examples, one from my personal life. There is a Prime Minister in our country today who does not use strong and stringent laws to bring about a change only. He can come on television and make an appeal. He can click a photograph and make an appeal. And these appeals penetrate to the last person standing in this country, and that is his strength, and that is what is so wonderful about PM Modi. It's one of the reasons why I joined politics. I was a full-time lawyer, I was a partner in a law firm, and slowly and steadily I got involved with politics, only admiring our Prime Minister, and eventually I left law the way I used to practice it to be in the public field. So what he does is, the strength that he has is, he'll click a selfie with a little child and start a hashtag called selfie with daughter. And we will see the sex ratio changing in our country, which all the laws in the world couldn't do. We couldn't stop female infanticide. There were always doctors willing to take a little bit of extra money and tell the gender of the baby in the womb. Our Prime Minister has made this change. And how did he do it? Just by spreading love and expressing himself. This is the same Prime Minister who can go onto the ramparts of the Red Fort and talk about something like menstruation, talk about sanitary napkins. That's one of the projects I also took up. And when we went through the numbers for our country, when we saw how the have and have-nots have this wide gap which needs to be worked upon and changed, we were pushed into motion. And I think I see that changing every day, because it's not just people like us who come from a background where we have access to education, where we can speak to you, where we can be on television. It's girls in villages who are taking up these leadership roles, who are saying, Didi, आप मेरे पास napkins का पैकेट छोड़ दो, मैं सबसे बात करूंगी और मैं उनको समझाऊंगी ज़रूरी क्यों है. And I love that. I love going to a village and then having to hear from them sometime later that we have it under control. We will make sure every young girl is educated now. And this is about their health. This is about how much money our country spends on women's health in the future, about how much money our country spends on children's health when they are born. So actually it all comes together beautifully. And the last and one very important thing, Anand, we have always been talking about ensuring women participate more and more in the workforce. You were just discussing before the show started rolling, where are the women in the workforce going? I was looking at numbers. In the next 1 year, 90% increase in women-led businesses in our country. 90% increase, that's like a massive increase. Already in 1 year, we have seen a 75% leap. So that means there are policies, there are initiatives of our government like Startup India, like Stand Up India, which are helping women. Our homes which are given by the Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana are registered in the names of women. And I'm a single mother, I'm divorced, and there were certain things that PM Modi did which impacted my life personally. When he said, school mein naam likhane ke liye agar ek single parent hai, passport mein ek naam kafi hai, maa ka naam ho ya pita ka naam ho, that's you know, changes so many things for a single parent. Also, when a girl is afraid of being kicked out of her house, usually when marriages end, the girls get... I'm not talking about those people who are misusing the law. I'm talking about the general things. So what is a woman most afraid of? Losing her house. So our Prime Minister, with one stroke of his pen, has ensured that most of the women will be protected. They will always have a roof over their head.
Yeah, because under PM Awas Yojana, the
registration is in the name of women. And it's such a brilliant thing, right, Anand? It's such a simple thing. It's such a simple thing to solve so many big problems.
So a lot of women who are out of the workforce are turning entrepreneurs, and if women are turning entrepreneurs, and that number is going up as per Charu Pragya, fantastic. We are already looking at too many Sunicons, so we don't know how many of them are going to be women-led.
Yeah,
more power to them.
I'm thinking now, looking at all those happy numbers, I should also think of a good startup.
Yeah, not just startup. See, I was reading a story. It's just amazing. A lady in Sehor in Madhya Pradesh. Yeah. She has actually quit her job and she started Madhumakhi farm.
Oh, wow.
So she's gotten into that business of beekeeping, and she's producing and manufacturing honey, and she's turned it into a fantastic enterprise. So there are a lot of these examples too. Swasti Rao, how would you like to look at these 8 years?
Well, first of all, good to be here. You know, good to meet all these great young women. And well, I mean, there are lots of things that I would like to say, but I'd rather sort of stick to the work that I do. So I've been basically dabbling with foreign policy as far back as I can remember, from my masters and onwards, and all the way to Japan and other parts of the world, and then back to India. You know, a couple of things I'd like to say. Right. The first thing is that women, when you look at, of course, so you know, we did talk about how women are now increasing in the defense forces, and how that is a major change, right? Because for a country like India, where we are like 50% of you know, the population, so that's there. But more importantly, and similarly, I was looking at these stills here, these relatively rural women and all that. Let me just tell you, when you look at conflicts and the way international conflicts have marred the world, right from 90s after the end of the Cold War till about now, we keep hearing that war is bad for everyone, but it is 2 times as bad, or twice as bad, thrice as bad for the woman, right? And then there is a lot of literature that has emerged recently that says that how can women be at the center of this conflict prevention and conflict resolution? Why? Because women, think with an emotional intelligence as compared to men. And you might just think that perhaps it's something very fancy or something that will not really have too much impact on the ground. But actually, a lot of United Nations models, right, that look at post-conflict peace building and conflict prevention have actually tried to capitalize on models that tap on this emotional quotient that the women bring to the table. And unless the men who fight for majority women try to build a consensus, and that consensus somewhere is key because they are coming from a very, very basic, so to say, part of that that particular area that we are looking at. So that is one. So the role that women can play in conflict resolution is immense. I'm not sure to what extent do we look at it in terms of, right now in our own country, but there are models that are existing. And let me also say I had a brush with this very inspiring group of women called the Mahila Shanti Sena, who are based out of Bihar. And, it is a shame because we did not know that about in India, but somebody in the McMaster University in Canada was doing a course on that and something, they wanted to interview them, and that's how I came to know. So it's like, we don't know these stories.
So Modi ji made the first ever woman external affairs minister.
Sushma Swaraj.
Sushma ji.
So I was thinking, I said, I missed Sushma ji.
Yeah, so when she was talking, I was just thinking this, that Sushma ji was this force which made India a country where a citizen stuck anywhere. Ek unka tweet tha, and it's still the pinned tweet on her profile. Even if you're stuck on Mars, the Indian embassy there will help you.
Yeah,
and I think that's the love and the sensitivity a woman got when she took over the ministry.
No, and not just that, for the responses she gave on the international platform when the narrative was on Kashmir was wrong. Yeah. The way that UFA pact that she got the Pakistanis to sign was a masterstroke. It ended up in Nawaz Sharif's fall because of the fact that in that UFA pact there was no Kashmir mention, and it's just that they were ready to talk to us on everything. So there was a shift in the narrative that she drove, and currently I think under Dr. Jaishankar we are not shifting away or deviating from that line, and we're continuing to hold that line.
She actually left behind a legacy, and I think she got this emotional intelligence that you were talking about on the platform. That emotional intelligence was so important.
Actually, Pragya, you know what? We have had great visionaries, we have had great, so to say, women researchers, thinkers, etc. The point is that when you are operating within a matrix with the right kind of policies, with the right kind of national interest push, all that is able to show its impact. Otherwise, it's not able to show impact. That's a very important thing. And also, I think I kind of missed that because since we were talking about women and also the Muslim women, after the abrogation of Article 370, part of a lot of political and also foreign policy research is also focused on the Kashmiri women, for instance. And I think now there are a lot of publications that are coming out from Kashmir, the voices of the Kashmiri women who are so happy with so many opportunities that have opened up. So the point is not to say that the Kashmir problem is solved. Of course, it's a work in progress because it's been a fairly complicated issue in its own right. But the point is that because of the opportunities that have opened up. So these kind of stories, these kind of things probably need better attention.
Simple points of empowerment. Interesting trend in our country is that there are more internet users in rural India compared to urban India. So that's the shift that we are seeing. And when you say that it is all women oriented, the accounts, Jan Dhan account, the direct benefit transfer, when the money comes straight into the woman's hand, because largely in our country, even now, women are the nucleus of the house. They are the ones who control. The men, a large part, are useless. Especially in the northeast of India, that's what it is, because it's the women who do all the work, not just at home but outside, and the men are largely doing nothing. Even in western part of our country, we see that in Rajasthan there is a trend like that. So, but these are women who, for all the time, never had the power to control the finances. It was what was the traditional way of looking at things. The traditional way of looking at this, the man would assert purely one on brute
physical power and the fact that he would say, I am the one who's bringing the bread, right? And I am the one who's got the money. But right now, do you think that's made a big shift when everything is empowered with the woman of the house? Especially in a country that is socially driven by this form of work, where sharing the load is not an equal concept, is not a concept. It's the grahini is the woman as a concept. Do you think that's made a big difference in the last 8 years?
I would say, in fact, I'd like to come back to a couple of points. We spoke about political leadership and Prime Minister's leadership. I see it differently. I don't see it as a very, of course, leadership is very, very personality driven. But I see Prime Minister Modi's role, and this is what he says. I think on 20th of May, he says, just as how, and he was talking from the perspective of a political leader, that just as how we visit each and every household to garner a vote, so should we visit each and every household to provide, beneficiary welfare programs. And when he talks about 125 crore Indians, I really think he's putting the onus on people themselves. So it is really giving power to people, and whether it's women, then power to women. And secondly, it's obvious. I think women leadership at the top is more evident to the eyes. But I would say even bottom-up leadership, like Anganwadi workers,
Asha workers. No, them being recognized by WHO is such a big thing. No, and you open sports to women, and women won more medals for the country for us at Tokyo 2020 than the men did.
I mean, I would just give my own personal, share my own personal experience here. I had a helper at home during, and it was, the lockdown was sort of getting announced, and she had 3 children, and she told me that when I had 3 children, I did not know about family planning. I've recently been visiting an Anganwadi center, and Asha, a worker, has been coming to my house and has been telling me that no, you should not have more than 3 children. She's admitted my child into an Anganwadi center, and then now again, her issues were different. Like, for example, she would say that, and she's a working woman, right? You would typically imagine a woman workforce to be going to a corporate office in Cyber City or Lower Parel in Mumbai. But these are very much working women who feel, and of course, then law and safety. And in a lot of states, we've seen that women's safety has been an issue for which women have voted out for. I mean, if you don't have safety, you cannot talk about stepping out of your house for education, for skill development or employment. And finally, the third thing she told me was, she was like, now I'm going back to Bihar. I'm not going to be working out of Delhi. And I said, why? And she said, because मुझे मोदी जी ने फ्री अनाज दे दिया है घर पे. वहाँ पर आशा वर्कर और आंगनवाड़ी वर्कर भी आते हैं अगर कोविड का हमें टीका लगने को होगा, या फिर वो हमें राशन देते हैं, मुझे सैनिटरी नैपकिन देते हैं. And that's how she explained a case of reverse migration from Delhi back to Bihar.
I have reason to go back to my village.
Go back to their villages during the COVID-19 lockdown. And of course, these are things to build upon, right? If you've provided basic level of food security, and I work in the space of nutrition, that's only a starting point. I mean, providing rice and wheat is like the basic building block. And now Poshan Abhiyan is talking about diversified diets. And how can diets really control your nutritional outcomes, and how does nutrition lead into health, and then health into well-being. So I think all of these are interconnected, and we should only, while this has to be congratulated, I really see that these schemes are very, very, I mean, it takes generations, for example, to address something like stunting and child undernutrition. So so I think this government stability, since it came back into power, I feel from a policy perspective, it has really provided that stability to the system to really sustain these programs. I mean, even if you say, look at Swachh Bharat Abhiyan, it's now transforming into a solid waste management program in its phase 2. So I really see a lot of these policy schemes going on.
And we'll see single-use plastic being banned. So ladies, it's been great talking. We're running out of time. So I'm just going to push this till another 3 minutes or 4 minutes. I'm going to ask each of you, give one minute and tell me what next. What do you expect from Prime Minister Narendra Modi and his government as a woman of India? What next? So let me start with Zeba, and then I'll end with Swastika.
See, I would expect the impending reforms take place, which are like labor laws, and most importantly law enforcement or judiciary reforms, which will have an impact which is exponential. And I have high hopes from him as a youth, and I would consider, for the sake of the youth of this country, I personally wish him success, and I wish that he prospers and wins the 2024 election. And for the opposition of this country, as suppose, I would rather request them to look into the internal issues. And I just I hope
13 crore plus new voters are going to step into the arena as far as data in 2024, and you're wishing him, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, all the best. Among all the other laws, we'd also need a common civil code or a uniform civil code. But Ananya, what next? What
the government has already been doing that, but tapping into the power of women collectives, whether it's self-help groups, whether it is farmer-producer organizations, women cooperatives, because these are really exemplar models for women empowerment, for nutrition, for health, for rural livelihoods. So, and they've already been doing it. For example, 10,000 FPOs is an agenda that Modi government has. How about promoting women into getting engaged into diversified nutritious produce, really earning their own money, feeding their own families, and being in the decision maker seat? I think that can really go a long way if the power of women collectives is thought through for each of the schemes that are being rolled out.
So bring in impending reforms, complete that, says Zeba Zoraya. Don't delay it anymore. You need to get cracking on that. Ananya says identify and tap into the potential of or the power of women collectives. Charu Pragya.
I think what we have to continue doing is creating an environment which is conducive for everyone equally. So any backward section of society, any far-flung corner of our country, women, children with lesser benefits to their name, if they're all given an equal opportunity from the very beginning, whether it comes to food and nutrition, whether it comes to education, job opportunities, there is no stopping this country from becoming a Vishwaguru again. And I want to say this again, when a Prime Minister can provide a framework of fantastic policy and supplement that with the kind of words he uses to encourage people to stand up for themselves, Jan Bhagidari like he calls it, I think we're on a very quick path to greatness.
Yeah, but a lot of it also has our onus rests on us. When he says 130 crore Indians, that means each one of us has to stand up and stand up and be counted.
He can provide the policy framework, but we have to, जैसे वो बोलते हैं ना कि वो भगवान भी आपकी मदद तब करता है जब आप अपनी मदद के लिए खड़े हो जाते हैं. So we have to start supporting our government so that it can help us better.
Well, two things. Okay, first is I think most of you have already sort of mentioned about the domestic issues and all the good policies that have come in place. So obviously one major thing is that we need to ensure that there's continuity. So that is very important. You know, that consistency and continuity is extremely important. That's one. The other thing is that something more interesting, like for example, I also work a lot on the space related issues and keep sort of we keep talking about Sunita Williams and Kalpana Chawla and the likes, and they definitely have a India connection, of course, right? So Kalpana Chawla passed away, but Sunita Williams was in space for a very long time. And India is now really under NDA 2 again, really revamped its space policy. In 2020, they really revamped it, and for a long time it was lying pretty stuck, and ISRO was pretty, I would say it's great, but it was not really being able to reach its potential. So that has happened, and a lot of new things are coming up, and the Chandrayaan and all that is coming up. So I would personally really want to see women up there.
Women out there.
Yes,
okay.
absolutely.
Not just designing the satellites and building the rockets,
not just designing the satellites, but actually sitting
right
and going up there. And a woman astronaut is, I think, what I really expect from Prime Minister Modi.
Well, so that's Modi at 8. By the time it's Modi at 10, and if there is a repeat in 2024, let's hope a lot of what the women here are asking for is also delivered. So Prime Minister Narendra Modi and his team have their task cut out, at least from the women, or a small, very small representative sample of the women of this country. Thank you very much, ladies. Wonderful speaking with you. Thank you.
It was a pleasure. Thank you.
Namaste.
Good evening, this is Brass Tacks. I'm Zakir Jacob. Senior Congress leader Kapil Sibal today quit the Congress party. He's been nominated by the Samajwadi Party for a Rajya Sabha ticket. Mr. Sibal says that he's no longer with the Congress party. He tendered his resignation a few days ago, but he would like to continue to be an independent voice, raising his voice and stature and giving his weight to issues to corner the Modi government. Now, while Mr. Sibal has been a vocal critic of the Gandhi family, he's also been associated with the Congress party for more than 3 decades now. After Hardik Patel, then Sunil Jakhar, now Kapil Sibal, is it a sign that all of these leaders, and perhaps even more, are seeing the Congress party as some kind of sinking ship, a ship which everyone just wants to desert? And more importantly, in Mr. Sibal's case, it's not like he's joining the other side. It's not like he's joining the BJP. He is still wanting to fight the BJP, yet he doesn't feel there is hope in the Congress to take on the BJP, and instead, he's now joining another opposition party. So what happens to this famous index of opposition unity? Is it pretty much dead even before 2024 comes rolling in?
Congress's downward spiral going back to 2014 hits a whole new dimension. Exit Kapil Sibal, a former union minister, pushes the spate of goodbyes by old faithfuls to a dizzying extreme. The bombshell on the May 16 resignation came moments after he filed his Rajya Sabha nomination as an independent candidate from Uttar Pradesh, supported notably by the Samajwadi Party.
I think it is important to be an independent voice. हम विपक्ष में रह के हम एक गठबंधन बनाना चाहते हैं, सभी का गठबंधन, ताकि हम मोदी सरकार का विरोध करें। 16 मई को मैंने कांग्रेस पार्टी से त्यागपत्र दे दिया है।
His association with the Congress goes back to the 1990s, first as a lawyer and later as a politician, a face of the party itself down the decades. Kapil Sibal is also part of the G23 group of dissenters in the Congress who had called for an overhaul of the leadership and organization. In recent weeks, Sibal had been particularly vocal about his criticism of the Gandhis. And now this, the third big face in fact in less than a month. Hardik Patel in Gujarat, Sunil Jakhar in Punjab, now Kapil Sibal. The Congress's cup of woes overflows.
The situation speaks for itself as far as the Congress party is concerned. One after the other, tried and loyal congresspersons are leaving the party. I think the leadership of the Congress party must reflect on it.
The Sibal SP Bonhomi is not new either. SP backed him in the Rajya Sabha last time too in 2016. He'd represented Azam Khan in the Supreme Court and helped him secure interim bail after 2 years in jail. He also helped Akhilesh Yadav retain his party's bicycle symbol in 2017 when the Yadavs were locked in an intense family feud. This Rajya Sabha ticket this time emerges as reciprocation.
आज कपिल सिब्बल जी ने किया है, वो समाजवादी पार्टी के समर्थन से राज्यसभा में जा रहे हैं। कपिल सिब्बल जी वरिष्ठ अधिवक्ता रहे हैं, देश के जाने माने केसेस उन्होंने लड़े हैं, पॉलिटिकल कैरियर भी है उनके पास, एज ए लॉयर बहुत सक्सेसफुल लॉयर हैं।
The implications of Kapil Sibal walking out of the Congress run long and far. Is a bigger exodus to follow?
All right, so this is going to be the big talking point. Kapil Sibal, the third leader in the last 3 weeks to leave the Congress party. I'm joined by Rashid Kidwai, author and journalist, somebody who's been tracking the Congress party for a number of years. Suman Siraman, political analyst, also joining us. Shantanu Gupta, author and political analyst, also on the broadcast this evening. And in a little bit, we'll also be joined by Shehzad Poonawala of the BJP and Amit Jamai of the Samajwadi Party. But Rashid, I want to start with you first. Hardik Patel, then you had Sunil Jakhar, now Kapil Sibal. And Kapil Sibal's association with the Congress has been for far longer and far closer at one point of time, certainly, to the Congress leadership. So what went wrong? Why has he left the party after a 30-year association?
Zaka, 2-3 very quick points. He seems to be more disillusioned with G23, which was trying to reform and challenge and question, the Gandhis from within. And what we saw in Udaipur, there was nothing, there was no trace of dissent or anything. Mr. Sibal, of course, didn't go. So while he was disillusioned with the Congress leadership for long, he had the kind of immediate provocation came because of the abject failure and surrender of G23. Second thing is Mr. Sibal, while he's going out of the Congress, he's not going out of Congress Parivar. So while it looks very bad in terms of optics for the Congress, it's not. He's going to, be a kind of an actor in forging opposition unity for whatever worth it is. for 2024. So therefore,
but can you explain? He's going out of the Congress, but he's not going out of the Congress parivar. What does that mean? As far as I know, there's no formal alliance between SP and Congress Party. There used to be one 5 years ago, but not anymore.
So Zaka, your question is very pertinent. See, everybody is talking about this big dream of 2024, and where opposition, a fragmented opposition, is trying to work out some kind of a kind of Mahagathbandhan. So therefore, Mr. Sibbal, while going out of, remember, he was handling very sensitive cases of involving Gandhis in National Herald case and many other things. So it's not a breakup in that sense. They have functional relationship. It's just that Congress could not get him Rajya Sabha.
It's not a breakup, Shehzad Poonawala. It's an estrangement, maybe for a brief period of time. Rashid Kidwai's point is he's not going out of the Congress parivar. He may be out of the Congress.
Well, whether it is a Congress Parivar, Samajwadi Party spokesperson is there, whether they are still on the carrier of the cycle or they have been removed from the carrier of the cycle. But having said that, look, today what has happened, the Chintan Shivar is over, but the Chinta continues. Last 10 days, 3 leaders have left. Last time I gave you a figure of 177 leaders have left. Now it has become 180 leaders. This is because none of them have any faith in the Neta, Niti or Netritwa of Congress Party. And today, one thing is established, that Congress Party is no longer a union of leaders. It is a communion of a parivar. It is not a union of leaders, it's a communion of parivar, and only darbaris have space, no dissenters have any space.
But what do you say to what Rashid is saying, that at least he's not joining the other side, he's not joining you guys, he's still with the parivar?
See, those who are, I call some sections of the media Jodi media, not Godi media. I think it's a bad term. Jodi media means whatever somebody does, however bad the situation is, nahi tum achhe ho, you are good, you will rise. So I'm not talking about CNN, he's not with CNN, by the way. So this is called Jodi media, where Rahul Gandhi from 2004 onwards, now Rahul Gandhi will be launched. Now Rahul Gandhi will change the Congress. Now Priyanka will change the Congress. Now Priyanka will come to power. So there is somebody who's still taking victory, moral victory out of this also, then they are most welcome to. But just last one point. Look, for whatever it is worth, Mr. Kapil Sibal was the voice of dissent. This party says we stand for democracy in the entire country. Democracy free kar diya hai party ko, accountability free kar diya hai, and merit free kar diya hai. Today this party cannot lecture anybody else on democracy and accountability.
ये बताइए, अगर कपिल सिब्बल कांग्रेस पार्टी छोड़ के बीजेपी में शामिल होते, फिर भी हम मान सकते हैं, जैसे कि ये कह रहे हैं कि हार्दिक पटेल अभी बीजेपी में शामिल हो जाएंगे, सुनील झाकर तो बीजेपी में शामिल हो गए हैं, लेकिन ये आपके पार्टी के सपोर्ट के द्वारा अगर वो राज्यसभा में आएंगे तो फिर ऑपोजिशन यूनिटी तो डेड ऑन अराइवल हो गया ना?
नहीं ज़ाकर, आपकी बात से बहुत ही उलट जवाब है इसका, कि जो इस देश में समान विचारधारा की पार्टियां हैं, समान विचारधारा है हमारे देश के अंदर, उसमें जाना लोग सहज महसूस करते हैं, ना कि जो दक्षिणपंथी ताकत जिससे आज़ादी के बाद से जिनसे हमारा विचारधारा का टकराव है। तो उस लाइन पे तो कभी कोई, जो लोग बीजेपी में जाते हैं तो उनको तो कहा जाता है कि फिर आप 30 साल कंफ्यूज क्यों थे, आप सेंट्रिस्ट पार्टी में क्यों थे, या आप लेफ्ट में क्यों थे। ये बहुत ही मतलब दोयम दर्जे की बात मानी जाती है। लेकिन क्या आपको ज़का नहीं पता है कि श्यामा प्रसाद मुखर्जी नेहरू जी की कैबिनेट में मिनिस्टर हुआ करते थे, और वो बाद में भारतीय जनता पार्टी के जो पुराने लोग हैं, बनाने वाले लोग हैं, जनसंघ को बनाने वाले लोग, उसके वो नेता बने। तो ये एक अलग बात
अमित जी, लेकिन सवाल मेरा ये है कि अगर कांग्रेस के लोग उस पार्टी को छोड़ के एसपी में जा रहे हैं या टीएमसी में जा रहे हैं, तो फिर ऑपोजिशन यूनिटी की बात ही नहीं बनती ना?
नहीं, अपोजिशन में जो यूनिटी है इस वक्त दो लाइन पर है। एक तो है भारत का संविधान, जो लोग उसके लिए काम कर रहे हैं, लड़ना चाहते हैं, भारत का आइडिया ऑफ इंडिया, भारत का जो पूरा देश बनाने का जो पूरा कॉन्सेप्ट था, उस विचारधारा से जो लोग जुड़े हुए हैं वो विपक्ष है पूरे भारत का। विपक्ष का मतलब कुछ मेंबर ऑफ पार्लियामेंट, कुछ पार्टियां नहीं है, वो लोग जो बीजेपी आरएसएस जो उस पूरे वेरी स्ट्रक्चर पे जो पूरा एक हमलावर है।
ये भी मतलब अजीब बात है ना कि एक पार्टी और एक सरकार जो चुनाव लड़के चुनाव जीत के आए हैं, आप कह रहे हैं कि वो कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन के खिलाफ है। ऐसा नहीं कि मतलब उन्होंने बंदूक लेके आए, लोगों को बोला कि मतलब जबरदस्ती हमें वोट करना चाहिए।
कि सुप्रीम कोर्ट के सीनियर जजेस, सिटिंग जजेस
Anyway,
पर आए और जो कुछ उन्होंने कहा, आपकी मैंने रिपोर्टिंग मुझे याद है उस वक्त।
one second. Okay, Shehzad, one line and then after that Shantanu.
Just 10 सेकंड।
कपिल
सिब्बल साहब ने कांग्रेस से रिजाइन किया
जी,
अपनी मर्जी से रिजाइन किया
जी।
माननीय अखिलेश यादव जी को हमारे जो समाजवादी पार्टी के राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष हैं, उन्हें ये लगा कि वो कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन के बहुत बड़े जानकार हैं, उनका एक बहुत ही सेकुलर क्रेडेंशियल है, तो भारत की संसद को, राज्यसभा को ऐसे लोगों की जरूरत है, इसलिए हमने इंडिपेंडेंट तरीके से उनको राज्यसभा में भेजने का।
पिछले 10 साल से तो राज्यसभा में थे ही।
देखिए, पहले तो मैं कह दूं कि इनकी ऑपोजिशन की यूनिटी और कांग्रेस की ट्रिनिटी, दोनों में जनता का कितना विश्वास है, इट्स बीन प्रूवन इन वेरी स्टेज, बट दे सॉ सो मेनी कैपेबिलिटीज, सेकुलर है, लॉयर है, काबिल है, ये कांग्रेस के नेतृत्व को क्यों नहीं दिखाई दे रहा है? सो दिस इज व्हाट आई एम सेइंग, एंड फॉरगेट एनीबॉडी एल्स टुडे, इवन द एक सेकंड,
one second, I want to go to two other analysts also. एक second, Shehzad, because one second, because I also have an interview with Kapil Sibal. I want to play that out, but first, Shantanu Gupta, you know, the issue is this, that if when you had the Goa elections, suddenly TMC crops up there, Aam Aadmi Party crops up there. You have Punjab elections, Aam Aadmi Party has literally taken away the Congress's vote bank, and today Aam Aadmi Party is in power in Punjab. We are told that in the newer states that are going to polls, whether it is Himachal, Haryana, etc., you will see their presence there as well. Yeah. If opposition vote and opposition unity is divided, then this whole grand coalition to take on Modi in 2024 is a non-starter. वो तो होगा ही नहीं.
Zaka, opposition unity was anyways a fallacy. We saw some hands together when H.D. Kumaraswamy took the oath, and after that, that never happened. They fought elections against each other in different states, together in some states. So that's a fallacy. I think someday TMC, someday TRS, someday some other party want to show that we are the umbrella under which you should join. Congress attempting that. And as Shehzad rightly said, after the Chintan Shivar, I think everything that's happening is wrong for the Congress, and anyone who has sane mind finds no future in Congress. Yeah, on Akhilesh Yadav's side, we should analyze why he's taking someone like Kapil Sibal. He's kind of putting away previous relations, like someone like Shivpal Yadav, someone like Azam Khan, Jayant Singh. He's like, he could have sent one of them to Rajya Sabha. But I think he finds merit in his typical minority politics of Akhilesh Yadav with the credential that Kapil Sibalji has. Kapil Sibalji was the one who was standing against the Ayodhya temple. Kapil Sibalji was the one who was standing against any reform against triple talaq. So I think that suits Akhilesh Yadav's politics, and that's why Kapil Sibal is a good pick for Akhilesh Yadav typical minority politics.
So Sumant Raman, the whole point of the Chintan Shivir in Udaipur was to fix some of these problems. Neither have they addressed the leadership question, nor have they addressed this. I mean, the Congress party today is like a leaky bucket. Just after the Chintan Shivir, we've had 3 leaders leave the Congress party, and everybody knows, you and I know, Kapil Sibal is not the last.
No, he's not going to be the last, Zaka. And let's face it, the entire objective of the Chintan Shivir was to address the elephant in the room, which is the leadership issue.
Yeah.
You confabulate for 3 days and you don't address the fundamental issue. And yesterday, I don't know, Zaka, whether you saw the 2 statements that came out, the Political Action Committee and the Campaign Committee or whatever for 2024. Yeah. I mean, does that in any way inspire confidence? The same old faces and the same old people who have been rejected conclusively, not just by the electorate, but by sections within the Congress party itself. So I think that there is a problem. Mr. Sibal, I don't agree that it makes a big difference whether Mr. Sibal joins BJP or goes somewhere else. He is not a mass leader, so that is not his, his forte. His skill is as a lawyer and as somebody who has espoused the causes of the minorities consistently for the last several years. Beyond that, he does not have a political base in that sense. So therefore, whether he goes to BJP, whether he goes to Samajwadi Party, or whether he goes to Trinamool or somewhere else, I don't really see that as a significant point. The point is, he is another person in the long list of senior Congress leaders, people who have stayed
deserting the party
for 25 and 30 years, who not see a revival of the party.
I want to play out an interview. I want to play out an interview that we have with Kapil Sibal. He has spoken exclusively to CNN News 18. He says he defended the Congress party for many number of years. He says he has no issues with the Gandhis, which is quite surprising because over the last 18 months or so, he had been constantly and continuously criticizing the Gandhis, sometimes even by name. But now he wants to be an independent voice in parliament, and therefore he feels that with the backing of the Samajwadi Party, he will become that independent voice in parliament. He spoke exclusively to my colleague Pallavi Ghosh. Let's play out an excerpt of that particular conversation, and then I'll come back to our guests.
Mr. Sibal, we've seen you very strongly defending the Congress party, okay? And right when you were the minister till even after the UPA lost power. Was it an easy decision for you to make to leave the Congress party?
I tell you a very interesting thing. Do you watch the IPL?
Yeah, I do.
You do?
Yeah, kind of.
So
somewhat.
sometimes you are in the, Chennai team, and you've been in the Chennai team for 10 years, right? And then suddenly you come to the Delhi team, right? Right? So is it difficult for you to play for Delhi, the person who comes from Chennai? It's not difficult, no? Right? I've been defending the Congress party because I was in the Congress party, right? And as an independent voice, if what the Congress party does right in parliament or outside parliament, I'll still defend it, right? So I have no problems with that. It was my duty to defend the Congress party because I was within the discipline of the Congress party. They asked me to do a job and I did that job, right? Now I don't have to do that job. Now if my independent voice tells me that what they are doing is right, I will support them.
But if there's a clash between, say, a Samajwadi party versus the Congress party on the floor of the House?
I'm an independent person.
No, but then since you are going to win from the Samajwadi party ticket, won't you have a moral obligation to stand by the SP? Is that the understanding you had with them?
Look, let's be clear on it. I am an independent voice in parliament and I will continue to be an independent voice, and you know me, that I have never gone back on what I say. Independence means independence, right? Now, people may have different views and I will have my own view. I may not agree either with one or the other, right? Because I'm not subject to any whip, right? The idea is, and this is sad, in democratic India, in parliament, where are those independent voices? They're all hanging on to the coattails of the leadership of the party. Where are those? Where are they? Where are those?
You didn't want to hang on to the coattails of the
I am not. I don't want to be bound down by a political
But
party.
won't the Samajwadi party expect you to?
They may expect anything, but I will do the right thing.
So you
the right for the country, right. That issue hasn't arisen. There's no question of conveying this to anybody. That issue hasn't arisen. It is their graciousness, the Samajwadi party's leadership's graciousness, Akhilesh's graciousness, other leaders' graciousness, that they have allowed me their support and allowed me to nominate myself as an independent candidate. That itself shows their generosity.
Mr. Sibal, was it important for you to quit the Congress party? I mean, couldn't you have remained in the Congress party and still be kind of independent and get the support from the Samajwadi party?
So Pallavi, you know very well that in life, there are decisions that you take after you have walked miles, right? At a certain point in time in your career, you may well take a decision that, look, this is not what I want to do. I want to do something different, right? You should have the right to do so. They're not my employers. Nobody's in my employer, right? So I have a right to decide at a stage in my life what I should be doing, right? And I don't want to be part of any political party. I want to be a voice which speaks out to the people of India on issues that concern the people of India.
Or was it because the Congress was not allowing you to speak out? Is that the reason why you needed to become independent?
It's not allowing anybody.
Every time someone would leave the Congress party, whether it's a Jitin Prasad, Shushmita Dev, Captain Amrinder Singh, you would be unhappy. And you would say it's so unfortunate that the party wants to just move on as if nothing has really happened. Today you've left the Congress party. So what do you feel about it? They had a valid reason to leave the Congress party?
No. First of all, I'm not going to comment on what somebody else did. Who am I to comment on that? I have left the party for the reasons that I've already given you, that I want to do something different. I don't want to be a member of any political party.
Is it easier for you to work with an Akhilesh Yadav than with a Rahul Gandhi?
Incidentally, that's something that you can ask from others, right? I can work with anybody.
Even a Rahul Gandhi?
Anybody I can work with. There's no issue on working with anybody.
Under a Gandhi leadership, the Congress party can't work.
I left the party for the reason that I have told you.
Is that the only reason you
I want to do something different. No, you don't accept it. What can I do?
Okay, Rashid Kidwai, Kapil Sibal there just compared changing political parties or political affiliations to changing an IPL team. He said, you have a Chennai player who plays for that Chennai IPL team for 10 years and then comes and plays for Delhi. It's as easy as that. That's just what he said.
Yeah, Zaka, that was my initial point also. The key thing here, Zaka, we must understand that there is a utter sense of despondency within the Congress and outside the Congress in the opposition tent. Now, what do? So, look at the Congress. It is not, putting a task force for Gujarat elections or for Himachal elections, which are perhaps, in relative terms, are low-hanging fruit. It is going for the big kill, 2024. So that tells you everybody is trying to gloss over. Mr. Sibbal, who was, I would say, a political, secular mercenary, is going ahead with that plan. And he knows that his life, and he just didn't want to be a Rajya Sabha member. Mr. Sibbal, I have seen him first day when he was in Parliament and that Supreme Court judge impeachment case. Till date, he's always been, trying to have a place in the big table. At present Congress, he was not getting that. There was no Rajya Sabha for him now. Last time also he was supported by
the whole
Samajwadi
point of not joining the Samajwadi Party, but taking the Samajwadi Party's support is to get to the Rajya Sabha. But Shehzad, I find it quite amazing that a learned lawyer like Mr. Sibbal would say that jumping political parties is like moving from an IPL team. I mean, then let's just say this is a game, no? Then it's like cricket. Politics mein to kuch ideology.
Some would say it's a Game of Thrones, and I like the candidness with which he accepts that for him, it's like changing clients. Lawyers often change clients. Good ones get a lot of different clients, and this is just another team. But I also like the prenup that he signed with the Samajwadi Party. It's so soft.
I don't necessarily.
But having said that, let me just complete my point. I'll tell you where the real problem lies. Look at the two out of the three desertions that have taken place. One is of Jharkhand, who is a 50-year-old vet, a family veteran. And this is also Kapil Sibbal, who in a sense has a relationship of excess of 25-30 years. When such people leave the Congress party and leave, this means it's not just about a Rajya Sabha or being accommodated in some position. This shows the larger disconnect that the Congress party has even in its structures to retain those who've been traditional family retainers. And that shows, forget having connect with the people, when you don't have connect even with traditional family loyalists, this shows that Rahul Gandhi is completely incapable to even maintain a normal relationship as a leader with his party people. That is a larger problem that Congress is not realizing.
issue है ना, जो लोग जो छोड़ रहे हैं, मतलब 30 साल 25 साल उनका रिश्ता बना रहा है कांग्रेस पार्टी के साथ, उन जैसे लोगों, हार्दिक पटेल का तो छोड़ दीजिए, वो 5 साल से उनका रिश्ता कांग्रेस पार्टी के साथ, लेकिन कपिल सिब्बल का 25 साल से है, झाकड़ का 50 साल, उनके पिताजी तो स्पीकर रहे, 2 बार स्पीकर रहे, उन जैसे लोग छोड़ रहे हैं।
ज़का इसमें कोई अतिशयोक्ति की बात नहीं है। क्या आप इस बात को नहीं मानेंगे कांग्रेस के साथ उनके इंटरनल क्या प्रॉब्लम्स हैं, वो जाने, बीजेपी के साथ किसकी क्या इंटरनल प्रॉब्लम्स है। हर पार्टी में कुछ ना कुछ मतलब इस तरह के कॉन्फ्लिक्ट्स तो होते ही होंगे, लेकिन क्या आप इस बात को एक्सेप्ट नहीं करेंगे कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी में अगर आप मेंबर्स, मिनिस्टर्स, सांसद को अगर आप प्रोफाइलिंग करना शुरू कर दें, आधे से ज़्यादा कांग्रेस के गए होंगे? इसमें कौन सी बहुत हैरत की बात है?
नहीं, और दूसरी बात ये भी है, हैरत की बात ये भी है।
दूसरी बात मैं आपको ये कह रहा हूँ,
ये बताइए ना कि क्या आपके जो गठबंधन के जो लोग हैं, राजभर जी हो या जयंत चौधरी हो, उन्होंने सब ये माना कि आप, ऐसा नहीं कि समाजवादी पार्टी के पास 10 सीट है, 2 या 4 नॉमिनेशन होगा जिसमें से एक आपने किसी और को दे दिया।
आप प्रोसेस जानते हैं कि कैसे चुनाव होता है। सारे एमएलए मिलने के बाद वो पार्टी के प्रेसिडेंट को ऑथराइज करते हैं कि आप तय करेंगे कि कैसे कौन कैंडिडेट होगा और कौन नहीं होगा। फिर जब कपिल सिब्बल जी जैसा जब नाम आया, वो ऐसे मेंबर ऑफ पार्लियामेंट ऐसे लीडर तो है नहीं, जैसे बीजेपी में आते जाते लोग हैं, क्रिमिनल हैं, इनकी मशीन में आ गए तो साफ हो गए।
तो सारे आपके जो समर्थक पार्टियां हैं उनका सपोर्ट है
कंप्लीट लोगों का विश्वास माननीय अखिलेश यादव जी पे था। उन्होंने ये तय किया कि एक लर्नेड सीनियर पॉलिटिशियन को उनको राज्यसभा में बतौर इंडिपेंडेंट वॉइस भेजना चाहिए।
इंडिपेंडेंट वॉइस,
समाजवादी पार्टी तो बहुत अलग, उनका दिल बहुत बड़ा। 10 सेकंड, क्या आपको याद नहीं कि दैनिक जागरण के जो ऑनर हुआ करते थे, 2 बार माननीय नेताजी ने उनको मेंबर ऑफ पार्लियामेंट बनाया। ये ऐसे ही देश में चुनते हैं।
Look, the real issue is not about Samajwadi taking some leader. That's not the real point here. The point is that the Congress party has a real problem which it fails to address, and instead of doing party bachao, it's in parivar bachao mode. Please understand one thing. You saying that these leaders are coming to the BJP and getting rewarded, they are being made chief ministers, they are being made spokespersons, shows that the Congress is failing to retain good talent within themselves. Today, Congress has become Northeast Mukh.
Shantanu. Coming to you. One second, Sumit, one second. But Shantanu. Amit Jamai says everybody in the Samajwadi Party, all elected MLAs have authorized Akhilesh Yadav to choose Mr. Kapil Sibal, and that's how Mr. Kapil Sibal has got the Samajwadi Party support.
Zach, I think we all know the parties like Akhilesh Yadav's party. It's a one man, one family party, and what Akhilesh Yadav and the family will decide will happen. But you're right, Samajwadi Party doesn't have a lot of space. Out of the 11 seats that are from UP, they only have two or three seats maximum. Yeah. Out of the 3 seats, they're giving 1 seat, Rajya Sabha seat, which is a prestigious seat, rolling seat for 6 years, to a person from outside.
Shantanu,
for sure, I'll not decide.
Shantanu, मैंने आपको पिछले भी बात सुना था, आप समाजवादी पार्टी को अटैक कर रहे थे. आप पॉलिटिकल एनालिसिस तय नहीं करेंगे कि समाजवादी पार्टी किसको चुनेगी.
उनको तो बात रखने दीजिए ना, please.
And it seems Kapil Sibal, what I'm hearing from other sources, was trying in other parties like RJD, JMM, Samajwadi Party, and wherever he got an offer, it's almost like IPL.
No, that's exactly what he said. No, player plays for Chennai for 10 years, then can play for Delhi. उसमें कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता किसी को. So ऐसे ही होना चाहिए politics में भी.
That's the way some people take their politics. For them, it's just a career, no ideology, nothing. Okay, where will I'll get a playing ground? I'll just play for that team or that party. I think that's the way.
Suman. Zaka, I can see what's in it for Kapil Sibal. Quite frankly, I am a little intrigued as to why the Samajwadi Party is pushing him here. 2 things. Here is a man who says he will not toe the party line, and he says it publicly.
Exactly.
He also does not join the political party beforehand, which would have been a mini, celebration for the Samajwadi Party to say that, look, we've got a senior leader who's come in and one of the most eminent lawyers in the country, and so on. He doesn't join the party. He says, I will not toe the party line. And yet the party props him up.
नहीं जानते हो समाजवादी पार्टी को.
नहीं अभी वो तो वैलिड पॉइंट है ना उन्होंने आपके पार्टी ज्वाइन किए ना, और वो पब्लिकली कह रहे हैं कि विप उनके ऊपर लागू नहीं होगा.
यही बात जो बड़े दिल की है ना, यही बात जो बड़े दिल की है अखिलेश यादव जी की.
ये बड़े दिल नहीं, ये बड़े दिल की बात कहाँ से आता है? मतलब राजनीति में बड़ा दिल छोटा दिल ऐसा कुछ नहीं होता है. अमीर साहब,
दैनिक जागरण के ऑनर ने जब समाजवादी पार्टी से राज्यसभा गए, क्या समाजवादी पार्टी ज्वाइन की?
नहीं,
भारत की
बस इस सवाल का जवाब दे दीजिए कि क्या हर कोई को समाजवादी पार्टी समर्थन दे देगा जो पार्टी ना ज्वाइन करे, ना कहे कि विप मेरे ऊपर लागू है?
आप जरा सोचिए कि हमने उनको मजदूर नहीं समझा, हमने ये समझा कि भारत की संसद को ऐसी वॉइस चाहिए जो हमारी डेमोक्रेसी को स्टैंड कर सके.
सच में बड़े दिल पार्टी है समाजवादी पार्टी.
Look, I don't know whether it's bada dil or chota dimag, but I can say one thing: the Samajwadi Party is clearly trying to spite the Congress. Let's make no mistake, there are no good intentions in politics, at least not in the politics that Congress and Samajwadi Party have between each other. If they did, they would keep the Congress behind on the carrier of the cycle even now. So this is clearly an attempt of Akhilesh Yadav to spite the Gandhi family. But having said that, that is their prerogative. It is the Congress party which should answer this question. It's not for them to answer. They've done the deal.
Okay.
It's the Congress party. Congress ke liye bol raha hu thoda.
Okay. I got to wrap up. No. One thing is very, very clear, that people with 20, 30, 40 years association with the Congress party are leaving the Congress party. Whatever it is for, better prospects, independent voice, whatever reason and justification they give, I think that is, if this cannot be a wake-up call for Congress party, then I don't know what is. But anyway, I want to thank our guests. I want to go on to the second debate which we're having here on Brass Tacks, and Shehzad will continue to stay on with us. This is concerning the Kashmiri separatist Yasin Malik, who was today sentenced to life imprisonment by a court in Delhi. This is in connection with a terror funding case in which charges were brought forth against him by the National Investigation Agency. And the judge, in his judgment, tore into Yasin Malik, saying, how can you equip young kids, young boys and girls, to throw stones on the security forces, and that too in the garb of a so-called peaceful protest?
The National Investigation Agency had demanded the death sentence. But the order that was delayed by nearly 6 hours was of life in prison.
Terrorist Yasin Malik is being now taken out from Patiala House Court. The kind of terrorist that he has been, heavy security police deployment can be seen over here.
The court said Malik had set up an elaborate structure and mechanism to raise funds for terrorist and other unlawful activities in Jammu and Kashmir in the name of freedom struggle.
Ultimately, दोनों लोग की दलीलें को सुनने के बाद कोर्ट ने इस बात का निर्णय दिया कि यासीन मलिक को सेक्शन 121 आईपीसी और सेक्शन 17 यूएपीए के अंदर उम्र कैद की सजा सुनाई जाए.
It was finally closure for Nirmal Khanna, the wife of the late IAF squadron leader Ravi Khanna, who was allegedly killed by Yasin Malik.
पूरा भरोसा है कि मेरे केस में भी इंसाफ जरूर होगा.
In Jammu and Kashmir, the scenes were a contrast. While celebrations broke out in Jammu,
यासीन मलिक ने जम्मू कश्मीर के बेगुनाह लोगों की हत्याएं की, जिसकी सजा आज एनआईए की अदालत ने उनको दी है.
it was tense in the valley. Parts of Srinagar witnessed a shutdown even before the verdict. Stone pelting and protests were reported from a few places, and police had to resort to firing tear gas shells. The Gupkar alliance claimed that the court had delivered a verdict, but not justice.
Such verdicts, unfortunately, may help only to undermine the level of the confidence, which is already at the lowest ebb. In my view, it's not justice. It's not based on justice.
Pakistan Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif also condemned the quantum, calling it a black day for Indian democracy. Now that Yasin Malik's fate is sealed, has justice finally been delivered?
All right, there are many who are saying that life imprisonment is too lenient for someone like Yasin Malik. He should have been given the capital punishment. Let me bring in Shehzad Poonawala, spokesperson of the BJP. Ahmed Ayaz is a political analyst. Under the provisions under which he was convicted, capital punishment was also available, and many people who are victims and victims' families are at the utter threat of what Yasin Malik and his cronies did. They are saying the capital punishment should have been given.
Perhaps I would also agree and want capital punishment for him. But Zaka, let me start by these two pictures. Look at the transformation in the last 10 years that has taken place. One picture shows how he was a chief guest of honor with Manmohan Singh. And now this picture shows after 2014 how he's being dragged to justice and hauled for his crimes. That was the butchering of Kashmiri Hindus, the poster boy of Islamist jihad, the poster boy of Pakistan-sponsored terrorism. And today this is just the first case, the beginning of justice in 32 years, because he's been convicted in the terror funding case. This was not the killing of the IF officers, which he's also confessed to in BBC and other places. So that too, those wheels of justice will move. But the question today is not just about Mr. Yasin Malik, but about his Malik ecosystem. And one of the members of the Malik ecosystem is on your panel. This Malik ecosystem will continue to defend. They will say Pakistan's judicial system is better. They will say Burhan Wani was a headmaster's boy. Riaz Naiku was a maths teacher. Afzal Hum Sharminda hai. They will go and defend Yaqub Memon. Why is this Malik ecosystem in Pakistan and some parts of India, why are they coming out and defending? Today I would expect Mr. Ayaz, would you say that this man is a self-confessed terrorist and nothing else?
No, he pleaded guilty. Forget about everything else.
Even
he pleaded,
after I asked him,
he pleaded,
I will leave the debate if he calls him a terrorist.
He pleaded guilty. Ahmed Ayaz, at least now will you accept that there is no place in a democratic society for people who pick up the gun, kill fellow Indians, and then express no remorse whatsoever about it?
I don't think anybody will appreciate that, but the point is looking at the BJP spokesman, ideally it's very unfortunate they're still trying to make politics out of it when Shahzad says that it was Manmohan Singh to whom they met and all that. Why does he forget that they met equally to the BJP people, BJP prime ministers also? And I heard during the day Gupta, ex-deputy chief minister of the J&K, saying that he tried to please Kashmiri Pandits and tried to say that he has been killed for the squadron leaders.
Mr. Ayaz, can we at least now, after a court of law has convicted this man... No, one second.
Let me complete.
No, sure, go ahead and complete. But at least today, will you accept that after a court of law has convicted this man for terror funding, for waging war against the state, at least now will you concede that Yasin Malik has met his moment of truth, that finally justice has prevailed?
No, who otherwise said that he was not a separatist leader? It is everybody says.
No, not just a separatist. He's a murderer. He has killed people.
No.
Malik ecosystem.
I think, as I understand, he has confessed. As I understand, he has confessed, and there was no much material required to prove that
After
whether
his
he was
confession,
there
he was
or not. There was
convicted.
no.
He's a convicted terrorist under UAPA.
This is what once. That's what I say.
Mr.
That's
Ayaz,
what
do
I
you
say.
consider
That
him to
again
be a
the
terrorist,
question
yes or no?
that if a man. You have picked throughout your life. You have picked only this word for the
Court
people
has
from the
convicted him.
Kashmir.
Do you have faith in
Then
courts?
what I say?
Sir,
you are the
today
terrorist.
a
No, what
court
is
of
going to
law in
change?
this country.
No, what is going to
No,
what
one
is
second,
going
one
to
second.
change? No, what is
Today
going
a
to
court
change?
of law,
No.
Mr. Ayaz, today a court of law has convicted Yasin Malik under 6 different counts of the Indian Penal Code, 120B, 121, 121A, and 4 different counts of the Unlawful Activities Prevention Act, including waging war against the state. And you still will not call him a terrorist. You still will not call him somebody who murdered people in cold blood. You will not call him.
Before that, I will write to reply Shahzad when he says me, should you call him a terrorist or not? Point is, when court declares something, court has convicted him. Do you think that I will say no, court has done something wrong? What is this question you are talking about?
I've done these debates very often with him. Is Burhan Wani a terrorist?
Why should you?
You see, these people refuse to accept and call terrorists. They'll say Kashmir Files is responsible for propaganda, but not once have they said what happened to the Kashmiri Hindus was Islamic jihad, and Mr. Yasin Malik was the poster boy of that Islamic jihad. He was the poster boy of Pakistan-sponsored terrorism. One second, Mr. Ayaz, you should be ashamed of yourself that you are defending and echoing the sentiments of some leaders of Pakistan who sponsored terrorism in this country. Mr. Ayaz, let me complete. Let's speak one at a time. Mr. Ayaz, let's speak one at a time.
I am worried
Mr.
about
Ayaz, can we speak one at a time?
On this.
Can we speak one at a time?
Mr. Ayaz, one second. One second, Mr. Ayaz, hear me out. A court of law in India has convicted this man for 6 different counts in Indian Penal Code and Unlawful Activities Prevention Act. And yet, you have the Pakistan Prime Minister and the Pakistan opposition leaders one by one coming out of the woodwork and saying, oh, this was an unfair conviction, saying that justice has not been done. Today, look at the statement by the Gupkar, the PAGD. They are saying verdict may have been delivered, but justice has not been done. What does that even mean? Has justice not been done for the numerous Kashmiri Pandits that this man killed? Has justice not been done for the 4 Indian Air Force officers that Yasin Malik killed?
Give me a minute. So far as Pakistan is concerned, you should not be surprised because they will try to take advantage of whatever situation takes place here in Kashmir. Not only Kashmir, even in India, in other parts also. They will see to that it is exploited the way they will say that it is.
What about Gupkar?
As long as PAGD is concerned,
yeah, what about Gupkar?
That's what I'm telling you. So far as PAGD is concerned, well, they are politicians. They will try to see that some political benefit out of it, as every politician is doing.
Political benefit?
But the point is,
what is the possible political benefit you can draw out of a convicted terrorist? It's unbelievable what you're saying.
I am telling you, yes, I am telling
I'm glad. This is a great confession.
Just now, Shahzad was telling.
Mr. Ayaz, now if I could just have 30 seconds.
Even during the day.
Mr. Ayaz, can I have 30 seconds?
One second, Mr. Ayaz. I am finding it difficult to wrap my head around the fact that you just said there are certain political parties that will derive political benefit from the conviction of a terrorist.
Zaka, if you go on, please, Mr. Ayaz, one at a time.
One second, Mr. Ayaz. We heard you. Okay, Shahzad.
If any more confessions are made on your show, you should change the name from Brass Tacks to Confessions, because Kapil Sibal confessed that it's like Indian Political League, and now you have a confession. And this is the point. For political gain of vote bank politics and appeasement, these people can go to the level of espousing the cause of separatism and terrorism. That's exactly what you're saying. They will not celebrate a rifleman Aurangzeb. They will not celebrate Usman Fayaz, but they will celebrate Burhan Wani. This man on national television can't call Burhan Wani a terrorist. He refuses to endorse a court order which has convicted Mr. Yasin Malik for terrorism. This man does not come out and say Islamic Jihad caused the exodus and killing and genocide of Kashmiri Hindus. And this is the Kashmir face that was responsible for the driving out of lakhs of Kashmiri Pandits. This is what they cater to.
Okay, like I said, this is just the tip of the iceberg. No, Mr. Ayaz, I'm sorry. I mean, I expected better. I thought at least a court of law, a conviction of a court of law would nudge you to call this man for what he is, and that is that he is a convicted terrorist. But anyway, be that as it may, I'm reasonably convinced that this is just the first case. There will be more such cases. More gruesome and grievous charges will be brought upon Yasin Malik, and we'll be there to cover them. Ahmed Ayaz, we'll leave it at that. Thank you very much. Shehzad Poonawala, thank you very much for joining us. We'll take a quick break. When we come back on the other side, we'll shift focus to Prastack Superfast, including Imran Khan trying to lead a protest in Islamabad demanding fresh elections. But there were chaotic scenes on the streets. There were massive clashes between his supporters and law enforcement agencies. We'll have that story and more details right on the other side.
CNN News 18 races ahead of Times Now and Republic. News over noise. CNN News 18 on your side.
Technology to try and evade conventional military radars. The estimated range of the Satan II is 18,000 kilometers, so it can go from Moscow to New York and back at least 3 times. Meanwhile, a sandstorm has enveloped parts of the Middle East in a thick blanket of dust.
Baghdad's skies were painted red as the country faced a massive sandstorm, the 10th one in 2 months. Several people were hospitalized with breathing difficulties. In neighboring Iran, the sandstorm caused the still under construction building in Abadan to collapse. 11 bodies were recovered from the debris, with more fear trapped. Abadan Mayor Hossein Hamidpour and 9 others were arrested. Lawmakers opened a separate parliament inquiry into the case to determine the cause of the collapse.
The Archaeological Survey of India says the Qutub Minar is not a place of worship and the alteration of the existing structure is not permissible. The ASI has informed this to a court in Delhi, which was hearing a petition claiming that the monument has pictures of Hindu deities and sought permission to worship there. The ASI's reply comes amidst reports of namaz being barred at the Qutub Minar.
रेगुलर नमाज होती है और ये 46 साल से यही इमाम है वहाँ। उससे पहले उनके फादर थे। 1920 में एक रिकॉर्ड है, नोटिफिकेशन है, उसमें इसका जिक्र किया गया है कि यहाँ पर ये मस्जिद आबाद है। 1920 से लेकर आज तक यहाँ पर नमाज रेगुलर होती चली आई है और अब अचानक एक हफ्ता पहले 10 दिन पहले इन्होंने नमाज वहाँ बंद कर दी, तो हमने इनको चिट्ठियाँ लिखी हैं।
As the Gyanvapi battle plays out in court alongside an anti-Mughal sentiment is also brewing. In a Facebook post, AIMIM chief Asduddin Owaisi has written that the Muslims of India were not related to the Mughals, but asked who were the wives of these Mughal emperors in what was a crass comment which drew ire from quite a lot of quarters. Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann has sacked his Health Minister Dr. Vijay Singla from his cabinet over corruption allegations. According to the Chief Minister's office, Singla was demanding 1% commission from officials for contracts. He was arrested hours after being sacked. The AAP convener Arvind Kejriwal has praised Bhagwant Mann for taking action.
आम आदमी पार्टी कट्टर ईमानदार पार्टी है। कट्टर ईमानदार मतलब अगर हमारा अपना भी कोई चोरी करेगा उसे छोड़ेंगे नहीं, उसे बख्शेंगे नहीं। अभी तक देखा गया कि सारी पार्टियों में आपस में सेटिंग होती थी। पहली बार ऐसा हो रहा है कि कोई पार्टी अपने खुद के लोगों के भ्रष्टाचार के खिलाफ भी एक्शन ले रही है।
Turkish President Recep Tayyip Erdogan has set certain conditions for Finland and Sweden to join NATO. He says stand in solidarity with Turkey in the fight against terror. He's also asked them to abandon financial support to terrorist groups, take concrete steps against the Kurdistan Workers' Party, which, according to Turkey, is a rebel group. The PKK, in fact, has waged insurgency against Turkey since 1984. The PKK is blacklisted. Welcome back. Former Pakistan Prime Minister Imran Khan's call for a long march demanding fresh elections led to all roads to Islamabad being blocked.
Imran Khan led a convoy from his party's provincial stronghold of Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. His supporters gathered in multiple cities with the goal to converge in Islamabad. Police put up containers and blockades to stop the protesters from reaching Islamabad. But they pushed their way through, leading to violent clashes. Police fired tear gas and lathi-charged the protesters to stop them from marching ahead. Several supporters of the PTI were arrested in a bid to derail the Azadi March. Imran Khan's march is for the dissolution of the National Assembly and fresh elections in the country. But the Shehbaz Sharif government banned the rally.
Meanwhile, angry protesters went on a rampage in Pakistan's Blue area, which is the central business district located just 7 kilometers away from the capital. Demonstrators set fire to trees and cars on the streets after blockades were erected to stop Imran Khan's supporters from reaching Islamabad. 10 days after the attack in Buffalo, another mass shooting at a Texas elementary school.
A teenage gunman went on a shooting spree at a Texas elementary school, killing 19 children and 2 adults, with 2 others critically injured.
Look for my daughter. After the shooting, they don't know where she's at.
The gunman, identified as 18-year-old Salvador Ramos, was killed by police on the scene. Hours later, a visibly shaken Joe Biden asked Americans to stand up to the gun lobby.
As a nation, we have to ask, when in God's name are we going to stand up to the gun lobby?
This is the worst attack at the US school in a decade.
Meanwhile, NBA coach Steve Kerr used his pre-match conference to drive home the point about changing gun laws in the United States.
Since we left shoot-around, 14 children were killed 400 miles from here, and a teacher. And in the last 10 days, we've had elderly black people killed in a supermarket in Buffalo. We've had Asian churchgoers killed in Southern California. And now we have children murdered at school. When are we going to do something? I'm tired. I'm so tired of getting up here and offering condolences to the devastated families that are out there. We are being held hostage by 50 senators. They won't vote on it because they want to hold on to their own power. It's pathetic. I've had enough.
The Texas massacre has reopened the debate about America's gun culture and its gun laws. Civilians, in fact, own over 390 million firearms. That is more than the population of the United States, which means one person owns more than one firearm. The firearms are 120 guns per every 100 citizens in the country. It is the highest gun death rate amongst all developed nations. No other developed country in the world has as many gun-related deaths as the United States has. Over 45,000 civilians die every year because of gun violence. That was a high figure in the year 2020. In fact, the pro-gun lobby, the NRA, has a market of over $1 billion. In fact, in the United States, 19%, that is 1 out of 5 gun owners, are members of the National Rifle Association, or the NRA. Yet another civilian has been murdered in the Kashmir Valley. Lashkar-e-Taiba terrorists shot dead Ambreen Bhatt at her house in Chandura. Her 10-year-old nephew was also injured in the attack. Ambreen was a popular social media personality in the state. In fact, Omar Abdullah, former chief minister, has expressed his condolences and condemned the brutal murder. 3 Pakistani terrorists were gunned down in an encounter in Jammu and Kashmir's Baramulla district. A policeman was also martyred during the operation. Now, this comes a day after an off-duty police constable was killed and his 7-year-old daughter was injured, shot in her hand, after terrorists fired at both of them. This is in Srinagar city. In Tamil Nadu, a BJP worker was hacked to death by 3 unidentified assailants. This happened right in the heart of the capital, Chennai. Balachandar, who was the BJP's SC/ST Central Chennai chief, had been receiving death threats. He was also provided with a personal security officer. But when his PSO was on a break, the 3 men who killed him surrounded Balachandar and then hacked him to death. A new petition seeking to ban the entry of Muslims to the Gyanvapi mosque complex has been transferred from the civil court to a fast-track court in Varanasi. The plea will be taken up by the fast-track court judge on the 30th of May. The civil judge who heard the petition today also heard the Gyanvapi Mosque case before it was transferred to the district judge by no less than the Supreme Court. After Gyanvapi, another Masjid Mandir controversy is brewing, this time in the coastal Karnataka city of Mangalore.
Activists from the Vishwa Hindu Parishad and the Bajrang Dal performed a puja just 500 meters away from the Malali Juma Masjid in Mangalore. They claim a temple-like structure was found at the mosque during a recent renovation.
They allege that there was a Hanuman temple here and they have demolished and then built a mosque over here.
The right-wing groups have threatened to get to the bottom of the matter to find out the truth.
The presence of a mosque, if it was there 600 years, we'd like to know which place. The 600 years, what was there before 600 years?
After the controversy erupted, a Karnataka court ordered the mosque management to stop the renovation work. And now authorities have banned large gatherings within 500 meters of the mosque till the 26th of May.
We have imposed 144 for about 500 meters surrounding. We have ensured that there is no untoward incident in the village.
The face-off in Mangalore comes amidst the legal tussle over the Gyanvapi Mosque in Uttar Pradesh.
Russia is working on a nuclear-powered cruise missile that could be launched from anywhere in Russia and easily hit any target in the United States. It's being called the Flying Chernobyl. It's called double dual capability with both nuclear propulsion. It has also got a nearly unlimited range. It can fly as low as 150 to 300 feet. It is capable of evading NATO's air defenses as well. The defenses have been designed to bypass US anti-missile defense systems, as it were. Over 20 people have died because of the rains in Assam. Restoration work in flood-affected areas of the state are being hampered by another and fresh spell of heavy rains.
Flash floods near capital Dispur triggered fresh panic in the rain-ravaged state.
You can see the condition of the streets of Guwahati. It's all burdened with flash floods with just one spur of heavy rainfall. This happens in the city and it is quite a common scene of Guwahati.
Assam received 62% above normal rainfall from March to May. The rains have led to deluge and landslides in which more than 20 people have died. Indian Air Force has been evacuating citizens and airlifting rescue teams and relief material to areas cut off due to floods. More than 6.5 lakh people remained affected across 22 districts of Assam.
After the CBI, now the Enforcement Directorate has booked Congress MP Karti Chidambaram on charges of money laundering in the bribes for visa case. He's in fact been summoned by the CBI tomorrow for questioning in this case. A 50 lakh rupee bribe was allegedly paid to Karti Chidambaram for illegally facilitating the visas of Chinese professionals who were working on a power project in Punjab. Both the Chidambarams have outright denied this charge. A court in Kerala has cancelled the bail that was given to senior politician PC George over an alleged hate speech that he made against Muslims. The bail was cancelled after the prosecution side informed the court that George had violated his bail conditions. After his bail was cancelled, George was taken into custody by the Thiruvananthapuram police, but dozens of BJP workers turned up at the police station to protest George being taken into custody. Bengal Minister Partha Chatterjee appeared before the CBI for a second time today in connection with the alleged irregularities in the appointments of government-run schools in the state. Chatterjee was the education minister when these alleged illegal appointments were made. Meanwhile, the Supreme Court has returned his special leave petition against the CBI probe because of errors in his plea. Miffed with the alleged saffronization of textbooks in Karnataka, two renowned Kannada writers, Devanur Mahadeva and G. Ramakrishna, have withdrawn their consent to use their writings in these textbooks. The writers are protesting the decision by the Textbook Review Committee, headed by Rohit Chakratirtha, to drop literary works of several progressive writers of the Kannada language. Drone ships are poised to play an important role in the Russia-Ukraine war. These are naval vessels that can be operated remotely Their intention is to perform long-term missions. It is used for intel gathering, for reconnaissance, as well as for communication relays. It's capable of carrying a customized payload up to a speed of 30 miles per hour, cruising range of 1,200 nautical miles. Some sports news now. Narinder Batra has resigned as the long-time president of the Indian Olympic Association. Batra is also the president of the Indian Hockey Federation, confirming that he will not run for a further term as president of the IOA. Batra has said that his role as the head of the World Hockey Governing Body needs more attention. A video of a man dragging a sadhu to a hair salon and cutting his hair has gone viral. The video was shot in Madhya Pradesh's Khandwa. The man also assaults and abuses the sadhu. The incident took place after the two got into an argument. The accused, identified as Praveen Singh, has been detained. Captain Abhilasha Barak has become the first woman officer to join the Army Aviation Corps as a combat aviator. She was awarded the coveted wings along with 36 Army pilots today at the Combat Army Aviation Training School in Nashik. Captain Barak hails from Haryana and was commissioned in the Army Air Defence Corps in September of 2018. As many as 50 experts from the Syrian military who specialize in deadly barrel bombs have been drafted to aid Russian forces in Ukraine. Now, the drums are packed with crude explosives. The shrapnel in it tends to be dropped from a helicopter. Now, typically they weigh anywhere between 300 to 600 kilograms. They can even destroy everything within an 800 feet radius. It was used by Bashar al-Assad's forces in Syria against civilian population. A video of the Indo-Tibetan border force Himveer playing a game of drop the handkerchief in knee-deep snow has gone viral. The video was shot in Himachal Pradesh after there was fresh snowfall reported in the area in the last few days. BBC News has issued a public apology after the text "Manchester United are rubbish" appeared on the screen during a news telecast. After the clip went viral, the BBC blamed it on a technical glitch. Football club Manchester United has had another less than impressive season, finishing 6th in the English Premier League. In the Peruvian city of San Miguel, locals celebrate a unique environment-friendly car race, popularly called the Crazy Car Contest. The participating vehicles are made of recycled material with designs like the Batmobile as well as Mario Kart. The race was a part of celebrations to mark the district's 102nd anniversary.
We're starting with some big breaking news that is coming to us from the Kashmir Valley. The security threat there continues after the killing of Rahul Bhatt in Chadora in Badgam. Terrorists have now targeted yet another civilian in the very same town. 3 LET terrorists have murdered a female TV artist who was also a social media star. She has been identified as Amreen Bhatt. Her 10-year-old nephew was also injured in this attack. Let me try and see if we can go across to some of our correspondents who will be joining us with more information. But factored yesterday, you saw a cop being killed. His 9-year-old daughter was injured as well. And now in this case, you're seeing a TV artist, Amreen Bhatt, being targeted. She has succumbed to her injuries, and her 10-year-old nephew has been injured as well. There are political reactions that are coming in from the valley, but why exactly was Amreen Bhatt targeted is a question that needs to be asked. This was someone who was a TV artist, as I said. She used to make posts for social media, in a sense, a local social media star. So this is a terror attack we are seeing in Badgam. This Terror attack coming against a civilian once again. Tejinder, you're joining us on the phone line. Could you tell us whether it is now official that the Lashkar has claimed responsibility for this attack and the killing of Amreen Butt, whether this is targeted killing and what the motive behind this killing is?
Shreya, the police has said that 3 terrorists belonging to the Lashkar-e-Toiba terror outfit, they carried out this attack on Amreen Butt and her 10-year-old nephew. Amreen Butt was grievously injured and she succumbed to her injuries while she was being treated in the hospital. Her 10-year-old nephew is still battling for her life. Shreya, you rightly pointed out that these terrorists, they are not sparing even kids. Yesterday we saw when a policeman, Saifullah Qadri, was killed in Saura area of Srinagar, his 7-year-old daughter was not even spared. When she clinged to her father to save her, the terrorist fired at her arm and she is also battling for her life in the hospital. The nephew of Amreen is also battling for her life in the hospital. And you, as you pointed out, why this female TV or social media star was targeted. You see, there has been a trend in Kashmir because the Pakistan-based terrorists, they want Kashmiri women to follow the dictates of Islam, like they have forced women in Afghanistan to wear burqa, not to come out, and a woman, a female, trying to pursue her dreams, making social media videos, coming on TV, is something which the terrorists don't want. They want the women to remain under parda. They want women to remain inside, not to go to schools, not to go to college, not to come out. And this is the mentality of those Pakistan-based terrorists, that they cannot see a woman performing what she wants to do, what she wants to achieve in life. And that could be one of the reasons that the terrorists, 3 terrorists, you can imagine the frustration of terrorists, that 3 LET terrorists carried out this attack on Amreen. Yes, Shreya.
Tejinder, we leave it there for the moment. It's a story we are tracking very closely here. A TV artist, a social media star, Amreen Butt, targeted in Budgam. This seems like a targeted killing. She's shot dead. Her nephew, who's 10 years old, was traveling with her, is not spared either. He is injured, currently recuperating in hospital. Now, we are sticking to Kashmir. You can call him a Kashmiri separatist leader. You can call him a terrorist. Any which way, Yasin Malik is a criminal. Today, an NIA court sentenced him to life for terror financing, for organizing, raising and receiving funds that fueled the fire in Kashmir, that paid stone pelters and goons who burned down schools. The NIA, as you know, had asked for a death sentence. It was death that the widow of squadron leader Ravi Khanna, gunned down by Yasin Malik, was hoping for. It was death that families of Kashmiri Pandits who died at the hands of the JKLF were hoping for. And yet when the verdict came, political parties in the valley, the Gupkar Alliance, said this was not a verdict, this was a verdict, but not justice. That this should further fuel separatist fires in Kashmir, claimed the Gupkar Alliance. It's pretty much what the Pakistani establishment said as well. For the longest time, India's political dispensation gave separatists a long rope in the hope that they would help the peace process. Instead, people like Yasin Malik only fanned the fires. Yasin Malik now spends the rest of his life in jail. But is this punishment enough for a man who is charged with 65 crimes, including murder, attempt to murder and kidnapping? A man who destroyed an entire generation in Kashmir. Guests from Delhi, Jammu and Kashmir are joining us on the debate. First, a look at what has happened today in the court.
The National Investigation Agency had demanded the death sentence. But the order that was delayed by nearly 6 hours was of life in prison.
Terrorist Yasin Malik is being now taken out from Patiala House Court. The kind of terrorist that he has been, heavy security police deployment can be seen over here.
The court said Malik had set up an elaborate structure and mechanism to raise funds for terrorist and other unlawful activities in Jammu and Kashmir in the name of freedom struggle.
Ultimately, दोनों लोग की दलीलें को सुनने के बाद कोर्ट ने इस बात का निर्णय दिया कि यासिन मलिक को सेक्शन 121 आईपीसी और सेक्शन 17 यूएपीए के अंदर उम्र कैद की सजा सुनाई जाए.
It was finally closure for Nirmal Khanna, the wife of the late IAF squadron leader Ravi Khanna, who was allegedly killed by Yasin Malik.
पूरा भरोसा है कि मेरे केस में भी इंसाफ जरूर होगा.
In Jammu and Kashmir, the scenes were a contrast. While celebrations broke out in Jammu,
यासिन मलिक ने जम्मू कश्मीर के बेगुनाह लोगों की हत्याएं की.
जिसकी सजा आज NIA की अदालत ने उनको दी है.
It was tense in the valley. Parts of Srinagar witnessed a shutdown even before the verdict. Stone pelting and protests were reported from a few places, and police had to resort to firing tear gas shells. The Gupkar alliance claimed that the court had delivered a verdict, but not justice.
Such verdicts, unfortunately, may help only to undermine the level of the confidence, which is already at the lowest ebb. In my view, it's not justice. It's not based on justice.
Pakistan Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif also condemned the quantum, calling it a black day for Indian democracy. Now that Yasin Malik's fate is sealed, has justice finally been delivered?
Now, there are other cases against Yasin Malik that have been pending since the 1990s. But it is this case of terror financing in 2017 is where he has been convicted first. The man who cracked this case was the then NIA IG Anil Shukla. Here he is speaking to Arunima about the challenges he and his team faced while investigating this case.
Did you think when you were probing this case that this day of conviction would come?
I have seen the order today, and I'm quite satisfied with the judgment pronounced in the terror funding case. This is one of the first convictions we have achieved in this case. There are as many as 20 others whom we had charge sheeted. And when we started the investigation in 2017, we knew that we are getting into something big. But it has turned out to be an amazing case of investigation. And kudos to my entire team for working so hard to achieve this conviction today.
How difficult was it to track down the money trail?
So I think during the investigation, we were able to find out various alternate channels of money which was being funded into J&K, which included cross-border trade, Hawala channels. It also included fictitious accounts and even the education part where scholarships were being accorded to some of the Kashmiri students. So we have been able to point out all these aspects in our charge sheet. And I think based on all the submissions to the Honorable Court, today the Honorable Court has accorded the sentence.
He calls himself a Gandhian and denies all the charges to say that, I have never harbored any terrorists, I've never picked up the gun. The same stance he took when you were questioning him?
So, our contention was very clear to find out what were his linkages with the terror funding modules within and outside Jammu and Kashmir. So we have been able to find that out, and that was presented before the court.
Right. So anything that you remember specifically in this probe which you thought for you and your team was very, challenging and something that when you finally resolved, you thought it was a big achievement?
I think when we started in 2017, after Buran Wani incident, there was palpable tension in the valley. So my team fearlessly went into various raids, and multiple raids were conducted. I think those were difficult situations. So things were quite tricky, but we were professional and we were onto our job, and I think the job was well done, and it has been pronounced as a conviction today by the court.
Let me go straight across to my guest this evening. RP Singh is spokesperson of the BJP. Yasmin Khan is a journalist. Javed Beg is a political activist and a writer based out of Badgam in Kashmir. And Lalit Amradar is a Kashmiri activist. I'm going to start with the lady on the panel, Yasmin Khan. Yasmin, you are a journalist. You have, before any one of us, seen and heard what the Gupkar Alliance is saying. The Gupkar Alliance is calling the imprisonment given to Yasin Malik unfortunate, a setback for the effort for peace. They are saying that we are afraid this will further compound the uncertainties in the region and will only fuel more alienation and separatist feelings. The NIA court, they say, has delivered its verdict but not justice. How is, Yasmin, this not justice? What exactly was the Gupkar Alliance expecting?
Thank you. Thank you so much for inviting me to this debate. So, first of all, let me clear this out. We live in a country which is full of hate for Muslims, and it turns extremely toxic when it comes to Kashmiri Muslims. So, India is a place where, names of Mughal rulers who are no more alive are being dragged to courts. So, how do you expect a regime to spare a Muslim, that to a Kashmiri who has already been charged with the various cases? Also, the fact about the alliance PAGD. So, whatever they had stated is completely true. And what I have seen today on ground level is that people, even before the verdict, as you said, people were seen on the roads. They were, chanting Azadi slogans. People were seen outside the residence of Yasin Malik. So it's a clear indication what exactly Kashmir wants. So I'm not stating, I'm not quoting any official over here, but then the local masses, they still have the soft corner for Yasin Malik, because for Kashmiris, he is not a terrorist. Even before the judgment of the court, media called him a terrorist. However, Kashmiris are going to deny the allegation because they have no faith. They have no faith in NII. That's the reason why Kashmiris were demanding that the case should be shifted to High Court.
Okay, so Yasmin Khan, look, the Pakistani establishment is also saying that Yasin Malik is not a terrorist, he's a freedom fighter. You are saying that people in Kashmir, Kashmiri Muslims also feel he's a freedom fighter and not a terrorist. But this is a man who kidnapped the daughter of a home minister of this country, was released after 5 terrorists were released in return. This is a man who shot dead 4 Indian Air Force officials. This is a man who has financed terror in the Kashmir Valley, who has ensured that young men in the Kashmir Valley have stones in their hands instead of books. And you are telling me, Yasmin, that you had expected nothing else from the judiciary in this country because he's a Kashmiri Muslim.
Okay.
If he's a terrorist, he's a terrorist, na? If he's done what he's done, he'll be punished for it. He can be a Hindu or he can be a Muslim. Where did religion come in here?
We should not play the Hindu-Muslim card here. If he was a terrorist, how come was he termed as the youth icon of India? If he was a terrorist, how come was it possible for him to meet Manmohan Singh?
Look, I have grown in the same... Yasmin, I have grown up in the same country as you have. I have grown up in the same country as you have, and Yasin Malik has never been a youth icon for me or anyone I know. He may have been a youth icon for some people, a handful of young people in Kashmir, but not anywhere else in the country. And who gave him the upadhi of youth icon, I don't know.
You may not accept that, but Manmohan Singh, he called him the youth icon of India. How come can a person who you label as a terrorist can meet 7 PMs? How is it possible that a terrorist is being given a passport? How is it possible that a terrorist can be, he can meet PMs across the country, across the world, I mean to say?
Lalit, you want to come in here?
Yes. I think I feel sad for a person who claims to be a journalist, and she is what Kashmir is all about today. Kashmir is a Islamism infested society today. There is no civil society as you claim, as you see a civil society anywhere. In fact, Yasin Malik used to preside over every conference of civil society in Kashmir. There you would see judges, advocates, lawyers, doctors, engineers, and he presided over such meetings where he would spew anti-India venom. So number one. Number two, forget about Indian media, forget about Indian judiciary. Tim Sebastian on BBC. This Yasin Malik Jihadi, I call him not just an ordinary Jihadi, he's a Maisuma warlord, right? There he commits, he accepts, acknowledges, there he... क्या हुआ? आवाज नहीं आ रही?
नहीं आ रही है बिल्कुल.
आवाज नहीं आ रही है?
बिल्कुल आ रही है, बोलते रहिए.
जी, तो वो क्या कहते हैं टिम सेबेस्टियन को? He accepted that he had killed 4 Air Force officers, non-combatant Air Force officers in Srinagar. And now it wasn't end of it. They danced around the dead body of squadron leader Khanna and 3 of his other officers. That was Yasin Malik. Now, Sarla Bhatt, a nurse, Kashmiri Hindu nurse serving in the Institute of Medical Sciences. You know what they did to her? Gang raped her, this JKLF. They gang raped her and branded her naked body with cigarette bits. Wrote JKLF for a naked body on the streets of Kashmir. And you still say, when you hear Girja Tikku, she was gang raped and cut into 2 on a saw machine. And this lady herself, she has an audacity to claim that he is not a terrorist. And today, Ambreen, you just declare on television, Ambreen has been killed. Yasin Malik is not an individual. This is an Islamism-infested ideology that has been bleeding India in the name of Kashmir Jihad for the past 30 years, 32 years, where Kashmiri Hindus fell as first victims. How much can they pretend? And this is a society Indian successive government were trying to push us back to these kind of wolves.
Yasmin,
they kill Rahul Bhatt. Rahul Bhatt is sitting in the office.
Today Ambreen Bhatt Yasmin has been killed in the Kashmir Valley.
Your list did not
I'm talking about her because you guys do not tolerate. You welcomed Taliban. You and your leaders Taliban welcomed arrival of Taliban in Afghanistan. That is why you don't. Do you have cinema halls in Srinagar? Do you have cinema halls in Srinagar? And once upon a time, we had a very rich cinema culture in Kashmir. The debris of Palladium Cinema Hall in the Lal Chowk is a manifestation of jihad-infested Kashmir. You pass by that every day. Do you remember do you recall what you did to Kashmir?
Propaganda like you did in the case of Kashmir Files. That is what cinema is about.
How is this propaganda?
What did you find?
How
what
someone?
Did you find
1 minute. Lalit,
Listen,
1 minute.
Girja Tikku, Justice Ganju, 84-year-old retired judge. You kill him in broad daylight.
How is this propaganda? How is this propaganda? Today, 2 hours ago, Yasmin, I have to get in other guests, but 2 hours ago, you've had a young TV artist, Ambreen Bhatt, who has been gunned down by terrorists. She was a social media star. Her 10-year-old nephew has been injured in the hand.
You people,
yesterday, a 7-year-old girl has been injured by terrorists.
Journalists who are still lodged in jails. Do you know about Asif Sultan? No, you don't know.
Oh, listen, anybody.
And just by the way, Yasin Malik, who you're calling a freedom fighter, Yasmin, is someone who has accepted that he indeed was involved in terror financing. There is a confession there. Let me get in RP Singh here.
As long as you produce Burhan Wanis and Yasin Malik and Zakir Musas, you will continue to mourn. This is a change, India. Remember it. This is not 1947. Remember it. And you can be Pakistani stooges. Pakistan se rishta kya laila ilala? Not anymore. It's not only Indian soil. 700 saal se Islam Kashmir mein aaya hai.
Lalit, 1 minute. Yasmin, Lalit, 1 minute. Lalit, okay, we've heard you. Yasmin, the fact is you're saying har baat mein Pakistan ko beech mein isliye lana hai because you are speaking the exact same words as the Pakistani establishment today.
No. I didn't name Pakistan.
No, you didn't. But your words are the same as what the Pakistani establishment has said. That he is a freedom fighter. He is not a terrorist. That's what you're saying. That's what he said. That's what Pakistan's Prime Minister has said.
This is very clear. When Yasin Malik pleaded guilty, like people said that he pleaded guilty,
yeah, he
that
did.
was fabricated because his lawyer clearly stated that Yasin Malik said, if seeking azadi is a crime, then I am a criminal. That is what he said.
He's also said He's also said today that he's walked the path of Gandhi. RP Singh, would you want to come in here?
The judgment of court.
RP Singh, would you want to come in here? He's also said that he's walked the path of Gandhi. That he's not touched a weapon in the last 28 years.
Well, let the court decide whether he's walked the path of Gandhi or whether he's walked the path of the terrorism. He, on record, on TV channels, has said in his interviews that he killed people. He, in the broad daylight, killed people and then did the dance of death in front of those people. I mean, we all know that. I mean, it's not me who's saying it, he's saying on record. For you, it can be azadi. For that Safa Qadri, the 9-year-old girl who was shot saving her father, for her it was not azadi. Because for you, azadi is different. And it's just you a handful of them. Not that everyone in Kashmir is looking for azadi and all. It's over now.
No. It's but not like that. You need to come to Kashmir.
I didn't interrupt
you. You need to do your homework. You need to go for the reality check.
Sir,
and
Kashmir is part of me. I'm part of Kashmir, sir. Ma'am, I didn't interrupt you. Please, ma'am. Please, never. Don't do it. Don't do it. I mean, let's be having some sensible debate. Secondly, let the law take its own course. You have all the right to go to higher courts and let the law take its own course. This is just in 2017. And if you say he was following a Gandhian path, then he killed people in 1990, which he admitted. Yes, I killed. And after 1990, he was doing terror funding in 2015 and 16 and 17. That's why this case came up. So where is the Gandhian path? I mean, Gandhi who killed people, the so-called Gandhi, so-called who killed himself Gandhi, or as per her, the youth icon, who killed the Indian Air Force people, he was funding, he was doing terror funding. He was.
But you know, RP Singh, Yasmin does have a point. For way too long, the political establishment, since the 90s and 2000s, this government has taken a hardline view of it, and good. We needed to take a hardline view of it. But since the 1990s, you know, establishment after establishment and government after government, irrespective of what government it has been, Congress or BJP, has handled these terrorists with kid gloves.
Yes.
And what was the hope? The hope was that these guys will help in the peace process. Instead, people like Yasin Malik were fanning the fires, taking money from Pakistan and fueling the fire here, sponsoring stone pelting in the valley, ensuring that schools are burned.
We are not, no, it's not like that, ma'am. You are mistaken. The point is, if BJP is good at, you know, maintaining the law and order situation in Kashmir, then please tell me, why did the Kashmiri Pandit exodus happen in the first place in 90s? Also, the killing of Rahul Bhatt, how do you justify it? You are saying that the situation in Kashmir is completely normal. Then why are people getting killed, be it a Kashmiri Pandit, a Kashmiri Sikh, a Kashmiri Muslim?
Go ahead, RP Singh, go ahead. Then I'm going to get in Javed Beg.
I said law will take its own course. Without Rahul Bhatt also, law will take the people who killed him. They have been taken care by the concerned bodies, concerned police and the local military. But the issue is still the same. Why have to question the law? I mean, there's a court which has decided on it. You have a right to go to higher court and make a plea.
But in this case, in any case, Yasin Malik cannot go to a high court because he has, you know, he has pleaded guilty, as it were. So it's the NIA that will actually go to court, because in Yasin Malik's case, he's got the lesser of the two sentences. Because the NIA, as you know, had asked for a death sentence and he's got a life. So the NIA is actually the one that can challenge this in court, go to a higher court and say, no, give him death. Let me get in Javed Beg.
If he pleaded guilty, no, if he has pleaded guilty, then court has taken his call. I'm saying, if they want to take a U-turn again, they can. But this man has pleaded guilty himself.
Javed Beg, come in here. Yasmin Khan is saying. Yasmin Khan is saying.
Present in the court.
No, Javed Beg, come in here. Yasmin Khan is saying that Yasin Malik is a youth icon for Kashmiris and that he is not a terrorist, he is a freedom fighter. Now, if you have voices like that and sentiment like that in Kashmir, I am not at all surprised why another civilian in Badgam, where you come from, has been shot dead by terrorists. This time a TV star. Her 10-year-old nephew has not been spared either.
I feel very sorry for daughter of soil like Yasmin Khan. She should understand and know that JKLF was used by Pakistan, and more than 600 people from JKLF were killed by Pakistani militants. She should learn about this. Yasin Malik was used by Pakistan. Later, he was treated the way they are treating common Kashmiris, the way they have treated every Kashmiri they killed, the way they treated Amreen Bhatt. She was a progressive lady. She was an artist. Why did they kill her? Because she was not following their dictates. Tomorrow it could be Yasmin Khan or Javed Beg, because this terrorism is against every Kashmiri who talks sense, who believes in Kashmirian. You know, I feel sorry for people like Yasmin Khan. With all respect to her, she is a daughter of soil, but she is forgetting Pakistan has a strategy of misunderstanding Kashmiris, underestimating Kashmiris. It was Jinnah who told Kashmir is a blank check in his pocket. He can encash it anytime. He underestimated Kashmir. Kashmir is a 5,000-year-old glorious history. And we are forgetting they don't like Kashmiris because we did not join them. We joined secular India. And anybody who is against the idea of India, anybody who is breaking law will face law. Today, Yasin Malik is facing law. We believe in the judicial system of our country.
Okay.
And Yasin Malik has faced that law.
He should have faced this law a long time ago. There's a big question mark on the judicial system in this country as well. That a case that dates back to 2017 has got a conviction, but cases that go all the way to 1990, like the killing of 4 Indian Air Force officials or the kidnapping of Rubia Saeed, still not seen the light of the day. You know, I have exactly 10 seconds, Lalit. Just a minute. I have 10 seconds, Lalit. I want to ask you. Just a minute. I have 10 seconds and I have a question for Lalit. Lalit, answer this as briefly as you can, 10 seconds. Are you today disappointed that Yasin Malik got life and not death? This is not a man who deserves to live.
This is too little and too late. And I still hope that he is charged for this genocide of Kashmiri Hindus. Number one. Number two, please, through you, I want to reach out to the government of India. Genocide of Kashmiri Hindus hasn't stopped. Rahul Bhatt was the latest victim. And the people, boys and girls who are wanting to be shifted to Jammu, please shift them to the safer places, because Kashmir is in the people. If Jasmine is any indication, a woman journalist, if she's a fan of Yasin Malik, you can see there's going to be turmoil in coming day. Number two, we demand the government of India to acknowledge formally what Kashmiri Hindus suffered was genocide and establish tribunal. You're not expected to pursue cases on individual levels and haul up all those people who are responsible for it. Farooq Abdullah, that coward this chief minister who abandoned Kashmiri Hindus on the 19th of January 1990 and fled. And then also the Home Minister of India, the then Home Minister Mufti Muhammad Sayyid, who got his daughter released in exchange of dreaded terrorists and did nothing. And
who had kidnapped the daughter? JKLF. Who was heading the JKLF? Yasin Malik. Is that the sort of person, Yasmin, think about it this evening, is that the sort of person you want as your youth icon? Kashmiri Muslims want as their youth icon.
Kunan Poshpura. If you're talking about 90s, why are you not talking about Kunan Poshpura?
We'll leave it there.
Okay. Let me clear, Shreya, this is a very important point. Shreya, this Kunan Poshpura propaganda has been going on for decades. You remember this BG Varghese, the veteran journalist, he was sent by government of India to investigate Kunan Poshpura, and he was for separatists. He used to write, speak for separatists. BG Varghese. He said it is a lie, a propaganda, and this is what they have been feeding young boys and girls in Kashmir against India, against Hindus. That is why Kashmir is in turmoil.
We leave it there. But Yasmin, in New India, Yasin Malik is not a youth icon. He never was and he never will be. We leave it there for the moment. Thank you very much. Yasin Malik spends the rest of his life in jail now. With that, we are slipping into a quick break. Up next, our newsmaker of the day, Kapil Sibal, speaking to CNN News 18 after dumping the Congress party. That's coming up next. Do stay with us.
Protesters from reaching Islamabad. But they pushed their way through, leading to violent clashes. Police fired tear gas and lathi-charged the protesters to stop them from marching ahead. Several supporters of the PTI were arrested in a bid to derail the Azadi March. Imran Khan's march is for the dissolution of the National Assembly and fresh elections in the country. But the Shehbaz Sharif government banned the rally.
Meanwhile, angry protesters went on a rampage in Pakistan's Blue Area, which is the central business district located just 7 kilometers away from the capital. Demonstrators set fire to trees and cars on the streets after blockades were erected to stop Imran Khan's supporters from reaching Islamabad. 10 days after the attack in Buffalo, another mass shooting at a Texas elementary school.
A teenage gunman went on a shooting spree at a Texas elementary school, killing 19 children and 2 adults, with 2 others critically injured.
Look for my daughter. After the shooting, they don't know where she's at.
The gunman, identified as 18-year-old Salvador Ramos, was killed by police on the scene. Hours later, a visibly shaken Joe Biden asked Americans to stand up to the gun lobby.
As a nation, we have to ask, when in God's name are we going to stand up to the gun lobby?
This is the worst attack at the US school in a decade.
Meanwhile, NBA coach Steve Kerr used his pre-match conference to drive home the point about changing gun laws in the United States.
Since we left shoot-around, 14 children were killed 400 miles from here, and a teacher. And in the last 10 days, we've had elderly black people killed in a supermarket in Buffalo. We've had Asian churchgoers killed in Southern California, and now we have children murdered at school. When are we going to do something? I'm tired. I'm so tired of getting up here and offering condolences to the devastated families that are out there. We are being held hostage by 50 senators. They won't vote on it because they want to hold on to their own power. It's pathetic. I've had enough.
The Texas massacre has reopened the debate about America's gun culture and its gun laws. Civilians, in fact, own over 390 million firearms. That is more than the population of the United States, which means one person owns more than one firearm. The firearms are 120 guns per every 100 citizens in the country. It is the highest gun death rate amongst all developed nations. No other developed country in the world has as many gun-related deaths as the United States has. Over 45,000 civilians die every year because of gun violence. That was a high figure in the year 2020. In fact, the pro-gun lobby, the NRA, has a market of over $1 billion. In fact, in the United States, 19%, that is one.
Welcome back. Imagine the irony. It was only yesterday that the freshly minted Congress task force for the 2024 elections met for the very first time. But forget the 2024 elections. It seems the biggest task for the task force of the Congress and the Gandhis is to try and keep their flock together. In the last 5 months, 5 leaders have quit, 3 after the Chintan Shivir. The latest to join the rank, the chief troubleshooter of the Congress, Kapil Sibal. He walked into the Samajwadi camp today, got a Rajya Sabha nomination from them, but hasn't officially joined the party. Hardik Patel has given enough indication now that he is joining the BJP. Sunil Jakhar is already in the saffron camp, and reports are suggesting that others could follow suit. Is the exodus from the Congress unstoppable now? Before we get into that debate, let's hear it from the man of the moment, Kapil Sibal. Here he is, speaking to Pallavi Ghosh.
Well, joining me now is the former Congress leader, Mr. Kapil Sibal. Mr. Sibal, we've seen you very strongly defending the Congress party, okay? And right when you were the minister till even after the UPA lost power. Was it an easy decision for you to make to leave the Congress party?
I tell you a very interesting thing. Do you watch the IPL?
Yeah, I do.
You do?
Yeah, kind of.
So sometimes you are in the, Chennai team, and you've been in the Chennai team for 10 years, right? And then suddenly you come to the Delhi team, right? Right. So is it difficult for you to play for Delhi, the person who comes from Chennai? It's not difficult, no? Right? I've been defending the Congress party because I was in the Congress party, right? And as an independent voice, if what the Congress party does right in Parliament or outside Parliament, I'll still defend it, right? So I have no problems with that. It was my duty to defend the Congress party because I was within the discipline of the Congress party. They asked me to do a job, and I did that job, right? Now I don't have to do that job. Now, if my independent voice tells me that what they are doing is right, I will support them.
But if there's a clash between, say, a Samajwadi party versus the Congress party on the floor of the House?
I'm an independent person.
No, but then, since you're going to win from the Samajwadi party ticket, won't you have a moral obligation to stand by the SP? Is that the understanding you had with them?
Look, let's be clear on it. I am an independent voice in Parliament, and I will continue to be an independent voice. And you know me, that I have never gone back on what I say. Independence means independence, right? Now, People may have different views, and I will have my own view. I may not agree either with one or the other, right? Because I'm not subject to any whip, right? The idea is, and this is sad, in democratic India, in Parliament, where are those independent voices? They're all hanging on to the coattails of the leadership of the party.
You didn't want to do that.
Where are they?
You didn't want to hang on to the coattails of the leadership.
I have not. I don't want to be bound down by a political.
But won't the Samajwadi Party expect you to?
They may expect anything, but I will do the right thing.
So you have you conveyed this to Mr. Akhilesh Yadav?
That issue hasn't arisen. There's no question of conveying this to anybody. That issue hasn't arisen. It is their graciousness, the Samajwadi Party's leadership's graciousness, Akhilesh's graciousness, other leaders' graciousness, that they have allowed me their support and allowed me to nominate myself as an independent candidate. That itself shows their generosity.
Mr. Sibal, was it important for you to quit the Congress Party? I mean, couldn't you have remained in the Congress Party and still be kind of independent and get the support from the Samajwadi Party?
So, Pallavi, you know very well that in life, you know, there are decisions that you take after you have walked miles, right? At a certain point in time in your career, you may well take a decision that, look, this is not what I want to do. I want to do something different, right? You should have the right to do so. You're not bound by anybody. They're not my employers. Nobody's in my employer, right? So I have a right to decide at a stage in my life what I should be doing, right? And I don't want to be part of any political party. I want to be a voice which speaks out to the people of India on issues that concern the people of India.
Or was it because the Congress was not allowing you to speak out? Is that the reason why you
No. There's not a question of not allowing anybody. It's a stage in my life that I have reached to decide what I want to do. And this is what I want to do. Now, nobody should have an objection to that.
But, you know, I find the date of your resignation very interesting, 16th of May. The Chintan Shivir ends on 15th. You were, if I'm not mistaken, invited for the Chintan Shivir, but you decided not to go.
Right.
Why did you decide not to go?
Why should I talk about that? That's history. Let's talk about tomorrow. Why talk about yesterday?
But you cannot forget history if you want to make a future also.
No. You have to learn from history.
So what have you learned from the Congress Party?
That I should do my own thing. That's it.
Mr. Sibal, there are two things here, so I'll just ask you two questions one after another. There are many in that original G23 who seem to have made peace with the Congress Party. You continue to question the Congress Party when you also question the Gandhi leadership, and you remain one of the few, and I would say the only voice in the so-called G23 who kept on raising the issue. You did not cow down under so-called pressure. Does that bother you? Does that hurt you? Do you feel let down?
That was yesterday. I've forgotten about it.
You've forgiven them?
No question of forgiving. Who am I to forgive?
Are you in touch with them? Are you in touch with the Congress leaders?
I met Mrs. Gandhi.
Okay, and you told her?
I met Mrs. Gandhi. We had a very nice conversation. What that was is not for me to say.
But you did convey to her that you're quitting? Surely.
No, if I have written the letter on the 16th of May, obviously she knew.
Okay, so she knew that you were quitting the Congress Party.
Yes.
Didn't she ask you to stay back?
Why should I talk about that?
Okay, Mrs. Sibal, there are many of your detractors who say this was all about a Rajya Sabha birth.
I must congratulate them for their opinion. Obviously, you know, sometimes what happens is that some people are myopic. You know, you can't see beyond your nose. So, well, they're welcome to their decision. Because they only look at it as to why they would do something like that. Right? So, they judge my actions by what they would do. Right? Now, that's welcome. Welcome to them for judging those actions in that way.
You know, Mr. Sibal, we're now moving on to a very critical phase because there's just 2 years roughly left to go for the 2024 Lok Sabha elections. Everyone says that there is a Tina factor as far as the BJP is concerned because it doesn't seem to be an opposition. It's so fragmented. Do you think that's going to be one of the main challenges which you want to take up?
I agree.
Do you think that's possible to have a united opposition?
Well, whether it's possible or not is certainly worth a try. I would certainly try to get people together to fight this juggernaut, and especially when the country is going down the wrong road, going down the tube actually in many ways. We are not being looked upon as valuing democracy and democratic traditions and rights of people. That's the perception that people have out of the, away from the country. No matter what what headlines come in newspapers. And I'm very concerned about the way citizens of this country are being treated. And that's a matter of great concern for me. I think that a citizen should be recognized only on the basis that he's a citizen of this country, not on any other basis. Not that he belongs to a creed, a class, a religion, a caste. I mean, if you start recognizing your citizens on that basis, I don't think India will ever be empowered the way it should be empowered and become a great.
I was listening to your sound bites when you filed the nomination paper, and you said that's what I'm going to try and do, get the people together. But every time there's been an effort to bring the opposition together, the individual ambitions and egos has actually stopped it. Is that what you would want to tell those people because of experience?
No.
That let's just forget that, we have to
Again, I don't want to comment. You see, you cannot start an enterprise by suspecting people. You must start an enterprise by believing in people, right? And I believe that the entire opposition is ready to come together, right? It needs an impetus. It needs a cue. It needs a supporting framework. Now, whether we can all together create that supporting framework or not, I don't know. But it certainly be my effort.
But Mr. Sibal, again, to come back to this whole question of a united opposition and so on and so forth, I just want to know, I mean, you've, as a lawyer, also defended cases for the Yadavs. Your personal equation with Mulayam Singh Yadav and Akhilesh Yadav, is that also one of the factors why it was easy for you to take the support of the Samajwadi Party while being independent?
Incidentally, there were no other political parties who have a seat here. You tell me, which political party? RJD hardly has any seats. Which is the other political party? TMC doesn't have any.
But Congress hai? From some states, Congress ke paas
I've left the Congress.
That's what I'm saying. Staying within the Congress.
You think that this is what I wanted to do? Stay within the Congress and ask for a Rajya Sabha? You think this is my sort of vision of this? Do you think that I'm here to grab a Rajya Sabha seat from somewhere? For God's sake.
You know, you're going to be representing Uttar Pradesh, and in UP, the BJP has done very, very well over there.
Of course.
And the Yogi factor, the Mandir factor, those are going to be the 2024 election factor.
That's
How
correct.
do you plan to tackle that?
That's the worry. That those factors have nothing to do with the people of India. That is something to do with dividing India.
Astha, Gyanvapi Mandir and all that is an Astha ka issue. So don't you think it would be little tricky?
I mean, if it can get, mothers to get less anemic, will it get mothers to get less anemic? Or children to get less stunted? Will it allow children to get education in this country? Will healthcare improve? I mean, these are the issues that this country is facing, and these issues that they are raising, have they anything to do with the real issues of the people? And unless we are able to tell people that, reach out to people and tell them these are not the issues for empowerment of our country. These are not issues that will ultimately make India the nation that we want it to be. This is not what our forefathers wanted. Our forefathers wanted. What about the unemployment, the poverty, the pestilence, the pollution? Nobody talks about these issues, and you're talking about Astha. Astha is in your heart. Astha is not on monuments.
That's interesting. Because every time someone would leave the Congress party, whether it's a Jitin Prasad, Shushmita Dev, Captain Amrinder Singh, you would be unhappy. And you would say it's so unfortunate that the party wants to just move on as if nothing has really happened. Today you've left the Congress party. So what do you feel about it? They had a valid reason to leave the Congress party?
No. First of all, I'm not going to comment on what somebody else did. Who am I to comment on that? I have left the party for the reasons that I've already given you. That I want to do something different. I don't want to be a member of any political party. Does anybody have objections to that? I don't think anybody should. So let them do what they want. Let me do what I want to do. And let them do what they have to do.
I'll ask you 2-3 questions before I let you go, and short ones and tricky ones. And so don't be the lawyer with me, Mr. Sibal. I'm hoping you're going to give me a candid answer. I saw those pictures in Lucknow when you were filing the nomination page. That bonhomie between you and the ease of an equation you had with Akhilesh Yadav, for example.
Incidentally, did you see the pictures when I was with Lalu in 1998 when they filed the nomination? The same ease.
So वो ease तो कांग्रेस के साथ था?
हमेशा था. हमेशा था.
You know, Akhilesh Yadav is a young leader. There's always going to be a comparison between him and, say, a Tejaswi Yadav and a Rahul Gandhi. Is it easier for you to work with an Akhilesh Yadav than with a Rahul Gandhi?
Incidentally, that's something that you can ask from others, right? I can work with anybody.
Even a Rahul Gandhi?
Anybody I can work with. There's no issue
But that
on
was the
working with
problem you
anybody.
raised, that under a Gandhi leadership, the Congress party can't work.
I left the party for the reason that I have told you.
Is that the only reason you
I want to do something different. No, you don't accept it. What can I do? You keep on wanting to ask me about individuals. I don't want to talk about individuals. I have very good relations with them. I may not agree with policies of parties across the board, including the Congress or any other political party. I may not agree. That's why I want to be that independent voice.
So you'll have no hard feelings, you will have no problems if you have to do business with the Congress party to build up a...
Have you heard me say a harsh word about the Congress?
एक बार आपने बोला था कि गांधी leadership पे नहीं चल सकता.
When I am in the Congress, I have a right to speak. When I am outside the Congress, I have no right to speak. It's for the Congress to decide what they want to do. That's it.
Okay, before I let you go, Mr. Sibal, suppose Rahul Gandhi आपके सामने आ जाते हैं and you meet him. Will you shake hands with him?
क्या बातें कर रही हैं आप? This is not a question you should ask. This is not a question that you should ask.
No bitterness?
I have no bitterness towards anyone. Have I shown any bitterness towards anybody?
Will the Congress have any bitterness towards you? Has anyone got in touch with you from G23? Has anyone from G23 got in touch with you and told you why are you doing this?
Why I should talk about these personal things with you or with anybody?
No, that's politics. So
it's not politics. It's personal. I'm sorry, it's not politics.
So if they want to have a political talk with you, you will have no problem.
If somebody wants a political talk with me, why not? Why not?
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Sibal. So will we see you wearing the red topi of the Samajwadi Party? No, because you're independent.
No, but I've never worn a red topi or any topi. I didn't wear the white one also in Parliament.
Okay. Okay. Thank you so much for speaking to CNN.
Okay. Bye. Thanks.
That's a great interview. If you want to watch the whole thing again, it's up on our website, news18.com. A quick chat with our guests, RP Singh, Sujata Paul, Anurag Bhadoria and Sharat Pradhan all joining us. Thank you for your patience. We thought it was important to play out this interview. I hope all of you have enjoyed it as much as I did. Sujata Paul, you know, Kapil Sibal is not burning his bridges, and rightly so. I want to ask you this. In the last 1 year, with all the leavings that we have seen from the Congress party, one almost gets the sense कि माहौल ये है कि यहाँ कुछ नहीं होगा, अब अपना अपना देखो.
Shreya, first of all, thank you and thank you to Pallavi also for such a fabulous interview. I've always enjoyed watching interviews of Mr. Kapil Sibal. He is an intellectual and he has a mind of his own. And you know, he has made it very clear that he has left the party because he wants to do things independently. There are times in our lives and many times when we want to do things the way we want to, and if the organization does not agree with it, it doesn't mean that there is going to be hatred with that particular organization. The same is the case with Mr. Kapil Sibal, who all of us respect a lot. We might not agree to a lot of things, but Mr. Kapil Sibal, you know, what he has said has shown that he stands for the Constitution of India. Okay. So even though he has left the Congress party, I would say thank you for all the years that he gave to the Congress party, and also the questions that he might have raised, and you know, that might have set our minds thinking. However, now that he is not with us, I wish him all the very best.
Great, Sujata. Okay, that's all very well. Okay, I get it. That both sides are being gracious here. That's very well. That is how public life should be conducted. But ये तो बोलने की बात होती है ना. If he was so happy with the Congress party, the fact is he wouldn't have left. And the Congress party needs to worry beyond Kapil Sibal, but because Kapil Sibal is not the only one. Here he is going as an independent. You have Hardik Patel all set to join the BJP ahead of the 2024, ahead of the Gujarat elections. I beg your pardon. There are other people in line. You've had major leaders like Sindhya, RPN, Jitin Prasad, you know, Hardik Patel, Kapil Sibal, Amrinder Singh, Sushmita Dev. The list is long and long and long. So many people leaving the Congress. This, you know, it's obviously because they feel the Congress is a sinking ship. There is a problem there with the party.
No. You know, if you compare Mr. Kapil Sibal to Hardik Patel, you would be doing great injustice to him, and you do know that. If Mr. Kapil Sibal has left the Congress party, it does not mean that we have bad blood, but it also tells you that the Congress party is going through a transition phase, and this phase of transition, where there are a whole lot of new leaders also coming up, a lot of new people joining the party, people who stand for the Constitution of India, you cannot put them aside. And it's always a particular manner in which a particular leader wants to organize things. And maybe there have been problems as far as Mr. Kapil Sibal or other such leaders are concerned. But again, the others who left, look at where they are and look at Mr. Kapil Sibal. So you
others
really
who left are doing very well for themselves.
No.
Jitin Prasad is a minister in the government in UP. Jyotiraditya Scindia is a mantri in the government of India. Amrinder Singh has floated his own party. Sushmita Dev is doing very well in the Trinamool. Everyone who's left the Congress seems to be happy. No one wants to seem to come back.
Those who have left the Congress party, other than Mr. Sibal, like you said, have gone to various parties for posts and for ministerial portfolios, and they are happy according to you. But look at their voices. When they were in the Congress party, they would speak a lot and they would say a lot of things. What has happened to them now? You don't hear them. All you hear them do is attack the Congress party.
Maybe their life is perfect because Sujata, maybe their life is perfect right now. Okay, let me get in the Samajwadi party here. I can see Sharad Pradhan laughing away. I'll come to you, Sharad, in just a bit.
Okay. Sure.
अनुराग जी, ये बताइए, अब सवाल ये पूछा जा रहा है कि डील क्या हुआ है कपिल सिब्बल और समाजवादी पार्टी के बीच में। माने की पार्टी तो उन्होंने ज्वाइन की नहीं, लेकिन उनको राज्यसभा का नॉमिनेशन दिया गया है। तो व्हाट आर यू होपिंग दैट कपिल सिब्बल विल ब्रिंग टू द टेबल? अब वो मास लीडर तो है नहीं, आप जानते हैं और मैं जानती हूँ, उत्तर प्रदेश में आप उनको इलेक्शन के लिए खड़ा कर देंगे तो जीत तो पाएंगे नहीं, वो उनका मास बेस तो है नहीं। तो डील क्या हुई है, बहुत लोग ये पूछ रहे हैं, तो सीधा सवाल आपसे ही पूछ लेती हूँ।
बिल्कुल सही पूछा। लोग तो नहीं पूछ रहे हैं, लेकिन आप जरूर पूछ रही हैं।
अरे भाई, लोगों ने पूछा तभी तो मैंने पूछा।
किसने लोगों ने? एक आध नाम बता दीजिए, किस लोगों ने, किसने पूछ लिया?
अरे ट्विटर देखते हैं
आपको
अनुराग जी, ट्विटर फॉलो करते हैं?
अरे अब मैं अपनी बात कह लूं।
अच्छा,
देखिए, सवाल ये नहीं है। देखो, भारतीय जनता पार्टी का तो काम ही है कुछ ना कुछ कहना, लेकिन ये बात सच है, कपिल सिब्बल जी राज्यसभा में है। राज्यसभा के लिए उन्होंने नॉमिनेशन किया है, शायद आपको मालूम नहीं है। आप लोकसभा की बात कर रही थी, जहाँ पे चुनाव लड़ा जाता है। अब राज्यसभा में जो लोग जाते हैं वो अपनी बातें कहते हैं कि समाज की असली मुद्दों को तो उठाएगा कोई, मुद्दों को उठा नहीं पा रहे जिस तरह की बात होनी चाहिए। आज क्या बात हो रही है? कपिल सिब्बल साहब भी इंटरव्यू में आपके बोल रहे थे कि आस्था पे राजनीति हो रही है। भाई, धर्म पे राजनीति हो रही है। क्या किया इन्होंने? सत्ता के जो हमारी राज्य सत्ता है, जिसको आप कहते हो, वो लोकसभा और राज्यसभा से उठा के धार्मिक केंद्र पे जाके केंद्रित कर दिए। अब सारी चीज धर्म के नाम पे कर रहे हैं। जनता की समस्या पे बात नहीं हो रही है, तो जनता की समस्या के इश्यूज को उठाएंगे। वो इस बात को, वो प्रॉमिस है उनकी, जिस तरह की वो बातें आपके सामने ही बोल रहे थे कि वो राष्ट्र के लिए बात करना चाहते हैं, राष्ट्र के मुद्दे को उठाना चाहते हैं, जो प्रोमिनेंट मुद्दे हैं, जो सोसाइटी को जिसकी जरूरत है, उस पर बात नहीं हो रही है। तो उस पर बात कैसे होगी? बात तो राज्यसभा में कोई तो वॉइस को रेज करेगा। कपिल सिब्बल जी को एक्सपीरियंस है, इतने साल राज्यसभा में रहे हैं, मिनिस्टर रहे हैं, उनको उस समस्याओं से ज्यादा अच्छी तरह समझ सकते हैं, सरकार के राज्यसभा के पटल पे ज्यादा अच्छी तरह से रख सकते हैं। तो ये इसलिए उनको राज्यसभा में समाजवादी पार्टी सपोर्ट कर रही है कि भाई कम से कम एक व्यक्ति पार्लियामेंट के अंदर में, राज्यसभा के अंदर में राष्ट्र के असली मुद्दों पे तो चर्चा करेगा।
तो आपके भी तो अपने राज्यसभा के लीडर हैं भदौरिया साहब, वो कुछ काम नहीं कर रहे क्या? आप तो बोल रहे हैं सब कुछ आगे कपिल सिब्बल ही करेंगे।
नहीं, वो भी कर रहे हैं, कपिल सिब्बल साहब भी करेंगे। भाई, उनको भी एक एक्सपीरियंस है ना, हर व्यक्ति का अपना एक एक्सपीरियंस होता है। हाँ। अब आप एक अच्छी एंकर हैं भाई, दूसरे भी तो टीवी में एंकरिंग करते हैं ना, तो फिर सुबह से लेकर शाम तक फिर आपको ही करना चाहिए, दूसरों को तो मौका नहीं मिलना चाहिए। तो दूसरों को मौका क्या मिलता है? सबकी अपना अपना एक तरीका होता है, सबकी अपनी अपनी एक स्टाइल होती है। अच्छा। सबका अपना अपना प्रेजेंटेशन होता है। हाँ। तो उनका एक अपना प्रेजेंटेशन है, हमारे और लोग हैं उनका अपना अलग प्रेजेंटेशन है। तो सबकी अपनी एक यूएसपी होती है, सबका अपना एक तरीका होता है, सबका अपना एक ढंग होता है, तो कपिल सिब्बल जी का अपना ढंग है कि कैसे वो जो देश की समस्या है उसको राज्यसभा के पटल पर रखेंगे।
आरपी सिंह जी, आप यू आर द स्पोक्सपर्सन ऑफ द बीजेपी। कपिल सिब्बल ने हर टेलीविजन इंटरव्यू में बोला, अभी पल्लवी से भी बोला कि वो चाहते हैं कि जितनी ऑपोजिशन पार्टीज हैं उनको एक साथ करें। नाउ वी कैन आर्ग्यू दैट मेनी वर्दीज हैव ट्राइड इट एंड फेल्ड, लेकिन उनका बड़ा मकसद वो ये है कि वो एक फ्रंट खड़ा करे अगेंस्ट द बीजेपी। तो जो काम वो कांग्रेस में नहीं कर पाए, क्या वो समाजवादी पार्टी में रह के या इंडिपेंडेंट रह के कर पाएंगे?
Well, I wish him all the best for his new thinking and his new alliance which he has made with Samajwadi Party. But coming to the issue, he didn't only said this much. He said that Congress is not able to regenerate itself. He has raised question on the dynasty of the Congress also many times. He is the one who has been raising question how the Congress is working today, how Congress is failing to perform its duty as the opposition. He is the one who has raised these questions earlier also. So we all know that people gradually are shifting. I was expecting Sujata Paul will also say good wishes to Sanal Jakharji and Hardik Patel and others who are in to quit. हाँ नहीं बोलेंगे उनको नहीं बोलेंगे, और वो थोड़े दिन की बात है। कपिल सिब्बल के लिए भी सब कुछ बोलेंगे, थोड़ा दिन वेट करिए, just matter of time. But let's come to the core issue. The core issue is that today Congress is a crumbling house. There's a decay in the Congress, and decay is only for one reason, and everyone is quitting and raising the same question, that is the dynasty. And everyone says that till the time dynasty leads it, the Congress का कुछ होने वाला नहीं है. And people in India have started gradually rejecting dynasties, whether it is Abdullahs or whether it is Badals or whether it's Yadavs in Bihar or UP. Gradually people have started rejecting dynasties, and India is maturing now as a democracy where dynasties can't go in the country or can't go in the party or can't.
मैं जवाब दे दूं।
अच्छा अनुराग जी 10 सेकंड और फिर सुजाता 10 सेकंड, क्योंकि मुझे शरद जी पे जाना है।
मैं उनसे पूछना चाहता हूँ, सिंधिया क्या डायनेस्टी फैमिली से नहीं आते जिनको आपने ले लिया? आपने पूरे खानदान को ही ले लिया, तब आपको
हमारी पार्टी डायनेस्टी नहीं चलाती,
आपको डायनेस्टी नहीं दिखाई पड़ती है? आप बताइए ना।
अनुराग
ठाकुर आपको डायनेस्टी नहीं दिखाई पड़ते हैं?
हमारी पार्टी डायनेस्टी नहीं चलाती, हमारी पार्टी
मैं आपसे पूछना चाहता हूँ,
हमारी पार्टी डायनेस्टी नहीं चलाती।
नहीं, आपको कल्याण सिंह का बेटा
बट हमारी पार्टी डायनेस्टी नहीं चलाती।
अच्छा ठीक है,
हमारी पार्टी डायनेस्टी नहीं चलाती। मुलायम सिंह के बाद अखिलेश यादव नहीं होगा, हमें नहीं पता आज नेताजी प्रेसिडेंट है, कल कौन प्रेसिडेंट होगा पार्टी का नहीं पता। ये पार्टी का इलेक्टोरल प्रोसेस के थ्रू होगा। आप क्या तो बताया है कि आज अखिलेश यादव है, आने वाले टाइम में अखिलेश यादव के उनके बच्चे होंगे।
जनता का अपमान मत कीजिए, कम से कम बैठ के यहाँ पे लोग
तभी जनता ने मैंने कहा
शरद प्रधान कमिंग हियर। चलिए अनुराग जी और आरपी सिंह जी, जस्ट अ मिनट। शरद प्रधान, is this just about a Lok Sabha? Is this just about a Rajya Sabha ticket for Kapil Sibbal? Is it something else? Does it say something about the party? Does it say something about Kapil Sibbal, or does it say something about the G23, which is now the G22?
Which I think it's all a bit of all put together. Of course, at the center stage is the Rajya Sabha seat. The crux of it is the Rajya Sabha seat, no matter how much Mr. Sibbal denies it. But fact of the matter is, but you know, it is Mr. Sibbal who's trying to create a future path for himself. There's no doubt about it, and he has taken care of his own interests in this whole bargain. You know, see, he gets a Rajya Sabha seat. He is out of the Congress. He defied the dynasty, the Gandhi family, and he raised issues against them, very valid issues as G23 member of the G23. But he knew that he had no future in the Congress, so he had to look for another anchor. Obviously, at this juncture, he is not the types who would go into the BJP, and there was no other party and here, by joining the Samajwadi Party, there's another factor. Akhilesh, you know how there's tension between Akhilesh and Azam Khan. Azam Khan on one hand has been praising Kapil Sibbal for eventually getting him out of the jail, you know, and Akhilesh was more often than not accused of not really taking care of Azam Khan and not providing him enough legal assistance to ensure that he would be out of jail much earlier, which makes a lot of sense, because he was in jail for 27 months, which is very unusual for a leader of that kind. So anyway, and by taking this step, Akhilesh Yadav, I'm sure this must have been going on, something has been going on behind the scenes. And Akhilesh has also sent a message to Azam Khan that here he is repaying Kapil Sibal for having done all that for Azam Khan. And Azam Khan having already profusely thanked Sibal on the other. So it plays both ways. Then what I see Kapil Sibal doing in future is he said it, I think he has said it in between the lines a couple of times in Pallavi's interview, which is that he is emphasizing on the need for a united opposition to fight the might of the juggernaut, Narendra Modi, that is. And he may, as an independent, you know why he's emphasizing on the fact that he's independent? Because tomorrow he is not branded as somebody representing the Samajwadi Party to strike deals with leaders of other opposition parties when it comes to that, and he may. And he has that capability, you know, as a big time lawyer and as having been in politics
Mr.
for a
Pradhan,
long time.
I think to myself,
and you know, for all you know, he may be playing an important role in trying to mobilize the opposition, bringing them together.
Bapre, how many times has it been tried, Mr. Pradhan?
He could be be adept in that role.
But how many times has it been tried by so many people? Has it worked? I think to myself, is this opposition unity that we've been talking about for the last 8 years an illusion / delusion of grandeur? We leave it there for the moment. Completely out of time. Thank you very much. This was a brief chat, but we thought it was important to get in the man of the moment, Kapil Sibal, who's spoken to Pallavi Ghosh. So, Mr. Singh, Sujata Paul, Anurag Bhadoria and Sharad Pradhan, thank you very much for joining us. With that, it's a wrap from me. Good night. Ayushman joining you up next with the late night edition.
Good evening and welcome to the late night edition with me, Ayushman Singh Jambal. Our top story is this tragic piece of news coming in from the Kashmir Valley. The security threat in Jammu and Kashmir continues now after the killing of Rahul Bhatt in Chadura and Badgam. Terrorists have killed another civilian in the same town. Terrorists have murdered a female TV artist. She has been identified as Amreen Bhatt. Her 10-year-old nephew was also not spared by the terrorists. He was also injured in the attack. That's the big piece of news coming in. That is the individual on your screen who has been murdered by terrorists in Badgam. I'm joined by Tejinder Singh Sodhi on the broadcast to get the latest from Ground Zero. Tejinder, over to you.
Yes, Ayushman, see the cowardice of these terrorists. 3 Lashkar-e-Toiba terrorists, they carried out this attack on Amreen Bhatt, who was a local social media star. She had also appeared on local cable channels in various roles. And the terrorists, 3 LET terrorists, they barged into her house, started firing at her, and they did not spare her 10-year-old nephew. He has also been injured. So you see the frustration of the terrorist, Amreen Bhatt, who was grievously injured. However, she succumbed to her injuries while she was shifted to the hospital. Her nephew, 10-year-old, he's battling for his life. And this comes barely 24 hours after a Sanula Qadri police constable who was shot dead in Srinagar yesterday evening. His 7-year-old daughter was also not spared. We know that the daughter clings to her father. She was trying to save her father when terrorists shot her, and she's also battling for her life. The people across section of society, including the former Chief Minister Omar Abdullah, the Lieutenant Governor of Jammu and Kashmir, today have condemned this heinous act of terror. Even the Governor of Jammu and Kashmir has said that he's saddened by this heinous act of terrorism in which Amreen Bhatt, a social media star, has been gunned down, and her 10-year-old nephew is battling for his life. The Lieutenant Governor of Jammu and Kashmir said that the entire ecosystem of terrorism which operates from across the border, that is from Pakistan, would be dismantled. And he has been saying that this is the resolve of his administration in Jammu and Kashmir, that the entire ecosystem of terrorism would be nipped from the bud. But you see, given the fact that in the past couple of days, as Ayushman, you were pointing out, that these civilian targets in Kashmir have increased. We saw just a fortnight ago, Rahul Bhatt, an employee...
Tejinder, I'm sorry to interrupt. I'm joined by former Deputy Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir, Kavinder Gupta, on the broadcast. Mr. Gupta, this is just not ending. We've seen the murder of Rahul Bhatt Kadri, the police officer Kadri, was murdered with his daughter right next to him. She also wasn't spared. Now we are seeing Amreen Bhatt, who has been murdered by terrorists in the same town where Rahul Bhatt was murdered, and her 10-year-old nephew was also not spared. Is the security situation in Jammu and Kashmir right ahead of that critical Amarnath Yatra going out of control?
आज जिस प्रकार से अमरीन भट्ट की हत्या की गई, टीवी आर्टिस्ट की, इनके मुताबिक बहुत बार ऐसा होता है कि ये इस्लाम के हिसाब से नहीं चल रही, तो इस हिसाब से इनको लगातार समय समय पर ऐसी घटनाओं को अंजाम देते हैं। और आज जो जिस प्रकार की फ्रस्ट्रेशन थी कुछ लोगों में, जानबूझकर कुछ अपनी प्रेजेंस शो करना चाहते थे, दुखद विषय है। और इस प्रकार की हत्याओं का लगातार होना, पहले पुलिस जवान का, उनकी बेटी का, और इसके साथ ही अमरीन भट्ट और उनके भतीजे को घायल कर दिया जाना, ये कायरता का एक प्रतीक है। मुझे लगता है कि आने वाले समय में जिस प्रकार से सुरक्षा बलों ने पहले भी काम किया है, इसकी कुछ डिजाइन को चेंज करने की कहीं ना कहीं जरूरत है। और आज इन प्रकार की घटनाओं से दहशत फैलना स्वाभाविक बात है, तो मैं उनके परिवार के प्रति संवेदना तो व्यक्त करता ही हूँ। लेकिन पिछले दिनों गृह मंत्री द्वारा जिस प्रकार की एक मीटिंग ली गई थी, उसमें इस मुहिम को तेज करने के लिए कहा गया है, तो मुझे विश्वास है कि इस प्रकार के लोगों को जल्दी न्यूट्रलाइज किया जाएगा। और ये जिस प्रकार से उस इलाके को घेरा गया है, जल्द ही उनको मार गिराया जाएगा, ऐसी उम्मीद करनी चाहिए।
कविंदर गुप्ता जी, दो बातें हैं कि कश्मीरी पंडित्स जम्मू एंड कश्मीर में प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे हैं आपके एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन के खिलाफ, saying कि उन्हें सिक्योरिटी नहीं मिल रही है। उन्होंने जम्मू एंड कश्मीर लेफ्टिनेंट गवर्नर को भी ये मेमोरेंडम भेजा है कि उन्हें कश्मीर वैली से ट्रांसफ़र किया जाए जम्मू को, जहां वो सेफ रह सके। उसके बावजूद भी जो पिलग्रिम्स जो अमरनाथ यात्रा के लिए आना चाहता है, उनमें भय फैल गया है ऐसी टारगेट किलिंग्स की वजह से। उन्हें आप क्या कहेंगे?
देखिए, ऐसा है कि अमरनाथ यात्रा में चप्पे चप्पे पर सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेस को लगाया जा रहा है। इस बार भी टूरिस्ट बड़ी मात्रा में यहाँ पर आया है, ऐसी बात नहीं है, लेकिन दूर दराज के इलाकों में इस प्रकार की घटनाओं को अंजाम दिया जाता है, और खास करके कुछ इन्फॉर्मर्स जो उनके बने रहते हैं। और ये साफ बात है कि एक महिला को जिस प्रकार से हत्या की गई है, कोई अच्छी बात नहीं है। अमरीन भट्ट की हत्या ये इनको सबक लेना चाहिए। और जो आज कश्मीर की पॉलिटिकल पार्टी इस प्रकार की घटनाओं के बारे में पाकिस्तान का गुण गा रही थी कि ये जो अदालत है पाकिस्तान की अच्छी है, तो उनको भी कहीं ना कहीं चेक लगाने की जरूरत है। हालात खराब करने में, भड़काने में, गुमराह करने में इन लोगों का पिछले 30 साल से जो हाथ रहा है, तो मुझे लगता है कि ये झूठी उमर अब्दुल्ला हो, चाहे ये अपने महबूबा मुफ्ती हो, तो ये लगातार इस प्रकार की जो बातें करते हैं उसका भी कारण है। तो उम्मीद करनी चाहिए कि जम्मू कश्मीर में जो शांति पिछले 1.5 वर्ष से काफी है, इन दिनों 4-5 घटनाएं जो हुई हैं, ये स्वाभाविक बात है कि चिंता होती है। लेकिन एक विश्वास के साथ जिस प्रकार से 70 सालों से इन्होंने लगातार यहाँ माहौल खराब किया, तो एक ये आतंकवाद का जल्द समाप्ति होने वाली है और ये खत्म होगा। लेकिन बुझता हुआ जैसे एक दीपक का वो ज्यादा लोल देने लगता है, शायद जो इक्का दुक्का बचे हैं वो इस प्रकार की घटनाओं को अंजाम दे रहा है।
Right. Kavinder Gupta, thank you for joining us on the broadcast. I'm also joined by SP Vaid, former DGP of Jammu and Kashmir. Mr. Vaid, these targeted killings continue in the Kashmir Valley as the centre is pushing for an entire status quo change in the entire region when it comes to ensuring that especially Kashmiri Pandits and minorities as well as non-locals can live safely. But this has once again delivered a huge blow to that project.
Yes, there is sudden spurt in targeted killings, and I think this is after the change of strategy of the park handlers. They were losing their men, their weapons in direct fights with the security forces. So using small weapons and using upper ground workers who are radicalized enough to target even a child of 6 years, 7 years, they are being used, and it's very unfortunate. Today, an artist has been targeted, and whoever they feel they find as a soft target, they are hitting it. And just to counter the narrative that situation has improved after abrogation of Article 370. That's why they're targeting Kashmiri Pandits, they're targeting BJP workers, they're targeting the laborers, the policemen, because they are in the forefront of fight against terrorism. Then the panchayat panchis and sarpanchis, because that counters the narrative of establishing grassroots democracy. Laborers are being targeted because they want to stall the development process of the government. And Kashmiri Pandits they are targeting because they dare not return to Kashmir after they have purged everyone from Kashmir other than the majority Muslim community. And even among the Muslims, whoever they find standing in their way and standing for the country is being targeted.
Right. But Mr. Vaid, do you see this as a sense of frustration from these terrorists? And do you see this as at least an indication that the crackdown on terror has been so expansive that that's why they are targeting these soft targets, as you have said, in Jammu and Kashmir, in an attempt to derail the entire project of the center to normalize the situation in the Kashmir Valley?
Yes, you have pulled actually the Pakistan ISI handlers. They feel that the abrogation of Article 370, you have pulled the carpet below their feet. They did not expect all this so suddenly. Now that's why after initial setbacks, they changed the strategy and going for soft targets. It's a matter of time. I think these people will be, those who are undertaking these would be identified and would be eliminated. I think we need to have a very close rapport with the people, because ultimately people are the actual sufferers. Now today's killing in Chadura, the artist was from amongst the local community, and targeting local police and local community. If you recall, in Punjab, that phase was the last phase, and ultimately the Punjab terrorism was finished, and they are by this process antagonizing the local population. And the day local population stands up against the terrorists, they will see the last phase of terrorism.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Vaid, for joining us on the broadcast. So that indication coming in from the administration that this is a frustrated terror machinery that is targeting these civilians and the soft targets in the Kashmir Valley, showing that the crackdown on the terror infrastructure in Jammu and Kashmir is only expanding, and the state of Jammu and Kashmir, the erstwhile state of Jammu and Kashmir, is only seeing the last phase of terror. Also pointing out that the perpetrators behind this murder will be punished swiftly. That indication coming in from the Jammu and Kashmir administration. Now shifting focus, the NIA court has sentenced terrorist and separatist leader Yasin Malik to life imprisonment. He has now been moved to Tihar jail. The Gupkar Alliance has condemned the order, calling it a setback for peace. Now even voices are coming in from Pakistan as well. Pakistan Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif, along with other Pakistani politicians, also condemned the sentence, calling it injustice against Kashmir.
मैडम फाइनली कोर्ट ने एक दूसरे केस में यासीन मलिक को उम्र कैद की सजा दी है, कैसे देख रहे हैं आप इस जजमेंट को?
I honor the verdict of honorable judges. इस बारे में कुछ भी कमेंट नहीं कर सकती. सिर्फ मुझे ये मानना है विदुषी लोग हैं, केस के आधार पर जो उनको ठीक लगा, देश हित को जो ठीक लगा उन्होंने कर दिया. अभी मालिक जाने उनका क्या ऐसा विचार था, उनको क्या चाहिए, और उस आधार पर अगर उन्होंने ये वर्डिक्ट दी है तो वी मस्ट ऑनर, ऑल ऑफ अस शुड ऑनर.
अब क्या लगता है आपके केस की जो डायरेक्शन है वो किस तरफ होगी? उस केस में क्या आपको ये जो आपके हक में फैसला आते हुए दिख रहा है? मुझे
पूरा भरोसा है कि मेरे केस में भी इंसाफ जरूर होगा.
क्या इंसाफ चाहते हैं आप?
मैं तो कह दिया है कि मेरा इंसाफ यही है कि जो देश हित में होना चाहिए, खून का बदला खून, यूनिफॉर्म पर कोई टारगेट करे उसको शरेआम फांसी दो.
Separatism, yes, but separatism, the source of separatism has been the alienation, the neglect among the people. Such verdicts, unfortunately, may help only to undermine the level of the confidence, which is already at the lowest ebb. In my view, it's not justice. It's not based on justice. They may claim it today. It is neither hanging nor sentencing, life imprisonments and all that. It will not help to restore the credibility of any move of the government of India as far as Kashmir is concerned.
So politics is exploding over this entire sentencing, but at the same time, the family of squadron leader Ravi Khanna has welcomed this decision, saying that justice is finally being delivered. So let's get you an overview of what the judge said as he condemned Yasin Malik to spend the rest of his life in a cell. He said the crimes of the convict are of a very serious nature and were intended to strike at the heart of India. The crimes were intended to forcefully secede Jammu and Kashmir from India. The convict was assisted by foreign powers and designated terrorists. The crimes were committed behind the smoke screen of a peaceful political movement. The judge pointed out that there has been no reformation. Despite Yasin Malik giving up the gun in 1994, he never expressed regret. That was the observation of the judge. He was given opportunities by the government to reform. He was made a part of dialogues and given platforms. But despite the opportunities, the convict did not desist from violence. The convict betrayed the good intentions of the government. But the judge has also said that the call for death penalty fails the rarest of rare tests. That's why the death penalty was not given to him, and now he has been sentenced to life imprisonment. More breaking news coming in, this one from the Kashmir Valley. Now, top officials of the Jammu and Kashmir Police and the CRPF held a security review after the Yasin Malik verdict, with an added focus on the Amarnath Yatra, where the Jammu and Kashmir administration plans to welcome over 8 lakh pilgrims. The latest update is that the leave of all police personnel has been cancelled with immediate effect. In the Kashmir Valley, security has been increased across Jammu and Kashmir. I'm joined by Mufti Islam on the broadcast, getting us the latest from Srinagar. Mufti, over to you.
Well, these are two developments and they're related. Related in the sense that IGP today held a meeting of BSF, CRPF, as well as officials of police meeting, wherein different officials ran presentation on security aspects, proposed deployment, road opening parties, blah, blah, and also really to coordinate and synergize about the task to have improved security when the yatra goes along. So clearly, the IGP did tell the officials that there were inputs from different agencies that people, especially militants, will try to disrupt the yatra, and said so they need to be effective. And they used to put CCTVs at a better place, then drones should also be used. And clearly this becomes imperative after we saw a series of attacks on the Anantnag-Pahalgam Yatra route in the recent kind of encounters where police and army were able to eliminate 6 to 8 militants. So clearly now police is also, what they have done is that they have told all these officials that they should not go on leaves, because we would require more foot soldiers on the yatra routes. And in fact, what is going to happen now is that these police personnel will be sent on hill duties, especially to maintain dominance over the hills, and to deploy them at the appropriate place where militants will not be able to penetrate and attack the yatra. So that seemed to be these two events or incidents, or for that matter developments, which took place in the valley today, with a focus on increased security on yatra and yatra routes.
Right. Thank you, Mufti, for joining us on the broadcast. More breaking news coming in from the Kashmir Valley, where the war on terror continues. Security forces have neutralized 3 Pakistani terrorists of the Jaish-e-Mohammed. Security forces say the terrorists were active for the past 2 to 3 months and were planning to carry out a major terror strike in Srinagar. That's the big piece of news that's coming in when it comes to the entire war on terror that has gripped Jammu and Kashmir. I'm joined by Tejinder Singh Sodhi on the broadcast to get more details. Tejinder, 3 AK-47 rifles along with 15 magazines, 5 Chinese hand grenades, 3 IEDs, 3 ammunition pouches and a Santro vehicle has also been recovered by the security forces. So a huge attack was being planned on Srinagar. That has been averted. Was it planned to be a car bomb which they were planning to leave in a public area and detonate it?
See, a large quantity of improvised explosive device, that is the IED, were also recovered from these terrorists who were gunned down by the security forces. Unfortunately, a police cop was also martyred in this encounter. But yes, the IGP of Kashmir Zone, Vijay Kumar, made it clear that these terrorists, they were planning to carry out a major terror strike in Srinagar. This was a chance encounter which happened in the Najibhat village in Kriri, which is just a few meters away from the from Srinagar Baramulla National Highway. So these terrorists, they were planning to carry out a major terror strike. Also, the IGP made it clear that these were 3 Pakistani nationals. So all the 3 terrorists who were gunned down in today's encounter, they were Pakistani nationals. They had infiltrated into Indian side just a couple of months ago, and they were operating in North Kashmir for the past 2 to 3 months. We are told that it was a specific input that was generated by the security forces, especially the Jammu and Kashmir police, and after that the search was launched. A specialized team of the police was also on the lookout of these terrorists. They were being tracked. But today, during a chance encounter, these terrorists came in contact with the security forces. And one important thing is that these terrorists, they are using Pakistan Army grade rifle bullets, because these are the steel-coated bullets. Instead of lead, these bullets have steel, and they can penetrate deep into the bulletproof vehicles, deep into the bulletproof vest. And that could have been one of the reasons that today we lost one of the best counter-insurgency police cop in this operation. So the terrorists continue to get the support from the Pakistan side, Pakistan Army, and the bullets that have been recovered from the encounter site is an indication of the Pakistan Army supplying their army grade the ammunition to these terrorists. And yes, a big success for the security forces, because all these 3 terrorists belong to Pakistan. Yes, Ayushman.
Right. Thank you, Tejinder, for joining us on the broadcast and getting us the latest on that successful anti-terror operation. So all of this ammunition means that the terrorists were well armed, and a huge terror attack has been averted by the security forces. The target seems to have been Srinagar. We're going to take a short break. More news and updates on the other side.
CNN News 18 races ahead of Times Now and Republic. News over noise. CNN News 18 on your side.
BBC News has issued a public apology after the text "Manchester United are rubbish" appeared on the screen during a news telecast. After the clip went viral, the BBC blamed it on a technical glitch. Football club Manchester United has had another less than impressive season, finishing 6th in the English Premier League. In the Peruvian city of San Miguel, locals celebrate a unique environment-friendly car race, popularly called the Crazy Car Contest. The participating vehicles are made of recycled material with designs like a Matmobile as well as Mario Kart. The race was a part of celebrations to mark the district's 102nd anniversary. Former Pakistan Prime Minister Imran Khan's call for a long march demanding fresh elections led to all roads to Islamabad being blocked.
Imran Khan led a convoy from his party's provincial stronghold of Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. His supporters gathered in multiple cities with the goal to converge in Islamabad. Police put up containers and blockades to stop the protesters from reaching Islamabad. But they pushed their way through, leading to violent clashes. Police fired tear gas and lathi-charged the protesters to stop them from marching ahead. Several supporters of the PTI were arrested in a bid to derail the Azadi March. Imran Khan's march is for the dissolution of the National Assembly and fresh elections in the country. But the Shehbaz Sharif government banned the rally. Welcome back. In a massive setback for the Congress Party veteran Kapil Sibal has resigned and joined the SP camp. This comes after Sibal filed his nomination for the Rajya Sabha with support from the Samajwadi Party. My colleague Pallavi Ghosh spoke exclusively to Sibal about his next move. I'm going to leave you with that exclusive chat. Good night and take care.
Mr. Sibal, we've seen you very strongly defending the Congress Party. Okay, right when you were the minister till even after the UPA lost power. Was it an easy decision for you to make to leave the Congress party?
I tell you a very interesting thing. Do you watch the IPL?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, kind of.
So sometimes you are in the, Chennai team, and you've been in the Chennai team for 10 years, right? And then suddenly you come to the Delhi team, right? Right. So is it difficult for you to play for Delhi, the person who comes from Chennai? It's not difficult, no? Right? I've been defending the Congress party because I was in the Congress party, right? And as an independent voice, if what the Congress party does right in Parliament or outside Parliament, I'll still defend it, right? So I have no problems with that. It was my duty to defend the Congress party because I was within the discipline of the Congress party. They asked me to do a job, and I did that job, right? Now I don't have to do that job. Now, if my independent voice tells me that what they are doing is right, I will support them.
But if there's a clash between, say, a Samajwadi party versus the Congress party on the floor of the House?
I'm an independent person.
No, but then, since you're going to win from the Samajwadi party ticket, won't you have a moral obligation to stand by the SP? Is that the understanding you had with them?
Look, let's be clear on it. I am an independent voice in Parliament, and I will continue to be an independent voice. And you know me, that I have never gone back on what I say. Independence means independence, right? Now, people may have different views, and I will have my own view. I may not agree either with one or the other, right? Because I'm not subject to any whip, right? The idea is, and this is sad, in democratic India, in Parliament, where are those independent voices? They're all hanging on to the coattails of the leadership of the party. Where are those? Where are they? Where are those?
You don't want to hang on to the coattails of the
I am not. I don't want to be bound down by a political
party. But won't the Samajwadi party expect you to?
They may expect anything, but I will do the right thing.
So you
the right for the country. Right. That issue hasn't arisen. There's no question of conveying this to anybody. That issue hasn't arisen. It is their graciousness. The Samajwadi party's leadership's graciousness, Akhilesh's graciousness, other leaders' graciousness, that they have allowed me their support and allowed me to nominate myself as an independent candidate. That itself shows their generosity.
Mr. Sibal, was it important for you to quit the Congress party? I mean, couldn't you have remained in the Congress party and still be kind of independent and get the support from the Samajwadi party?
So, Pallavi, you know very well that in life, there are decisions that you take after you have walked miles, right? At a certain point in time in your career, you may well take a decision that, look, this is not what I want to do. I want to do something different, right? You should have the right to do so. They're not my employers. Nobody's in my employer, right? So I have a right to decide at a stage in my life what I should be doing, right? And I don't want to be part of any political party. I want to be a voice which speaks out to the people of India on issues that concern the people of India.
Or was it because the Congress was not allowing you to speak out? Is that the reason why you needed to become independent?
It's not allowing anybody.
Every time someone would leave the Congress party, whether it's a Jitin Prasad, Shushmita Dev, Captain Amrinder Singh, you would be unhappy. And you would say it's so unfortunate that the party wants to just move on as if nothing has really happened. Today you've left the Congress party. So what do you feel about it? They had a valid reason to leave the Congress party?
No. First of all, I'm not going to comment on what somebody else did. Who am I to comment on that? I have left the party for the reasons that I've already given you, that I want to do something different. I don't want to be a member of any political party.
Is it easier for you to work with an Akhilesh Yadav than with a Rahul Gandhi?
Incidentally, that's something that you can ask from others, right? I can work with anybody.
Even a Rahul Gandhi?
Anybody I can work with. There is no issue on working with anybody.
Under a Gandhi leadership, the Congress party can't work.
I left the party for the reason that I have told you.
Is that the only reason you
I want to do something different. No, you don't accept it. What can I do?
They claim a temple-like structure was found at the mosque during a recent renovation.
They allege that there was a Hanuman temple here and they have demolished and then built a mosque over here.
The right-wing groups have threatened to get to the bottom of the matter to find out the truth.
The presence of a mosque, if it was there 600 years, we'd like to know which place. The 600 years, what was there before 600 years?
After the controversy erupted, a Karnataka court ordered the mosque management to stop the renovation work. And now authorities have banned large gatherings within 500 meters of the mosque till the 26th of May.
We have imposed 144 for about 500 meters surrounding. We have ensured that there is no untoward incident in the village.
The face-off in Mangalore comes amidst the legal tussle over the Gyanvapi mosque in Uttar Pradesh.
Russia is working on a nuclear-powered cruise missile that could be launched from anywhere in Russia and easily hit any target in the United States. It's being called the Flying Chernobyl. It's called double dual capability with both nuclear propulsion. It has also got a nearly unlimited range. It can fly as low as 150 to 300 feet. It is capable of evading NATO's air defenses as well. The defenses have been designed to bypass US anti-missile defense systems, as it were. Over 20 people have died because of the rains in Assam. Restoration work in flood-affected areas of the state are being hampered by another and fresh spell of heavy rains.
Flash floods near capital Dispur triggered fresh panic in the rain-ravaged state.
You can see the condition of the streets of Guwahati. It's all...
Good evening, everyone. I'm Shivani Gupta and you're watching Plain Speak. Within days of the biggest Congress brainstorming session in many years, as many as 3 big names have left the party. Today, former Union Minister and long-time dissenter Kapil Sibal revealed that he had already quit the party on May 16, nearly 10 days ago. With that, the Congress has lost 3 top names, Hardik Patel, Sunil Jhakar and now Sibal. Their reasons are virtually the same and the response from the Congress party is also virtually the same. The questions facing the Congress party are also the same since 2014. The fact that all